said that that was like the end of or in the middle of many of those things that he was doing. Sam, the intern, told me. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
It's on eBay, right?
Okay.
How do they find it on eBay? Is it just as simple as going to... I'm looking.
The preseason to try to figure out some of these new guys on the outside. I think that they're going to be just fine.
Receiving core changing for the Cardinals as well. They bring in Marquise Brown, but they don't have DeAndre Hopkins for the first 6 games of the season. We had the whole offseason saga with Kyler Murray finally getting his contract extension. Just your thoughts on the Cardinals and that passing game, knowing that Kyler Murray clearly ascending in the right direction. When he's healthy, he's clearly struggled with some injuries the last couple of years as well.
Yes, he has, and I've had him on my fantasy team once or twice in the past, and you know, he can score a lot of points in multiple ways. So I'm expecting this will be. He's got the whole contract thing behind him, and I'm expecting this will be a really big season for him. You got to have him up there in the upper echelon of quarterbacks when you start talking about drafting at that position, just like Patrick and just like Justin Herbert and Josh Allen. I mean, there's a lot of good ones. And by the way, a lot of them happen to be in the AFC, our conference. So we're excited about it, particularly AFC West is super loaded. So it's going to be a fun year to cover.
Yeah, stay there with the AFC West because Russell Wilson joins the Broncos. You got Devontae Adams going to the Raiders. Again, the Chiefs still loaded, but retooling their receiving core as well, like we talked about. Should just be a lot of fun. The Chargers obviously looking like a powerhouse as well. Is that just the division, you know, for certainly for you, you know, looking at the AFC that you're saying, okay, this is going to be where a lot of fireworks and certainly a lot of fantasy points come from?
I agree on all fronts. I mean, it's so many stars came into the league this year. It was just amazing. And not just offensive players either, you know, with some of the guys that like Khalil Mack and on and on and on. We've just got a plethora of exciting games ahead. Those divisional games in the AFC West are going to be a ton of fun. I'm just hoping our crew will get a number of them to cover this year.
I'm sure you will, and I'm sure we'll be looking forward to watching them. And, you know, you guys that are watching this, you hear Jim mention the word fantasy quite a bit. Jim's an experienced fantasy player. I know you really enjoy the game. So your approach to fantasy, you know, not necessarily the leagues that you're in, but just your broad approach. Are you a quarterback first guy? Are you a running back guy? You know, what's the position that you tend to attack when it gets into your fantasy draft?
Well, given that I play in PPR leagues, I've tried it all. I mean, I had a year right in the off of one of Aaron Rodgers' MVP years where I ended up taking him in the first round, and that didn't work out real well. Nothing against him, but it's just, you know, you lose out on some other guys. So I've kind of now gone down this path of getting wide receivers in 2 of the first 3 rounds, unless there's a superstar tight end on the board available. But I load up a lot now on tight ends. Of course, for running backs, I definitely want a guy that's not just a plotter up the middle. I want a guy that's going to get those points out of the backfield with receptions.
Now, do you stick to, you know, simply because of your job? You know, do you stick to AFC? Do you slant that way, AFC players, or you just sort of take a broad approach to the league, knowing because obviously you covered the league for many years and knowing the players as well as you do?
I think that I probably have 70% of my players are AFC because I see them so often that I fall in love with the way a guy plays. So no, but I've got Devontae Adams for my team last year, and I had him as an NFC guy last year, and he served me well the last 2 years actually. And now it just so happens, of course, he's with the Raiders, so he's over in our conference. I'll keep him again this year, by the way. So no, it's I don't get too myopic about that, but I probably do have a little bit more insight on what I see. That means sometimes some of those midseason additions are guys that are coming out of the AFC because I've watched them up close.
Well, Jim, we appreciate your time as always joining us here for part of our Draft-A-Thon. You know, good luck this season with all of the calls. We'll certainly be looking forward to that fantastic game between the Chiefs and the Cardinals on September 11th with the first call for you and Tony Romo on CBS.
I sure appreciate it. Always a pleasure to be with you, my friend. Have a great season.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks.
Check out CBS Sports, and the NFL Today returns September 11th. You can see all of the action on CBS and streaming on Paramount+. Coming up next, it's the game we've been waiting for. the finale of CBS Sports. Fantasy Football Today, ADP, Price is Right. Who will win? Dave. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Snickers, got a rookie mistake? Maybe. You just need a Snickers. Well, Heath Cummings, unfortunately, has made a few rookie mistakes in Fantasy Football Today. ADP Price is Right. He's down 2-0 in the series to Dave Richard. Dave has won both the previous two editions of ADP Price is Right. But we're going to maybe throw a curveball here. We'll see how tonight goes.
Shocker.
We'll see how tonight goes. And if Heath wins, maybe he wins overall, since this is the big one, part of the show. And it just might have happened that I had to go. You see the shirts that we're wearing here? Dave's trying to cover his up with his jacket. Heath, you can't see his because of the microphone. But I had to drop off the shirt for Heath at his house today. Give him a few Snickers bars as well. He may have given me some money in return as a bribe to throw the game. That may or may not have happened. May or may not have happened.
No way.
Judges.
I don't. You are a man of integrity.
I'm a man of money. And
wow.
Heath gave me more of it, potentially. All right, let's go to the first guy here.
I didn't even have a chance.
Let's go to the first guy. First off,
I'll double it.
First off, by the way, you want to win your fantasy league? You want to get a good prize? Trophy Smack has these belts available.
This isn't for me for winning.
That's not for you.
Price is Right.
But you could bid on this belt. You can check it out on our eBay page. You can find it on our FFT Twitter feed. But Trophy Smack does a fantastic job giving away great things or making great things like this that you can purchase. And we're going to be giving this away as well. So make sure you bid on this on our eBay page. Again, you can find it on our Fantasy Football Today Twitter feed. All right, let's go. Enough with the jokes. Enough with the hijinks. It's time for the game you've been waiting for. FFT, ADP, Price is Right. First guy we're talking about here is Jameis Winston. Dave, you got the lead so far. Guess the ADP.
Jameis is. I probably need to take this off.
Yeah, it's covering your mic.
Yeah, you need to hear me.
Yeah.
Jameis isn't going to be the most popular guy on draft day. I would imagine that his ADP is going to be around 152 on CBS Sports.
152 is the guess. Heath Cummings, what is your counter to that?
That is a great guess by Dave. He's been phenomenal at this game, really. And I will tell you, it's kind of freeing to be in the Pete Prisco position to where, like, there is no pressure at all, no expectations of me. All I do is lose. I'll go with 154.
154. So this is the first time in the 3 editions that we've done this where you are both over.
No kidding.
You are both over the ADP. The ADP is 132.8. I thought Heath would actually get this when Dave went high because quarterbacks always get pushed up in our drafts. And so even the lower tier ones, they still go a little bit sooner than we expect. So Jameis, I get to do the analysis. I think Jameis is one of these guys in the mold of Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence, Tua Tagovailoa, someone you can get as a second quarterback that could turn into a top 12 caliber guy. And so he's free on draft day. Take him, see what happens to your number 1 quarterback. If Jameis starts to get rolling, remember last year had a huge week 1 against the Packers, found a lot of touchdowns, has a much better receiving core this year. We could see Jameis surprise some fantasy managers this season. All right, so there's no score. Yes, sir.
If we go over on all 3, do you win ADP prices right?
That might be an interesting twist to all of this, that I win without even actually playing in the first 2 games. I like that. I like that. I'll have to give Heath back his money. All right, let's go down to the next guy here that we're talking about, Elijah Mitchell. So you whiffed as the first guess. Heath, you get the first guess. The ADP for Elijah Mitchell is?
I have no idea. 46.
Yeah, I think it's higher than that, but it's not by a lot. I'll say 48.
48 is the guess for you. 46 is the guess for you. Dave, you are the closest without going over. It is 60.65.
Oh, my gosh.
And I don't know, judges,
you know what?
judges, should we count this one? Because I actually said this ADP earlier in the show when we were talking about Trey Sermon because we didn't know we were going to discuss Trey Sermon
Well,
when
we
I sent you
obviously
these
didn't
in.
know that because we're guessing in the 40s.
Yeah, but you made a little bit of a face, and I
always make a face.
All right, judges, what do we count this one?
It's part of my charm.
We counted. All right, so Dave gets the point. All right, so there you go, Elijah Mitchell. No more Trey Sermon now. I don't know if that even mattered.
I don't know if I love taking him in this spot, but I think I've got him ranked right around here because let's face it, he's healthy now. He's on the right team to run the football. We know that the quarterback has suddenly become a problem passing the football. When he's healthy, he's awesome. And I think you know who to draft now that Trey Sermon's gone in that backfield as a handcuff to Elijah Mitchell, and that's Jeff Wilson. Couldn't the game plan be, all right, I waited a little bit on running backs. I know I'm not going to get a perfect one. I'll get Elijah Mitchell in that 5-6 turn, and then in round 12, and you can wait till round 12, maybe even later, to get Jeff Wilson on your team. Doesn't that kind of make some sense? Isn't that maybe a little bit of a winning strategy to help people who don't take running backs early?
It's certainly a good plan, and as we've seen, the last 5 seasons of Kyle Shanahan as the head coach in San Francisco, 5 different leading rushers. It started with Carlos Hyde. Last year was Elijah Mitchell. It almost seems like the guy who we expect to be the leading rusher just does not end up as a leading rusher. So we'll see if Mitchell can break that
All the more
string.
reason to take 2 of them.
Or all the more reason just to take Trey Lance and avoid the backfield because Trey Lance probably will lead them in rushing yards this year. All right, next guy we're talking about here is another running back, and that is Kareem Hunt. And so we haven't spent a lot of time talking about him. But Dave, what is Kareem Hunt's average draft position on CBS Sports?
Is it higher or lower than Elijah Mitchell? I'm going to say it's higher, but not by a lot, and I don't want to give Heath too much room. I'm going to say 67.
67 is the guess. Heath, what do you think?
I don't want to just go one number over, Dave, so I'll say 69.
Okay.
Nice.
69 for you. Rob Gronkowski would love that, and you are the winner with that one. His ADP is significantly lower, 86.78. So
wow.
A 26 player difference between these two guys. So we know the scenario with the Browns. No Deshaun Watson for the first 11 weeks. Jacoby Brissett under center. We've heard, our podcast host, for example, Adam Mazer, say that Jacoby Brissett is fantasy poison. I would counter that with Kareem Hunt because I think what role he'll play. Heath, should fantasy managers be excited about Kareem Hunt with Jacoby Brissett or stay away from this Browns backfield knowing that there's still Nick Chubb in front of him?
I'm not super excited about drafting Kareem Hunt, but I have been drafting Kareem Hunt ahead of Elijah Mitchell. I think you can see the risk and the upside for both, but I don't know that Kareem Hunt's upside if something happens to Nick Chubb is any lower than if Elijah Mitchell happens to stay healthy for 16 games, and I don't really know which one's more likely. So I will take Kareem Hunt over Elijah Mitchell.
All right, Kareem Hunt over Elijah Mitchell. PPR makes a lot of sense knowing what his role is in the passing game. And then we have, we'll see what Jacoby Brissett means for the upcoming campaign for these Browns running backs. Next guy we're talking about here is another receiver we just haven't talked about recently, and that is Terry McLaurin. So the score right now is 1-1. Heath, you just got the most recent victory. So Terry McLaurin, guess the ADP.
I will go at 45.
45 for Terry McLaurin.
I think that's a pretty good guess. And I want to give him a sporting chance. He gave me a sporting chance. I will say 49 for Terry McLaurin.
49 is the closer of the two guesses. His ADP is 56.05. So, you know, I think fantasy managers, again, our ADP combines non-PPR, PPR. He probably goes a little bit higher in full PPR, but in non-PPR, you could probably get him at this spot. Terry McLaurin, we know new quarterback with Carson Wentz, some additional mouths to feed in this offense, but the run game might be a little bit suspect now that there is no Brian Robinson to start the season.
I agree, and that's why I think Washington could become one of these teams, especially early on, that throws the ball a lot. He's clearly their best wide receiver. He's a little bit of a different type of wide receiver than Carson Wentz has gravitated toward over his career. Wentz has loved the perimeter receivers. That's true. McLaurin's that. But it's usually been bigger receivers. You think of Pittman last year. You think of Alshon Jeffrey in Philadelphia. You think about the tight ends in Philadelphia, too. He's leaned on those types of players. But I think McLaurin just has awesome talent, and I think he could still come through with a good season. The only reason why I don't have him even higher in my rankings is because the highest-ranked receiver in PPR points per game from Carson Wentz in a year that he's caught passes from Wentz is 23rd, and it was Alshon Jeffrey a long, long time ago. So I'm trying to draft McLaurin as if he's the 20th wide receiver off the board on draft day.
All right, so hopefully McLaurin does better than what the previous track record is for Carson Wentz, and we'll see if Heath can do better than his previous track record in this game. Heath, you got to catch up here. You're down 2-1. Don't lose again. And the next guy we're talking about is Amon-Ra St. Brown. So, Dave, you're still the leader in the clubhouse right now with the 2-1 lead. What is the ADP for ARSB?
And I've got to put my bias aside on him because he's not one of my absolute favorites. I'm cool with him as a number 3 receiver. I'm going to guess that he's rather popular. I'm going to say 66 for Amon-Ra St. Brown.
66 for Amon-Ra St. Brown. Heath, what do you think?
The only reason I think that might not be too high is because it mixes in the non-PPR drafts. I think if we were just looking at PPR, he's probably going even sooner than that.
True.
Because of those non-PPR drafts, I will go 68.
68. That is closer without going over by a significant margin. His ADP is 95.19. Wow. And so a steal based on what you could be getting. And we know what the situation is, Heath, because last year was amazing to close the year, but a lot of bodies were missing. And there's one big body that's missing this season. That's Jameson Williams to start the year. So where does Amon-Ra St. Brown fit for you? And would you be targeting him or settling for him this year?
Yeah, where I guessed is right about where I'm willing to target him. So that round 5, round 6 range. I would expect the first half of the year he's going to be the team's #1 wide receiver. What's really going to determine the value there, and it's for 3 different guys. It's DeAndre Swift, TJ Hawkinson, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Does this offense look more like what it did in the second half of the season with more wide receiver targets, or with Swift and Hawkinson both healthy, do we see the targets shift back in their direction? I'm starting to lean more towards Amon-Ra St. Brown holding on to those targets. And for that reason, I like him at the 5-6 turn.
All right, so the score is 2-2. Let's see how we're going to play this here. This is the last one we're going to do. And if you get it, I'm going to give you the win because you earned it. If Heath gets it, he just gets bragging rights for tonight. But if you both don't get it, I get the whole prize.
Okay.
All right?
That's great.
No pressure. No pressure.
Well, we can't let you get it, Heath. One of us has to guess 4.
Don't let me get it.
One of us has to guess like 8, and then without going over.
Here we go.
Can't do that.
The ADP, Heath, you're up first. For tight end, Pat Freiermuth.
I know that Dawson Knox is in the round 8, round 9 range. I believe Pat Freiermuth is after Dawson Knox, but not significantly. I will say pick 100.
Pick 100 as a guess. Dave,
I don't think
for the win?
I don't think there's any way it's under 100. So that I'm not going to try and sabotage you. I'm going to go for the win, and I'm going to say 104. 104.
104, final answer?
Final answer.
For the win. Dave has swept ADP.
Yes!
Price is right.
Woo!
Act like you've been here before. There it is. You're hooked up to a microphone. Just watch where you go. All right, Heath. He's going to celebrate. You give the analysis on Pat Freiermuth.
I got this, baby.
I think what I'm supposed to say now is I don't care is what Pete Prisco would say. No. Pat Freiermuth worries me quite a bit just because he was so dependent last year on those touchdowns. Didn't really measure up as a top 12 tight ends in the catch department and the yardage department. And I think we should expect some pretty significant regression in that regard. So I would take Cole Kmet over him. I would take Tyler Higbee over him. I think he's right there in that next group with Irv Smith and Evan Ingram. If you're drafting a tight end from this group, it should be in the double-digit rounds, and you should probably take 2 of them.
Yeah, the hope is that he's not just touchdown dependent. It feels a little weird with Freiermuth to say that Deontay Johnson's still going to be fine. George Pickens going to have this great rookie season. Don't forget about Chase Claypool, and then Freiermuth could still be a top 10 tight end. It's almost the same argument you have about the Bills, that there's just a lot of mouths to feed in this offense. And then on top of that, we're relying on Mitchell Trubisky or Kenny Pickett. So we'll see how Freiermuth goes. I would settle for him as opposed to targeting him. Dave, you back?
Please, King Dave.
King Dave of
King
ADP.
of ADP.
You know, when we first started this,
Price is right.
When we started this Draft-A-Thon, we used to have a stick mic, much like Bob Barker did, and you used to fight with Will Brinson over who would hold.
I wore a
the
tuxedo,
microphone. And you
it
wore
was
a
a lot
tuxedo.
of fun.
So you know, fittingly,
the champ doesn't wear a tuxedo. The champ wears what he wants.
fittingly, champion
For
of
another
ADP. Price
year.
is right.
And but this year I really earned it. Last year it was kind of BS that Heath lost.
Hey.
This year I think it's true. I think I got
the
it.
nice thing is that you get your victory. He still has a chance to get his victory because we're playing Name That Player coming up a little bit later in the show.
I can't beat Heath at that.
With no, but Heath will beat Pete Prisco most likely, unless things have changed in the year 2022.
I got a feeling the dinner that I owe Heath tomorrow just got a lot more expensive.
All right, we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to get into the tiers. Heath is crying. Dave is crying, but for a different reason. Tears of joy. But we'll tell you about the quarterback, tight end, running back, wide receiver tiers next here on FFT. Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. We are a little distracted because the great, the wonderful, the all-powerful Pete Prisco is just yapping away in the other room. He's chomping at the bit to get on this show. But first, we got to do our tiers and give you a little sample size of if you're drafting. We know that you use a rank list, but tiers are very important because it sort of separates players into different categories of when you should be looking at them, and it should be very helpful for you. Dave Richard and Heath Cummings both do a great job with their tiers. You can find them on CBS Sports HQ, and we'll show you them right now. We'll start with the wide receivers. We're going to split them up, so because instead of combining them, be a little bit confusing. Heath gets wide receivers and quarterbacks. Dave gets running backs, no surprise, and tight ends as well. So here are the wide receiver tiers according to Heath Cummings. Got tier 1 with the top 2 guys. A lot of people would say Jamar Chase should be in that tier. As you know, he loves DJ Moore. There you see him in the 2nd tier. The 3rd tier is, I think, where a lot of people get a ton of value, especially if you're able to get Deebo Samuel a little bit later. That's, I think, where we kind of are consensus-wise. A.J. Brown a little bit later for us. Mike Evans is sort of a little bit all over the place. And as you see, Heath is kind of putting the 2 Chargers guys in a similar tier. So no surprise that we have these guys here kind of bunched together a little bit. So, Dave, I'll let you critique it because you do your own wide receiver tiers.
Sure.
What would you change if you're looking at Heath's tier?
I would put Jamar Chase in tier 1. Let's just start there. I think he's almost a perfect wide receiver for fantasy. He is a perfect wide receiver for the NFL. The one thing that keeps me from moving Chase ahead of Justin Jefferson is that Cincinnati schedule. It's one of the toughest in the league. Vikings have it much better. I
want to stay there because, Heath, we didn't really talk about this, but T. Higgins has been dealing with his shoulder injury and was not at practice again today. If he is going to miss any time, would you bump Jamar Chase into tier 1?
Absolutely. It's partially a T. Higgins problem, but it's not entirely a T. Higgins problem. This Bengals offense has also been pretty slow and run heavy considering the weapons they have. So I'm just not as confident with Cooper Kupp and Justin Jefferson. I think they're getting 160, 170 plus targets. It's hard for me to get Chase over that 140 hurdle.
And again, we talked about this earlier about Heath having DJ Moore as a breakout, and no surprise he has him ahead of a lot of guys that you're not going to get him drafted ahead of. But Heath, just touch on Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, A.J. Brown, the 3 prominent guys that have switched teams this offseason. How good can they be, or are you concerned about them with their new quarterbacks?
I think we're going to find out a lot, both between those guys and the quarterbacks they left and what they do without them. But the one I'm most confident in is Devontae Adams, just because of that relationship he already had with Derek Carr. Derek Carr's the steadiest passing quarterback of the 3. I mean, there's other guys you might argue has more upside, but we know what Carr does as a pocket passer. The one I'm most concerned about has to be A.J. Brown, and it's not just Jalen Hurts. I mean, you have to be a little bit worried about the total pass volume there in Philadelphia, and then Brown's inability to stay healthy so far in his career.
All right, so hopefully the quarterbacks continue to make these receivers great because they've been great for fantasy, certainly Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams. Then we get to tiers 4, 5, and 6, and this is where, again, you're hopefully getting great value, certainly in tier 4 and tier 5. Guys that are going in the round 4 and round 5 range. We already told you that, how much Dave loves Courtland Sutton, but Dave, you didn't necessarily tell fantasy managers about Jerry Jeudy. So can Jeudy have a similar type of impact at a lesser price than what Courtland Sutton's going to do?
He's going to need to match Courtland Sutton in terms of targets, and he's going to need some amazing breakaway plays. Now, he's got the speed factor over Courtland Sutton locked down. He's also, and Sutton's a good route runner. Jeudy's even better. The problem with Jude is that he's never seemed to get on the same page as his quarterbacks. That being said, he's had sucky quarterbacks. Now he's got a good one in Russell Wilson. If he plays the Tyler Lockett role from the slot, it's kind of a combo of the best of both worlds from Russell Wilson's history. Remember, Russ kind of broke out with Doug Baldwin playing in the slot, and then Tyler Lockett was making those second reaction plays, making improvisational plays, the plays that you see on highlight reels and in commercials. Can Jeudy be that guy? If you had asked me 2 years ago, I would have said absolutely. 2 years into his career, I'd say, nah, not really. But if he does prove me wrong now, then he's going to have an amazing fantasy year, be better than Courtland Sutton.
All right, so hopefully things work out great for Jeudy in his 3rd season. And you see a lot of, quality players here, just, again, great values in that tier 6 range. I live in that range. Rashad Bateman, Gabriel Davis, Alan Lazard. I know Heath's down on a couple of those guys, but fantastic values there for a lot of those guys. All right, let's go now from the wide receivers to the tight ends. And, Dave's got this group here. So no surprise with the guys at the top when you talk about Travis Kelce and Mark Andrews. And you can debate if Kyle Pitts belongs in that first tier as well. So let's show you what Dave's tiers look like here on for the upcoming season. Dave, when you talk about Kyle Pitts, because he's kind of the one that I think a lot of people are still a little bit uncertain about, because last year, great numbers, set the rookie record for receiving yards at tight end. but clearly only scored 1 touchdown. So as the #1 guy for a quarterback downgrade, because I think going from Matt Ryan to Marcus Mariota's downgrade, can Kyle Pitts now ascend to the heights I think a lot of people hope for as a rookie?
I think he'll be close to what he did in his rookie year. I don't think he gets to 1,000 yards. I've landed on that. I think Mariota won't be asked to throw as much, and even if he does, I think Drake London takes a nice target share there, and there might be some others that make an impact in the pass-catching game for Atlanta. But I'm worried about the volume. That being said, he's going to score more than 1 touchdown. He might only have 6. That's pretty good for a tight end if that tight end gets you 850 yards on top of it. That's why he's in a separate tier. And if you love tight end, you want to have a tight end on your squad, you want that premium position, focus on tier 1 and tier 2. Do not get yourself into tier 3. Those are the 3 difference makers: Kelsey, Andrews, Pitts.
Yeah, I think you might disagree with that, though, right? Tier 3 is, I think, where a lot of people, and fall victim to it as well over the last couple of seasons. But this group of guys, and you can debate maybe Darren Waller should be out of this group because now that he's got his contract situation maybe heading in the right direction, miraculously his hamstring was fine that he got a new agent. But more the group of Schultz, Goddard, Kittle, and Hawkinson, is that group scary to you, or is that group something that you're targeting?
I think Goddard's really the only one in that group that I've targeted, and it's mostly, for most of the year, it's been because he goes last from the group. I think that's an area where a lot of people have gotten in trouble over the last few years, is choosing those tight end 6 through tight end 8 range type guys who just don't end up being worth what they cost. So if you can find one of those guys in the round 6, round 7 range, I'm feeling pretty good about it. I'm not up for going into round 4 or round 5. I would bump Waller up a tier. I'd probably move Hawkinson down a tier, but as a general rule, I'm drafting Kelsey, I'm drafting Andrews, or I'm waiting until late.
All right, you hear us say a lot on our show, certainly on our podcast, great or late. This is more along the lines of great. You got to feel pretty good when you get these guys, certainly the guys in tier 1 and tier 2. Here's late. This is what you're dealing with if you're waiting on tight end. So Cole Kmet has been a favorite of mine. I know for you, Dave, as well. Heath, I know you talk about him a lot. To me, I almost think he belongs in a tier by himself, maybe with Zach Ertz. Freiermuth, I think, belongs more in tier 5 because I think he's more of the, can you trust him? Is he touchdown dependent? Will he get the targets that you look for? But this group in tier 5 is a little scary and intimidating if you have to start your team with one of these guys. So, Dave, is Dawson Knox just your favorite because he's at the top, or is that just, the way that it worked out?
You know what happened today? I did my last bit of research on David Njoku, and I saw some stats that blew my mind. His target share, expected target share, the Browns' tight end target share over Kevin Stefanski's 2 years as play caller, and where Jacoby Brissett goes for the football. You can read about it right now in my Deep Sleepers column on CBSSports.com. I moved Njoku up. He's ahead of Dawson Knox. And it would not surprise me if I moved him in full PPR ahead of Zach Ertz. I'm getting really nervous about Zach Ertz. But these are the guys that you're waiting until round 10 to get anyway. So if we're playing the great or late game, late means I'm streaming tight end to begin the season. I'm looking to get someone who I hope can catch lightning in a bottle. Kmet absolutely qualifies. I think Freiermuth does too. And honestly, Ertz is good because there's no DeAndre Hopkins for the first 6 weeks. But now he's banged up and he might not play in week 1. That would mean Njoku goes over him. Njoku's got a great 2-game stretch to begin the season against the Panthers and the Jets. Wouldn't surprise me if he's going to be one of the hot waiver wire names after week 1. Get him on your team now.
I think it's interesting to compare Knox and Freiermuth to Njoku in formats because PPR, I think he's got an edge over those guys, but he's not going to score as many touchdowns as those other guys because based on what we've seen, and this Browns offense could be really bad with Jacoby Brissett. So I think you got to take format kind of matters here when you look at Njoku versus somebody like Dawson Knox and the touchdown opportunity based on what we saw a year ago. All right, let's go now from the tight ends to the running backs as we take a look here at the guys that certainly matter and matter in a big way for fantasy managers. So you see the guys in tier 1, and I think the one that might stand out to people, A, is where Christian McCaffrey is placed, and again, Dave is doing it by his rankings, and B, is Derrick Henry still a tier 1 guy? Dave, you're probably the most bullish fantasy analyst, on Derrick Henry, because most people are saying, is he even still a round 1 pick? You have him still as the 2nd player overall, and that's PPR.
It is, because I think he can't lose sight of the fact that his upside is 2,000 total yards and 17 touchdowns. We can say the same thing about Christian McCaffrey, but McCaffrey's missed 23 games with 5 separate injuries over the last 2 years. Henry missed half a season with a broken bone in his foot. It's not even a soft tissue injury. He's already come back from it, and he's enjoying the fact this offseason that he didn't have his normal normal workload. He's not coming off of a 420 touch year. It's only about 270 touches. I think he eats in Tennessee. And I know that offensive line isn't as good. Offensive line being great has never been a problem for Derrick Henry before. He's just going to stiff arm dudes and rumble his way. If you want fantasy points through yardage and touchdowns, it's a no-brainer. It's Derrick Henry.
Heath, for somebody that's drafting this weekend and hasn't been paying attention, they might have a debate over who's the #1 overall pick, and I think we should address that. So Jonathan Taylor versus Christian McCaffrey, that's the debate most fantasy managers have. Which direction are you going in the format? Please determine which guy should go first.
Yeah, non-PPR, it's going to be Jonathan Taylor for me. And anywhere where catches count, I'm going to lean towards Christian McCaffrey. And this is a change that I made through the middle of the offseason. There were a couple of things that caused it, but mostly it was I was trying to explain to someone why I would take Jonathan Taylor over Christian McCaffrey, and I sounded scared. Because the truth is, if you're just talking about upside, if you're talking about what will happen if these guys all play 17 games, we should expect Christian McCaffrey to be about 20% better than any other running back. In fact, if you look at the last 5 seasons, Jonathan Taylor's #1 season last year ranks 12th, behind a couple of McCaffrey seasons, behind Henry, behind an Alvin Kamara season. So I'm taking McCaffrey first because his upside is so much higher, and I don't want to draft a running back with the first overall pick because I think he's safer.
And again, it's a matter of your risk versus reward. McCaffrey's only played 10 games the last 2 seasons, but if he does play anything close to a full season, he will be the best running back in fantasy. I have no doubt saying that will be the case. So you just have to understand taking him versus not taking him. All right, we get to tier 3, 4, and 5. I just wanted to mention one thing. You see Alvin Kamara still in the top tier of guys. There's still some questions about won't he be suspended following what happened to him at the Pro Bowl. As of now, we're going with the assumption he's not going to be suspended based on how the case has told us and what everybody who analyzes this from a legal perspective has sort of indicated to us. We do not expect him to be suspended in the 2022 campaign. All right, this is a fun tier. You get to the guys that still have a ton of upside. Nick Chubb, assuming format matters here, better in non-PPR than PPR.
Yep, these are PPR tiers.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, for Nick Chubb's perspective, he would be probably in tier 2, or excuse me, in a higher tier if there was a non-PPR league. But we get to some of the fun names here, and I think, the ones that fantasy managers will be curious about: Travis Etienne, A.J. Dillon, and Damian Pierce. And so, Dave, makes sense of those 3 guys in particular. You can throw Breece Hall in there also.
So with Breece Hall, I think that there's just upside, and you got to be patient with him to get it. And you probably have to be the same way with A.J. Dillon. Etienne's got upside that can hit right away in PPR leagues because he's going to catch a lot of passes. There's so much excitement for Damian Pierce right now that people are taking him as a top 40 pick. I just want to remind everybody, he's a running back who wasn't a day 2 pick on the Houston Texans offense. He's going to be good. I just don't know if he's going to be top 40 overall good. So I might let other people take him that early in drafts. I like getting him in round 5, maybe even toward the middle or the end of round 5. And I'm just not going to get him because so many other people are excited to have him on their team.
I'm one of those. I do think that he has the opportunity to finish that way. I don't think you should draft him that way, but I would not be surprised if he is a top 15 running back this season based on his opportunity and his role for the Texans. Let's show you the quarterback tiers. And again, I know we're kind of rushing through this quickly, but we want to just give you a sample size of what the tiers look like. You can see the full tiers for Dave and for Heath on CBSSports.com. So the quarterback one is interesting because I think some people would say Josh Allen belongs in a tier by himself, but you got Allen, Herbert, Mahomes, and Jackson. These are Heath's tiers. Hurts, Brady, and Murray lumped together, and then Wilson, Burrow, and Prescott lumped together. So Heath, a lot of fantasy managers say, when do I take a quarterback? So which tier would you target if you are targeting quarterback this season?
I spend a lot more time in tier 2 just because the difference in ADP between those first 4 and Jalen Hurts is bigger than my tier break. I'm pretty happy if I can get Hurts in round 6. At the same time, I would take Allen, Herbert, Mahomes, Jackson in most leagues in round 4 or 5. So if they're there for you, I'm okay with that. And then Tom Brady falls to round 8, round 9 sometimes. On several sites, he's not even being drafted as a top 10 quarterback. And he's pretty firmly my number 6. So tier 2 is where I live most of the time.
And the one name that you don't see there is Trey Lance. I would put him in tier 3 with those other guys. I think you have the opportunity to draft somebody who could be a league winner, certainly based on his cost, going right around pick 98 overall. I think he's got the opportunity, based on how much he'll run, to be one of the best fantasy quarterbacks this season, and certainly based on his price. There's your tiers. Again, check them out on our site, CBSSports.com. But coming up next, we have the game you've been waiting for, the man you've been waiting for, Pete Prisco. He's been all over the place, the Hall of Fame, and now he's going to give you a Hall of Fame game. Name that player next year on Fantasy Football Today.
Not well.
Welcome back to the Fantasy Football Today Draft-A-Thon presented by Snickers. Oh, I've been waiting a long time for this. There's the scoreboard. And not good for Pete Prisco. Wonderful for Heath Cummings, who has just absolutely dominated this game. Now, to be fair, when Pete wins, which as you see is rare, he makes it seem as if he just won the Super Bowl, like he's in the Hall of Fame. However, when he doesn't win, he takes a very nonchalant approach to this. So we're going to find out how the night goes. This is Pete's.
Wait a second. I take a nonchalant approach to it whether I win or lose.
No.
Yes, I do.
You give Heath such a hard time when he loses. You okay?
Because he cares.
Are you going to be all right?
He cares so much.
Just to, I know you were in the back, so you haven't been paying attention. He lost miserably this season so far in ADP Price is Right, which is a game we play about average draft position. Dave beat him 3-0. So he's coming in as a loser now.
Wow.
But we know how he's going to leave this game. He's going to leave it.
So he is a loser.
I have never been so happy to see you, Pete.
Well, hey, let me tell you, Heath, you will win, and so get happy already because you're going to win.
All right, here we go. Let's get started. The way that we play this game is I give clues on a player. They get to chime in and
Are the
see
answers
who's
on
going to
my
hit.
paper over here?
No bell for Heath, so Heath's just going to have to say
Just say my name.
me,
I'll just say
Heath,
my name.
whatever. All right, just say your name. All right, here we go. Quarterback A. Clue number 1. In a different world, he would be playing a game right now. Clue number 2.
Heath.
Go ahead.
Kyler Murray.
Very well done. Very well done. What game would he be playing right now?
Baseball.
Baseball. That is correct. Right out of the gate, the champion shows you why he's the champion. Kyler Murray. So Heath, we haven't talked about Kyler Murray in a while. Where should he be drafted among quarterbacks? Top 5 or in that next group?
I think right in that next group is a perfect spot. He's probably the last guy that I could reasonably see finishing as QB1 without any help, without anybody getting hurt. If everything goes right for him, if DeAndre Hopkins comes back after 6 weeks and is DeAndre Hopkins again, Marquise Brown stays healthy, Zach Ertz, if he's got all his weapons and everything goes right, he could be the best quarterback in fantasy.
I mean, all you have to do is look at those fantasy rankings for quarterbacks to realize the difference between quarterbacking and fantasy quarterbacking. It's not the same.
Well, obviously.
I mean, you got Jalen Hurts ahead of Tom Brady.
There's no Aaron Rodgers on that list.
That's amazing in itself.
About points, buddy.
I know what it's about, but come on, you got to admit it's a little weird.
It's not weird. It's the way that the game is played.
So we need to amend the fantasy game then.
There are certainly leagues that do that. You know what? You're going to be a fantasy commissioner. You're going to set up your own league.
Okay.
And we'll call it the Pete Prisco Invitational. We'll invite the world. You'll manage it. You'll send out emails to everybody.
Everybody's in.
Yep. I'm sure it'll be great to see you organize that one. All right, let's go now to the running back here. Running back A. Clue number 1. He has a new coach this season. Clue number 2. He is the best running back out of 3 teams based in the same state. And clue number 3.
Fantasy football fans, what's up? Welcome. It is the 5th annual CBS Sports Draft-A-Thon. Get ready for 4.5 more hours of fantasy football talk with the best minds in the industry. And me, I am Adam Azer. I will be your host for the next 4.5 hours, live until midnight Eastern. No commercial breaks, no bathroom breaks, not committing to that. We're going to do a draft with our audience throughout the night. We're going to give you 2 audience teams. You're going to be able to make some picks. We're going to be talking about our favorite sports movies and off-topic things like that. We're going to be having a lot of fun tonight. We're going to be answering your questions. And most importantly, why are we here tonight? We are raising money for St. Jude. We've already raised a lot. Let's raise even more. What an amazing charity that we've been able to be associated with, to partner with for this incredible event. 5 years running now. We've really accomplished some great things. We want you to be a part of it. So keep hitting that donate button. And there are also plenty of great items to bid on throughout the night, which I'll tell you about. Now, I told you about the best sports minds in the industry, so let's bring a few of them on. Let's start with our boy, Ben Gretsch, former CBS guy, now stealing signals. Ben Gretsch, you had to raise some money tonight.
I am. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me. I heard we're doing our boldest calls, so I brought some spicy stuff.
You are doing your boldest calls, yes, and we're going to critique all of your boldest calls. All right, we got 2 more guys joining us right now. Let's bring on Keith Irizarry. Keith, welcome to the show, Keith. First time you and I are working together, so very nice to be working with you. And how is the view from the Empire State Building behind you? That is very nice.
It's nice, right? I'm not going to give any secrets away, but yeah, this can change to other things also. Shh, don't tell anybody.
You're a mobile guy. Well, Keith, you and our next guest, Jeff Ratcliffe, let's bring Jeff on right now, are part of the That Other pregame show on CBS Sports Network. And you're part of this pregame show as we're kicking off our portion of the Draft-A-Thon, as Jamie, Dave, and Heath have been killing it over on CBS Sports HQ. Jeff Ratcliffe, welcome. How are you?
I meant to have the Chrysler building behind me, but all I have is a luchador mask, a couple trophies, and maybe some diplomas, because I'm still paying student loans, so I got that going for me.
All right, guys. Listen, I want to thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. We're going to do some amazing things. If you're watching on YouTube, you can hit that button right at the top of the chat, and you can donate. And we've got a great audience here already, 600 people to start the show. And please hit the like button. Let's get this thing trending, and let's get as many people as we can in here. So I'm going to ask you guys about the most polarizing players in fantasy football this year and get your thoughts on them. So why don't we start with Dameon Pierce? We did a little poll today, Dameon Pierce versus Breece Hall, and Dameon Pierce, with over 1,000 votes as of this morning, was beating Breece Hall 55% to 45%. Jeff, I'm going to go to you first. Where are you on Dameon Pierce? When would you draft him?
These are weird times, Adam. I felt like for 3.5, 4 months, going back to early April before the NFL draft, I was screaming into the void, know about this guy, Dameon Pierce. He was electric at the college level, comically misused by that coaching staff last year, by the way. And he was a guy who stepped into a depth chart that was paper thin. Yet for some unknown reason, people wanted to believe in Marlon Mack. Like, Marlon Mack is the tooth fairy of fantasy football. He is the ultimate PG-13 guy that we really hope is going to make it, but he never did. And obviously, that didn't work out so well. So what happened is now all of a sudden, I went from being entirely too high on him to now I'm too low. And what happened for me is I never changed. I have a 7th round grade on this guy all along. He is still on a very bad offense. Let's be clear. This could be one of the worst teams in the NFL. They could be picking 1st overall next year. So my advice for people just in general, if you still have a draft to come, you don't have to get every single player in the draft. You don't have to get Dameon Pierce in the 4th or 5th round. Dameon Pierce ahead of Breece Hall. I don't care what Rich Cimini said about Michael Carter. That's crazy. And I feel like I'm losing my mind. I feel like everybody's trolling me this entire time. Is that what's happening now?
You know what? I hope they are, because I like you being trolled. If that was you being trolled, that was a lot of fun. Keith, Breece Hall or Dameon Pierce, and would you consider Dameon Pierce in, let's say, the 5th round of a 12-team league, so somewhere between 49 to 60?
Before I even answer that, do you see how lucky I am that for 7 years I've worked with Jeff on Tops? The analogies that he gives are, like, bar none. They're awesome. He has me chuckling every Sunday, and then also he's giving out good information. I would consider Dameon Pierce in the 5th or the 6th round, potentially, depending on what kind of league you're in, right? If you're in a deep league, you're going to go for him. We did the same thing on Better Sports Network this morning. Breece Hall or Dameon Pierce, and everyone is all in on Dameon Pierce. And again, it's like the shiny new toy that people didn't realize, except if you were actually doing your prep all offseason. Breece Hall is still the answer. Breece Hall has a better offensive line in front of him, almost a top 15, probably top 17 offensive line, better weapons around on that team. It's a bit, I know it's shocking to say, but the Jets are actually a better team than someone else, and that is the Texans. Texans have one of the 2 or 3 worst offensive lines in football. With that being said, Dameon Pierce, from a fantasy standpoint, will probably put up some pretty good points.
Okay, Ben Gretsch, what do you got? Which rookie running back?
I mean, it's Hall, and it's not even particularly close for me. I would be someone who was maybe a little bit lower on Pierce coming in. He doesn't have the tested athleticism. He graded particularly really well and looks evasive, and he looked evasive in the preseason. But there's a difference between evasiveness and explosiveness, and you want that ability to break off huge plays. My concern with Pierce is that we didn't see a lot of production at the college level. Jeff talks about how they've really misused him in Florida. Breece Hall, we got a lot of work. We got a 3-down workload. We got everything we needed. Then we got tested athleticism, size, speed, everything you need in a prospect profile out of Breece Hall. Looked like a fantastic prospect. Lands with good draft capital. Dameon Pierce, obviously, day 3 pick. I like Dameon Pierce. He looked awesome in the preseason. I mean, he's been fun. As these guys said, in the Houston Texans offense, like it's pretty tough. And the way that he was misused is a problem for me as well, because we tend to see that being a workhorse is sort of a skill. That when guys come kind of out of nowhere as day 3 picks, the Alfred Morrises of the world, they were workhorses in college typically. Pierce was not. I'm a little bit concerned about him scaling up from a career high of 106 rush attempts in any of his 4 college seasons to suddenly being a 250-touch guy in a longer NFL season. So I'm pretty out on him, even though Marlon Mack's not there. You got Rex Burkhead still there. You got other guys still there. I think he's going way too high.
Yeah, I don't want to be out on Dameon Pierce, but I am out on him if he's going in the 4th or the 5th round.
Yeah.
How about Trey Lance, especially now with the Garoppolo news? We'll go in reverse order here. Trey Lance, I drafted a lot of Trey Lance, Ben, and this doesn't change. The Garoppolo thing doesn't change anything, because I always said, if you're going to draft Trey Lance, you got to draft a high-end backup. You got to pair him with Matthew Stafford or Derek Carr, Aaron Rodgers, or something like that, because there is obviously a lot of downside, but he played as a quarterback for about 2.5 games last year, half of 1 game and 2 starts. And he was on pace for 1,100 rushing yards. And I don't even think that's unrealistic for Trey Lance if he can play a full season here. So I'm in on Trey Lance. Are you in or are you out, Ben Gretsch?
Very much in. The way, I mean, very small drop back sample, but the way his scramble rate and design run rates looked on that very small sample was basically Lamar Jackson-esque. And I don't think we talk about the different ranges of rushing production, but Jackson is clearly kind of in a tier of his own in terms of what he can do. He's had 2,000-yard seasons already, only the 2nd quarterback in NFL history to do that. Can add more fantasy points as a rusher than Kyler Murray or Josh Allen or any other quarterback that does add a lot. Those other mobile QBs. Lance looks like the first guy that, if they do run him as much as they did sort of in that small sample last year, as you talked about, that he was on pace for 1,100 rushing yards, he could run for 1,000 yards. He could be in the Lamar Jackson group. And at that point, all you really need is some passing efficiency, right? You don't need a ton. You're probably already a locked-in top 10 quarterback. In this offense, Kyle Shanahan designs short passes, getting the ball into his playmaker's hands for yards after the catch ability. Lance kind of a little bit too much velocity on a lot of those short passes that we see, but I think the offense will help his passing, and so then you just have this whole package where if Debo and Kittle are making plays after the catch with his rushing ability, I mean, he's gonna be a good fantasy quarterback.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I was pretty scared. Having a lot of a lot of Trey Lance. I was pretty scared after that 3rd preseason game. He looked terrible, but he doesn't have to be a good quarterback to be a great fantasy quarterback. Keith, Trey Lance or Dak Prescott?
Ooh, that's a good one. Because I was about to piggyback what you said there. He doesn't have to be a great, NFL quarterback to be a great fantasy quarterback. I think I will go with the upside of the runner in Trey Lance and trust the fact that the Niners offense is going to put him in the right spot. Let's assume he stays healthy here and he can dump it out to Kittle, like you said. He can get the ball into the hands of Deebo Samuel. And I think he will. Like, if Jalen Hurts is going to run for 700 yards, I think that you got to expect that Trey Lance is going to be around 900 rushing yards, if not get close to 1,000. So I would slightly go Trey Lance, even though Dak Prescott is the better, in quotes, quarterback.
Okay, Jeff, Trey Lance or Russell Wilson?
Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
And Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott did have 37 touchdowns in a disappointing year last year. So I think that here's the thing with Trey Lance. Trey Lance can be Jalen Hurts from last year. Jalen Hurts had 16 passing touchdowns and was widely a top 10, regardless of your scoring format, even your 6-point passing touchdown leagues.
Oh, you don't like 6-point? You're a 4-point guy?
Well, I don't care. I mean, honestly, I don't care. My whole advice to everybody is play fantasy football. I don't care if it's a kicker-only league. Just play fantasy football. There's no right or wrong way to play. The beauty to this game that we all play and we get to play and we're lucky enough to play is that it's customizable to each one of our leagues' wants and needs and desires. So 4-point, 6-point, whatever. But the back to Trey Lance – and back to the original question, are we worried about Jimmy Garoppolo? Kyle Shanahan came out right after this and said, this was a no-brainer for us. They have a backup quarterback who is a starting caliber guy. They're paying him $6 million guaranteed. His incentives for dressing will take him up to about $7 million. It's about $500,000 he can get just for dressing. And then ultimately, sure, if he plays and he wins and all of that, there's more incentives. But it's pricey for a backup. It's not what they were slated to pay him. And it's great. Trey Lance has a long leash, though. They now have 3 years to evaluate whether or not to give him a 5th-year option. And I think they're going to take all 3 of those years. Here's the question we have to ask ourselves. If Daniel Jones got 3 years, shouldn't Trey Lance get those 3 years?
Why did you have to do that? Come on, man. I'm on for another 4.5 hours. I don't need Daniel Jones in the first half hour of the show. He definitely deserves some time. All right, I got to talk to you guys about the most polarizing analyst in the fantasy industry. Are you in or are you out on Dave Richard? This guy, we're out, right? I mean, come on, we're out. Dave Richard is in tonight. What's up, Dave?
The most polarizing analyst in the injury? That's what you're going to lead me in with? Okay.
This is a segue.
That's weird. I don't know if that's really the
kind
truth.
Kind of weird, he says.
It's weird, yeah.
I think the background of Adam's draft board there shows that you drafted all running backs the entire draft. That might make
not true. I never draft running backs until round 13. My preference is the league that Jeff talked about, all kickers all the time. Give me all the Daniel Carlson and Harrison Butker you can give me. That's what really floats my boat, because I was going to say something way worse than float my boat, and I don't want to get us kicked off YouTube before the Draft-A-Thon kicks into high gear. But it is an honor to share the video with Keith, with Jeff, with Ben. Azer, I'm on every video with you. It's not an honor at all. Actually, it's a pain in the ass. And it's awesome that we can all get together, do this for St. Jude, do this for all the fantasy managers out there looking to get an edge. Let's give them that edge. Let's help people crush their drafts and win their leagues.
Can I tell you something I'm not going to share with you, Dave?
Yeah, please tell me something you're not going to share with me.
My Snickers. All right.
I've had enough in my life. It's okay. My doctor thanks you.
You're very welcome. Want to thank Snickers for helping present this Draft-A-Thon as well. I have 48. Well, I already ate one. I have 47 Snickers in the room with me. So that hopefully will last me through Halloween. But thank you very much to Snickers. Also, Trophy Smack. I'm going to be showing some of the stuff we got from Trophy Smack. All right, time flies, right? So I'm going to have to scrap some of the polarizing players. I want to hear Ben Gretch's boldest calls. And I want Keith and Jeff and Dave to react. So, Ben, give me some of your boldest calls for 2022.
Kyle Pitts becomes the third tight end in the last 4 years to go for over 1,300 yards.
I don't have a problem with that.
I got a big problem with
it. How many touchdowns does he score?
That's a better question. I have a problem with that.
If he has 1,300 total, if he has 1,300 yards, he could score one touchdown again, and I'd be happy. But I don't know if he's getting to 1,000, Ben. He's great, but Mariota is the quarterback and Ritter behind him. You're talking about a quarterback.
I started at 1,510. I had to bring this down a little bit because
I don't know if you've brought it down enough. And I love you, and I think I mean I have to kind of second guess myself on this because you're usually on target with this stuff. But watching Mariota play live was a reminder that he loves to take off. He did it in a preseason game 3 times on one drive. 12-play drive, 3 times he started running. He ran for a touchdown on the drive. They're telling him, dude, it's a preseason game. Stop running. Don't get yourself crushed. He's still doing it. And when it's a regular season game, Arthur Smith's like, I have complete trust in him to make that move. So I'm worried that that's going to cut into the volume of passing that he does. And he never got into a ton of passing when he was in Tennessee. I'm worried about the output, the available targets. I think London's good. Pitts is going to lead the way in targets. But how many catches is he going to get or going to need to get 1,300 yards? It's got to be close to 100.
4-yard catch that was underthrown and could have been a 70-yard TD, because all he's going to need is like 20 of those, and then he's got 1,300 yards easy.
The math would be what, 75 yards a game?
Yeah.
So we're going to get more than one of those a week.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
That's what we're looking for. Yeah, he only needs to catch
and
12
also,
balls.
I mean, the elephant in the room, this team is also not a particularly good team on paper. So if you're a team like this, if you're looking at a potential top pick, top 10, let's say even top 5 after, say, halfway through the season, you're going to put the rookie in there. You're going to get a long look at Desmond Ridder to figure out, is he something, or do we need to address the position going forward? And I don't know how well that bodes for him, because I don't think we're going to see a Justin Herbert like rookie season out of Desmond Ridder. And I like him, but he was a 3rd-round pick for a reason. Don't get me wrong. I love me some Kyle Pitts. Heck, I used to coach at Archbishop Wood High School where he went, and that is not a joke. Not at the same time as him, but and not football. So
you're not taking credit for him.
But I mean, I 1,300 yards. I'm at 993 right now in projections at ftnfantasy.com. And I mean, I thought I was relatively bullish.
Oh, well, if Delaney Walker can average 72.5 yards per game with Marcus Mariota as his quarterback, Ben Gretsch, Kyle Pitts can do it too. Let's go. All right, give me bold prediction, bold call number 2.
Saquon Barkley finishes the top 3 running back.
In which week?
The entire season.
I think Adam just lost consciousness for 5 seconds.
That was great. That totally brought me back from that Daniel Jones low moment. That was great.
Yeah, Brian Dable's offense. Look, I didn't even defend the Pitts one. You guys took it down. So let me defend the Saquon one first. Brian Dable's offense are going to throw more with intent on early downs. They're probably going to trail late because, as Azer knows, his team's not very good. They're going to throw plenty. Whenever Saquon's been healthy, he's had about a 20% target share. He's going to catch like 80 balls this year. He looks super motivated. He sounds super motivated. He's incredibly explosive. I think the passing on early downs and in non-obvious situations is going to force defenses to play more nickel and dime against them. It's going to reduce the box sizes. It's going to make Saquon be able to run more efficiently as the Giants intelligently, like a lot of modern offenses, use the pass to set up the run. I think we're going to see more explosive plays out of Saquon this year. He's obviously going to be their goal line back. He's going to be their workhorse as long as he stays healthy, obviously. That's the big question. But I think we could see a very big Saquon Barkley year this year.
All right, Keith, what do you think?
I can't buy into him staying healthy, and I want him to, and I think he's good for football. And you're right, he looks great. He looks the part. He looks explosive. I'm sure he'd be a great guy to go to the gym and deadlift with. But I don't necessarily trust him to stay healthy. What was your number? Was what? What was he going to end up at? Top 3?
I just said top 3. Yeah, top 3 running back.
Nah, I can't put him top 3. No.
What about in a world where everybody plays 17 games? Will he be top 3 in that scenario? Will he basically be top 3?
He's better than Eckler, Taylor, and McCaffrey if everyone's playing 17 games?
I mean, I could see it. I could see it because I think he's going to catch a ton of passes. I think if he plays 17 games, I think we're talking about a 70-catch guy. There were only 6 running backs or 5 who caught 50 balls last year, so that would really stand out. I'd say top 5. I don't know about top 3, but that's my question to you. For those of you who are not buying it, if I guaranteed you, no, there are no injuries in fantasy football this year, that would be fun. Does Saquon Barkley make the top 5 at the position?
Well, I can guarantee that no team defense will get hurt this year. They will all play every single game. So we got that going for us. But as far as Saquon Barkley is concerned, there is a quantifiable difference between him and Christian McCaffrey, both of whom have been oft injured over the last 2 seasons. But when McCaffrey has been on the field, he has been absolutely elite every time. Saquon Barkley, not the same case. And if we're arguing that we're going to set up the run game with the passing game, who are we throwing to? Because we're not apparently throwing to Kenny Golladay whatsoever. Is Kadarius Toney going to stay healthy throughout the course of the season? There's another issue there. I love Wan'Dale Robinson. Wan'Dale Robinson does not have NFL size to sustain more than a few gadget plays during the course of a game throughout the season. I don't know where it comes from. Or is Daniel Bellinger going to just rack up the target? I'm just not sure where
you
that
haven't
all
named
happens.
him yet, Jeff. You haven't named him, and this guy's a sleeper this year.
You're talking Sterling Shepard? I don't know.
That's the one.
I mean, another guy who we need to stay healthy.
Sure.
I guess my biggest question here, though, is why the dramatic pendulum swing from post-Super Bowl best ball, where nobody wanted Saquon Barkley, to now all of a sudden Saquon Barkley's going as a top 10 running back, and dare I say on some boards, a first-round pick. What happened? What changed from that mindset last year to this mindset now? I can't, for the life of me, come up with an answer.
I had him that high all along. All offseason, he was a back-to-back 20, I think it's like 23-point player before he rolled his ankle. He played hurt late last year, but obviously as a rookie was elite the whole year. As a second-year player down the stretch was absolutely elite when he got healthy. He's played hurt at times. But to your point about McCaffrey, I mean, I'm not arguing he's Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey is the reincarnation of Marshall Faulk. From a fantasy perspective, there's no one like him. There's no comparison. That's just an unfair comparison. But Saquon Barkley, when healthy, has played at a pretty elite level, and he's played through some nagging injuries at times. We're a couple years removed from his best football, certainly, but I think he's that good.
Okay. All right, Gretchy. Number 3.
Number 3? All
Gretchy?
right. Albert Okwuegbunam is a top 5 tight end. Woo! There were a lot of people freaking out about him playing in the fourth quarter of the second preseason game a couple weeks ago. He got a target in all 4 of those games. The team said he needed extra reps. They gave him extra reps. They sat him in the third preseason game. In that game, he lined up outside and got vertical passes down the sideline multiple times. He caught one out of bounds for what would have been a touchdown. The throw kind of led him out of bounds. He also mossed a dude at the beginning of the fourth quarter. Looked good. Looked like a potential replacement for Tim Patrick as the other outside weapon in this passing game. They've now put Greg Dulcich on IR. He's incredibly big and fast and athletic. He also has been incredibly good per route so far in a very small route sample, but in terms of things like targets per route run, yards per route run, he looks now, since that preseason week 2 hysteria over him playing into the fourth quarter, everything has went his way with Dulcich going on IR and everything else. He looks now like a pretty clear part of their passing game. And with his size, speed, athleticism, he looks like the best mid-round tight end option to me.
Keith.
Keith. They said Heath. I was like, he's not on.
Yes.
Listen, big guy, very talented in an offense that maybe they'll get him the ball. I don't get too excited about tight ends. I just can't, unless you're one of the 2 or 3 top guys like Kyle Pitts. I don't get that excited.
Jeff, I'll give you a stat. Tell me if Alberto could be this guy. Over the last 4 seasons, 50% of the tight ends who have finished in the top 5 in PPR have been drafted in round 12 or later. Could that be Alberto?
Can we start calling him Allo? Is that all right? Are we good with that? I don't know. Here's why that happens. Tight end production in fantasy football, unless you walk amongst the gods of the big 3, right? If you're Travis Kelce forever, if you're Mark Andrews, especially last year, but generally over the course of his career, and it looks like now Kyle Pitts, where you see crazy volume, you're good. Otherwise, your production hinges on touchdowns. That's what it hinges on. So there are going to be weeks like if Alberto goes out and he has 8 touchdowns, guess what? He's going to be viable for fantasy purposes in 8 weeks. And the other 8 or 9, if you go all the way through the entire season, all those games, people are going to be pulling their hair out saying, he's just not getting it done for me. And all the stuff that the angry fantasy people say. That's a lot of touchdowns for a tight end, by the way. But to Ben's point, see, Ben, I'm with you a little bit on this one. I'm not going to say top 5, but if there's a quarterback who can help propel a tight end to those sort of numbers, it is Russell Wilson, because this dude, he is absolutely an animal at end zone throws. He is one of the best in the league at that statistic. He looks to the end zone like crazy. It's like him, Brady, Ben Roethlisberger in his prime, not Matt Ryan, definitely not Matt Ryan. And so I could see it. So to Ben's point, I would take a shot on him. I'm not banking on top 5, but he is one of the 4 later round guys who I think has a shot at it.
Okay, Davey, real quick.
No, I don't see it at all. I think this offense is going to be funneled through Sutton and Judy, and then it'll be different contributors each week. That being said, the matchups are great for him to begin the year. Seattle's defense, unless they say, we got to stop Albert Okwuegbunam, let's learn his last name, right? People learned Keith's last name. We can learn Albert O's last name. If they say, we got to stop him with Jamal Adams or something like that, then they're going to get crushed by Judy and Sutton. I think the schedule's great early on for him. And Russ, since 2016, 21.5% of his targets. This is the Seahawks. It's not just Russ. Tight ends have been involved in what they do to a decent degree. We saw Gerald Everett last year get 7 games with 10 plus PPR points. I don't know how good he is. And I don't know if he's got great speed. I think he's got okay speed for his position. I don't think he's much of a blocker. Could develop into the number 3 target getter for Denver. Could he be a top 12 tight end? Wouldn't surprise me if he stayed healthy and has caught 7 touchdowns this year. He could do it. But to call him top 5, I think there are too many other tight ends out there with a higher profile.
Yeah, the other tight end stat that we live by on our show is almost every top 5 tight end year after year after year is first or second on his team in targets. The only exception recently was Robert Tonyan 2 years ago. He was 3rd in targets, just barely behind. I think it was Aaron Jones and MVP. I think he might have been 4th in targets, but almost tied for 2nd. That's something I always look for. That's why we like Cole Kmet. First or second on your team in targets. You almost have to be that to be a top 5 tight end. But Ben, a lot of people love Albert O, to your point, and they love Russell Wilson. All right, Ben, we got 2 minutes left. So real quick, your final bold call that you want to give us, and then Keith and Jeff can react.
Chris Godwin outscores Mike Evans from week 5 on.
Oh, come on. I said bold.
I think that's bold.
Mike Evans is going like 4 rounds ahead of him. Chris Godwin should be going, frankly, ahead of him because I don't think the first 4 weeks matter.
Draft overreaction, though. That's all it really is. People just overreact. People are dropping Ken Walker right now. Like this dude might even play in week 1, and they're dropping him, and yet they're overlooking J.K. Dobbins at the same time. It's fantasy drafterville. So no, I think that's actually a good call.
Yeah, I like that too.
Let me give you my other bold one then, because that was only my 4th bold one. This was a 3-parter. Gabe Davis, Deontay Johnson, and DJ Moore all finish as wide receiver 1s.
Woo! Giddy up if they do. I got a lot of shares of all 3.
Yeah, I would love to see that. I have some good shares too. Yeah, I would like that.
The Gabe Davis one is the tricky one. I'm definitely very bullish on Deontay Johnson and DJ Moore. Gabe Davis, the only challenge that I'm going to run into is there enough available targets? I think there is. I haven't ranked as a back-end wide receiver 2, but that's a wide range of outcomes. If he does, though, Ben, are you saying that Stephon Diggs does as well?
I think he can. I mean, they're going to throw a ton. I think Davis gets so many air yards and so many end zone targets. He's got the vertical and goal line profile that you'd want. I don't think he needs quite as many targets. Like you're talking about target availability, I'm right there with you. But this team throws a ton. And I think he can get there basically on a wide receiver 2 level of volume. I don't think he necessarily has to outscore Diggs. I'm basically saying they both would be top 12 guys in this passing game.
All right. Well, I want to thank you all for helping get this show started right. This was a lot of fun. Keith and Jeff, it was really an honor to work with you for the first time. Let's get some barbecue in New York City sometime. I'd love it. Yeah. Thank you very much for being part of this and helping us raise money for St. Jude. And we'll talk to you all soon. And Ben Gretsch, same to you. Always fun. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, gentlemen.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Dave, I'm going to let you go in a second, and you're going to come back at 9 o'clock in an hour. We're going to bring on Heath Cummings in just a second. We actually have our draft starting as well that we're going to have our audience be a part of. But, Dave, let's throw those T-shirts. Look at these awesome shirts we have.
Look at this.
Yeah, baby. You can bid on these. These are really cool. Roto-Wear. This is my 3rd Roto-Wear shirt. My other 2 I wear.
Aren't they comfortable?
They're not just comfortable. I'm not lying. My wife says and she's right. They fit me better than any other shirt I have. And I've washed them and dried them like dozens and dozens of times, and they stay looking exactly the same. I buy a lot of shirts that are great when I first buy them, and 2 washes later, they're like falling apart. These are really high quality shirts. This is an awesome logo. And, go ahead and order this. So thank you very much to Roto-Wear for these T-shirts. And what are these available on the eBay store?
They're available on rotoware.com. Kenny does a great job at RotoWear, and he's generously giving the proceeds from every shirt sold to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So here's a great opportunity. Maybe you haven't donated yet to St. Jude, and it's an unbelievable cause. They help kids with unbelievable, debilitating diseases get better. It's a place where miracles happen. And here's a chance for you to get something that we can all share. And that's this T-shirt commemorating the Draft-A-Thon. I'm going to wear this shirt on the show this year. It's going to be my good luck charm in my fantasy drafts that I have in my home leagues. And it's $28. The proceeds go to St. Jude. And it's a really comfortable shirt. My daughter steals my RotoWear T-shirts. She wears them to school.
Yeah.
She's got shirts that, boys come up to her at school and say, Hillary, you play fantasy football? And she's like, no, but this is a really comfortable shirt and I love it. So I can't stress enough. We wouldn't say it if it wasn't true. And you'd be doing a great service to everybody at St. Jude if you picked up one of these shirts.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dave. Talk to you in an hour.
You got it, guys. What's up? Hey, Adam.
Yeah.
Ask Keith who won in ADP Price is Right.
I don't want to bring it up. Heath, you're on the clock with the first pick. Should I go ahead and make Christian McCaffrey your pick? You're muted, my friend. Come on, I can't do this. I can't do this myself. We're live till midnight.
I don't think I muted myself, so whoever muted me should be the person who unmutes me. But yes, I would say go ahead and put Christian McCaffrey in there. You are going to be my my designated picker tonight.
No problem.
I'll just say my pick out loud. We'll see how closely I can follow my own rankings without actually following my own rankings.
So what is this draft? We're going to bring on Joe Pisapia and Donkey Teeth in just a second here. Sorry about that, guys. Thank you for your patience. What is this draft? It's a draft we're doing throughout the night. We're live until midnight Eastern. What an awesome audience we have right now, over 1,100 people. That's terrific, and we're just getting started. Live for 4 more hours with the best guests in the industry. We've got a wheel of content that I'm going to be debuting in just a moment. We've got a special guest coming up in 15 minutes, but we're also going to try to do this draft. I'm not 100% sure it's going to work out, but I'm giving the audience 2 teams, pick 3 and pick 8, I believe, and I'm going to let the audience vote. We're going to do Twitter polls, and you can select your teams. Now, here is Joe Pisapia. Here is Donkey Teeth. Joe from Fantasy Pros. Donkey Teeth from Razzball. Fellas, what's up? Joe, thank you for being here.
You're welcome, guys. It's great to join you. It's my favorite cause. It's the cause we always support in the Black Book every year. And we're running our annual Black Book Charity League, which donates half of the pot to St. Jude's. And usually whoever wins it ends up just donating the rest of it, which is nice. But I actually, not only do we make that deposit today, but I actually matched that deposit too. So we just donated $600 tonight to St. Jude's Hospital. So I want everybody out there, give $10, give $25. It doesn't matter. That's a meal while somebody is waiting for their kid to go ahead and go through treatments. It just as little as that, you're saying, oh, $20 doesn't do anything. It does. It does something. So go out there and do something good. I posted the link to on my Twitter account. So go out there and go support the guys too. Those shirts are great. I'm jealous of the shirts.
You can get one, my friend.
You can have
I might have to.
Yeah. Donkey Teeth, what's up, man?
Hey, what's happening? I was listening to the RotoWear promotion there, and I'll tell you, I own probably a dozen RotoWear shirts now. Everything you guys said is true. They are so soft. I'm not wearing one right now, but man, that material is the highest quality fabric, and I'm going to be buying probably 2 of those shirts. So thanks for having me on. It's great to be here for a good cause.
All right. Thank you very much. So we're going to do an audience pick here. We have the 3rd overall pick. If we can get one of our producers, we got Eric DeBardinis. I butchered that name, DeBardinis. We've got Thomas Schaefer. We got Zach Brook behind the scenes. They're all helping out. Get a YouTube poll up. They have the 3rd overall pick. The first 2 picks were McCaffrey and Taylor. So let's do Austin Eckler. Let's just do a wide receiver, and we'll decide Jefferson or Kupp. And who should the 3rd option be? Heath, what do you think? Who should the 3rd option be?
It should definitely be Derrick Henry. If you're going to put the wide receivers together, like if you're just going off my rankings, the top 3 choices would be Eckler, Kupp, or Jefferson. I'm pretty sure if you just put a wide receiver, that's going to win it.
You know what? I don't know how many options, to be quite honest, I don't know how many options we can do. So here's what we'll do. If we can do 4 options, let's do Eckler, Henry, Kupp, Jefferson. If we can do 3 options, let's do Eckler, Henry,
Do you
wide
feel
receiver.
extra powerful just like being able to speak things into existence? Like you're making a poll without using your hands. You just say it and somehow it happens.
All right, so now I want to
The power of the host chair, Heath. I know, I understand. It's look, it's sometimes it's all encompassing. It just takes over.
By the way, yeah, no kidding, man. I'm on a power trip till midnight. This is great. And I got my Snickers to power me through. I don't know, Donkey Teeth and Joe, I'm not sure if you're aware. We have a special guest coming on at about 8:15. I don't know if you know who it is. You can just say, I mean, I don't want to spoil it. I want you to be surprised, but it's a second round pick in fantasy football is going to be on the show, okay?
That's very exciting.
So we have about 9 minutes to kill before that. What we're going to do is we're going to let the wheel decide our content, all right? I go to this website, wheeldecide.com, for funny things. Let's see, what are we going to be talking about? Top 3, the wheel is spinning. Top 3. Oh, again? TV comedy characters. Okay. Would you guys like to begin? Joe, top 3 TV comedy characters. You know, you got your Costanzas, your Michael Scotts.
True.
You can go the animated route if you want. I think we should probably stay non-animated. Top 3 TV comedy character. Or fine, go animated, whatever you want.
I mean, my favorite, the number one, has got to be Eric Cartman. I mean, he is pure evil. He is fantastic. He is so evil and yet so funny all the way around. I mean, he has got to be top 3, if not number 1 for me personally. But I understand the love for the real people, but something about Eric Cartman and the longevity too. You know, when you have 25 years behind you of being an evil genius like he is, and just a 4th grader, I think that's very important.
All right, so Eric Cartman, that's 1. I mean, I got to say Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson is the king, but
it's also fair.
It's
does it just turn into top 3 animated TV comedy characters?
Let's make it real people. I think that's harder.
Because I was gonna have a hard time deciding between Beavis and Butthead.
I'm gonna throw out Michael Scott. I think Michael Scott belongs on this top 3 list of the best.
It's so tough because is he definitely a better character than Dwight?
Yeah, he is. The show went so downhill as soon as he left.
Well, we never know how bad it would have been without Dwight. No, Michael Scott's definitely in the conversation.
Donkey Teeth, who do you like?
I think we got to get Ron Swanson in there.
Is he top 3?
Well, I think that there's a certain demographic that he really hits home with, so we should address it.
It's kind of it's 2 demographics I've noticed, because it's people who think they are Ron Swanson, and then it's people who think they are Ron Swanson adjacent, either a spouse or a neighbor or a friend. Like, oh, I know that guy.
Look at some of the.
What about Larry David? I mean, he plays himself, yet he is a great character. I mean, we got to put. I'm rewatching Curb Your Enthusiasm the last few months, and I got to say, rewatching them. I mean, not only does it take a lot of guts to put yourself out there as a character, but 90% of this is pretty much him. Like it is pretty much the way he really goes about his real life. And I think that's a bravery you don't see very often. He's not hiding behind a character. He is just Larry David for everybody to see, which I kind of commend that one.
Is he better than George Costanza, though, who is basically the same character?
Yeah, because he is George Costanza unveiled. He's George Costanza, with everything pulled back. I mean, that's the real Costanza, baby. And it's also the Costanza without the standards and practices. He's Costanza on HBO, which is more, I think, realistic in terms of actual real life stuff there.
I gave the listeners, by the audience, by the way, I gave the viewers Austin Eckler, who was winning the poll with 41% of the vote. So Austin Eckler at 41%, Justin Jefferson at 32%. Listener team, or sorry, I'm accustomed to saying listeners. Viewer team, number 1 from the 3 spot has Austin Eckler. So we can get rid of that poll, and I will, and then we'll get something up when the next viewer team is up. Any other final names? Like, I know Al Bundy comes up a lot in this. Man, who else?
I was always a big Barney Stinson fan on How I Met Your Mother. Neil Patrick Harris crushed that. Very fun character. Lots of catchphrases. I enjoyed him.
Donkey Teeth, anything else?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to get into the Seinfeld conversation without including Kramer, right?
Yep, for sure.
I thought you were going to say Seinfeld.
Well, yeah, and Seinfeld too. I mean, Jerry Seinfeld. Yeah, it's really tough picking between those 3. I mean, we could have a whole discussion on just which is the best of the 3 Seinfeld males.
Yeah, it's true. All right, so I think we're settled on Michael Scott, Ron Swanson, and either Costanza or
Beavis or Butthead.
Or Beavis. All right, let's talk a little fantasy football here, guys. We'll take a look at our draft board here. It's Christian McCaffrey, Jonathan Taylor, and Austin Eckler. I think Dameon Pierce is going to be a hot topic throughout the night. So let me ask Joe and Donkey Teeth about that. Donkey Teeth, how do you feel about Dameon Pierce? People are taking him ahead of Breece Hall. Heath, you have him ahead of Breece Hall, right?
I do have him one spot ahead of Breece Hall, I believe.
All right. How do you feel about Dameon Pierce right now, one of the biggest risers in fantasy?
I mean, it's really hard not to love him. He's one of those preseason darlings that makes complete sense, and I'd have a hard time taking Breece Hall ahead of him at this point. That's for sure. I mean, it seems like Dameon Pierce has a full-time job, and Breece Hall is going to be splitting carries. So,
and I will acknowledge that I just had a flashback because I love Breece Hall, and I did just have a little bit of a Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jonathan Taylor flashback. That's not a good feeling, especially as someone who was a Chiefs fan. But like the difference is they're both on such bad offenses. And I really thought that Michael Carter would have been dispersed with a little bit easier. I expected to head into week 1 with great confidence starting Breece Hall, and I don't feel that.
Joe, final word on this?
Well, look, I just did a video this morning about the risers and fallers, and the number one riser is Dameon Pierce. The 3-down back, just handing it over to him. I mean, what's not to like? I mean, he went from 42 to 30 in the span of 2 weeks in terms of RB ADP. That's a huge jump. But I mean, I still think when you get out there in most of the casual drafts, people will still be down on him because it's the Houston Texans and because they really don't have a grasp of him. But they've heard about Breece Hall, and the New York media market's going to push Breece Hall, and you've heard that narrative already. I do think that talent wins out eventually with Breece Hall. It might not be something you see in the first 4 weeks of the season, but if you don't see it by the 6th week of the season, then it could really be a difficult spot you get in. So in that same ADP, I'd rather have ATN, I'd rather have AJ Dillon, all those guys than Breece Hall. They're on that conversation. So that's where I struggle, is because those guys I have identified, I know what they are. I think the unknown factor with Breece Hall and how long the timeshare does last potentially is a little concerning.
And to Joe's point about like leagues that we're not involved in, I was in 3 drafts this week, and there were no other fantasy analysts in those drafts. And I believe Dameon Pierce went in the 6th, 7th, and 7th rounds.
Right.
So I don't believe he's actually going to be a round 4 pick in a large percentage of the viewers' leagues.
One of the things, guys, that I'm struggling with in fantasy is the running backs that are in committees. You know, I would take Pierce over these guys, but if he's off the board, you know, Patriots, Seahawks, Miles Sanders. I don't know how much of a committee he's in, but he's Miles Sanders. He's currently hurt. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, guys that, you know, they're in that dead zone rounds, let's say 6 through 9 or something like that. I struggle with them. Donkey teeth, you know, some people just like to completely avoid them. I'm not sure I want more than one of them. But how do you approach the running backs that we maybe just don't have a great feel for right now? Cam Akers, I would even throw in that boat. You know, like what do you do with all this group?
For me, it's all about value. You know, taking them at a spot that the return on investment seems like a good risk reward. So, I mean, Miles Sanders, he's one that I actually do like, despite all of the negativity surrounding him. And I mean, he was terrible last year, but he's going to fall in a lot of drafts. You're going to be able to get him in the 7th, 8th round. And at that point, the opportunity cost is relatively low. We're going to make a lot of 7th round picks that end up cut from our team. So for a guy like Miles Sanders that has the kind of upside to be an RB1, you know, I'm not going to count on that, but the upside is there. Those are the types of things that I'm looking for. And again, fitting it into the structure of the team that you're building. You know, if you invested heavily in running back early, you're probably taking wide receiver where those guys are going off of the board typically.
All right. We have 5 picks made in this draft. The audience is up in just a few picks. They have the 8th pick. So it's McCaffrey, Taylor, Eckler, Jefferson, and Kupp. Go back to that in a moment. Joe, are there any running backs in that group that you gravitate toward, that you see yourself drafting a lot?
The RB dead zone, as everyone likes to call it.
Yeah.
Man, if I had a nickel this offseason for every time I heard the RB dead zone, oh my goodness. What my colleague Matthew Friedman at Fantasy Pros likes to call it is the wide receiver power alley, which that's his whole point, is like you're there in that spot. If you don't like these guys, that's where you're getting some really good values on the Gabriel Davis, on the Rashad Batemans, on all those guys that are in that same kind of general ADP. For me personally, like I said, AJ Dillon, because of what I saw last year out of him. Aaron Jones, 3 years in that role. Typically, that's your window, even for a really good back, is that 3-year window. So that's something that I'd be looking at very seriously. I also think that Travis Etienne, because of the pass catching ability, because of the familiarity with Trevor Lawrence, that I'm still putting a lot of stock in that. I put a lot of stock in him last year. Unfortunately, it busted out before we even got started. I'm still okay with J.K. Dobbins because it is going to be such a run-heavy offense. I'm not really too concerned with Kenny Drake coming in. To me, that's more of the, look, we've already got Gus Edwards on the shelf, Mike Davis, what we're thinking about. Let's get some other bodies here at least. But it is getting harder and harder to – so what I say is I kind of let this grouping go a little bit outside of Etienne and Dillon. And then I get to that next grouping that has Tony Pollard and Ramondre Stevenson and those guys, because I think the pass catching upside they have in PPR, it's going to get you by enough. And then there's always opportunity and upside for more if the guy in front of them doesn't stay healthy. I think to me, that is the biggest potential return on investment. It's that next grouping right after them.
All right, Heath, I'll get your opinion on that when our special guest is about to join us here. Give me a running back that you like to draft in that. Yeah, you know what? Can I cut you off? Can I bring on the Broncos
I would
here?
much rather talk to the special guest than talk about those running backs.
Yeah, man. All right, it's a second round wide receiver. We love him in fantasy. Deebo Samuel is in the house. What's up, man?
How you doing, man? How you doing?
Oh, we are so thrilled to have you on. Do me a favor and convince our viewers. Just tell them to hit that donate button and donate to St. Jude.
Oh, for sure. Hit the donation button.
Yeah, come on, man. Deebo Samuel's telling you to donate. Let's go. Deebo, thank you so much for stopping by here on our Draft-A-Thon. We're raising money for St. Jude all throughout the night. We've raised a ton of money so far, and we'll tell you our total a little bit later when we have a little more clarity on it. But right now, on YouTube, just hit that. There's a donate button on top of the chat, and you can donate there. So tell us a little bit before we get into anything. Tell us a little bit about Cherry Bundy that you're working with.
One of the first athletes investors with Cherry Bundy. Once it came about to me that this partnership came about, I just took it back to when I first got introduced to it in college. And me being in the league for a long time and becoming a pro, that's just been something that I've been, honed in on for its recovery.
All right. Tonight we have a special thing. We're doing trivia tonight from now until midnight. I've got 20 questions, and we're donating $20 for every correct answer to St. Jude. I have 2 Deebo Samuel trivia questions. Everyone gets to participate. If every correct answer, we'll end up donating anyway, but whatever. $20 for the correct answer. So who scored more rushing touchdowns in 2021? Deebo Samuel or Najee Harris? Deebo, you can go first.
Deebo Samuel.
All right, you say Deebo. Joe?
Well, I mean, Deebo's the guest here. I'm going to say Deebo Samuel just because, that's my dude right there. Let's go.
Oh, sorry. Donkey Teeth?
I'm not getting kicked off the show. I'm picking Deebo.
Why is it Donkey Teeth?
My parents named me Donkey Teeth, Deebo. It's just lucky.
Heath?
Oh, it's the most exciting player in football. It's Deebo.
Deebo Samuel is the correct answer. That is $20 to St. Jude. All right, one more Deebo Samuel trivia question. Who had more rushing yards in 2021? Deebo Samuel or Patrick Mahomes? Deebo Samuel or Patrick Mahomes? Deebo, you can go first.
I'm going to say Deebo Samuel.
Joe, what do you think?
Deebo Samuel. The right answer to everything is Deebo Samuel.
Donkey Teeth.
Always Deebo.
And
yeah,
Heath.
Have you picked Deebo yet in this draft? Because that should be the next trivia question.
Unfortunately, all of you guys are wrong. Patrick Mahomes did outrush Deebo Samuel last year, 381 to 365. But we'll still donate anyway. So, Deebo, let's talk about Trey Lance a little bit here. From a fantasy perspective, we're trying to predict stats. And the way I think the fantasy people see it is the 49ers aren't going to pass as much this year because you got a mobile quarterback. He's going to tuck it and run more than Jimmy Garoppolo would. Do you think what kind of stats do you project for yourself? You got so much talent. Ayuk and Kittle are there, and Lance is obviously, going to run. What does that mean for you in terms of putting up that production?
Honestly, I ain't a guy that set goals and set stats aside to accomplish during the year, because my thought on that is just the closer you get to the end of the year, you're not close to where your stats supposed to be, you're going to start stressing yourself out. Then you're going to go out there, try to do a little bit more than what you're supposed to be doing. But Kyle do a great job with every quarterback he's had, whether it's running, throwing, and getting the balls in guys' hands. That's really good playmaker. So, hey, we'll just see how everything plays out.
Joe and Donkey Teeth, I'm going to let you guys go. Thank you for being a part of this.
Thanks so much. Best of luck to you, Deebo. We're all looking forward to watching you play this year.
Deebo.
Thank you.
couple more guests that we're going to bring on in just a moment here. And welcome everybody for just joining us to our 5th annual CBS Sports Draft-A-Thon. I guess I have to be the mean one who has to kick out these guys from the stream. But as I do that, I'll be the nice guy who brings in Jake Seeley from The Athletic, Mike Wright from the Footballers. You guys get to hang out with Debo Samuel tonight.
Hey,
What's
Jake,
up?
here's in the back.
Hey, what's up? Debo, I actually asked you at the Combine, I said, what's your most underrated skill? And you looked at me and you said, good question. I don't know. I think you proved it. You're just good at everything.
There you go. Mike Wright, welcome. How are you, man?
I'm doing well. I didn't realize it was going to be a gotcha and you were putting freaking Debo Samuel on here with me. I thought I was coming here to shine, and then Debo's here, so thanks for that.
Debo, you talked about Kyle Shanahan. Why is he so good at what he does, designing plays, being innovative? What's the secret to Kyle Shanahan?
If I knew the secret, I still wouldn't tell, but I still don't know the secret. I just feel like he just an offensive-minded genius. The stuff that, you know what I'm saying, we see week in, week out for us, the game plans and stuff. I mean, he's very creative. As you see, like, he came to me a couple days before the Rams game. He's like, yo, I'm going to put you in the backfield a little bit this game, just see how it plays out. And you see how it played out. It's just crazy how his mind works and his thought process of going into games and how he called plays.
Mike, I want to ask you about Brandon Ayuk, and then you can ask
Sure.
Debo about Brandon Ayuk. He's a little trendy right now, you know. What do you think about Brandon Ayuk this year, Mike?
So the thing with Brandon Ayuk is what's interesting is, Debo, I don't know if you know this, but your people over there in San Francisco, they like to hype people up on the old Twitter sphere. They like to get that social media buzz going, and we were in the fantasy community very hot and bothered for what Brandon Ayuk could become last year. And then we don't know what happened. So I don't know if you guys covered this, like the beginning of the year, just a bit of a slower start, so to speak, for Ayuk, and then he came out and just absolutely crushed it. Let us know that the talent is still there. Became a little bit more worked into the offense. Maybe some behind the scenes stuff was worked out. So heading into this year, I mean, he's very interesting because the fantasy community we're a fickle crowd. So based off of last year, what we were hoping for with Ayuk and it not fully hitting those projections, he drops a little bit in the draft. And now you got Lance with an absolute cannon of an arm, and Shanahan's always being creative. So I mean, I think that the upside is definitely still there for Ayuk, and like looking at the way he runs the routes and just getting open. So I'm getting more and more excited. It took some time because, like I said, the fantasy community when we get burned, we get real stubborn, we get real angry. So we're starting to come out of that turtle shell, be a little bit more open that Ayuk is as good as we thought he was last year.
My question to y'all is, y'all had y'all fantasy draft already?
Oh,
some of them.
We're doing one right now. You want to see the results?
Wow. So my input on Brandon, you can't cover him in a phone booth right now.
Ooh,
nice.
Honestly, the way he's attacked OTAs and the way he's attacked camp this year, he's been real consistent of, you know what I'm saying, being a guy that is hard to cover, play in and play out. So me personally, I'm not surprised by it. This is what I'm used to seeing him do, and you know what I'm saying, for me, it's kind of, I'm kind of happy for him that he's able to do this on a consistent level and just hope it carry on to the season.
All right, Debo, I know you got to get going here. Any chance we can get your top 5 wide receivers in the NFL? Can you give us a list?
See, that's hard though. Top 5, I'm gonna go. You definitely gotta go Tyreek. You gotta go Jamar. You gotta go Steph, Justin, Devo.
I thought you were a wide back, though.
you gotta go Devontae. Like, it's so many.
What about Kupp? Kupp's the first one in fantasy.
I mean, nothing against Kupp at all. I mean, you know what I'm saying? He's a great wideout. I mean, nothing against that. But, you know, let's go with the guys. If you asked me for my opinion.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
That's awesome.
That's cool. Debo, thank you so much for hopping on, man. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a great one.
You too.
All right, Debo Samuel joining us now. Mike Wright. and Jake.
What is that all about? You're just here's Mike. Here's nobody Mike Wright and nobody Jake Seeley. We got freaking Deebo Samuel. No one cares what we're talking about.
Nobody already cared about me anyway, Mike. It was everybody was already here for you, and then Deebo was like, I might as well just dropped off the stream.
Yeah, I didn't honestly. I thought he was going to be on in just the first 8 to 8:15. So I didn't tell you guys about it or whatever, and then it
was awesome.
Back a little. So and I thought it'd be fun for you guys to have that reaction. Heath, how you doing over there? I'm sorry I didn't get you more involved.
I told you when you told me the schedule and all the awesome guests we were having on. I said, so I just get to sit here for an hour and just smile and nod at what everybody says. It's fantastic. It's the best gig I've ever had.
Looking good, Heath. Though
I appreciate that.
I'm going to update you guys on the draft we're doing right now. So the first 7 picks are in. We got 5 running backs and 2 wide receivers. That means audience team number 2 is on the clock. We're going to give them 4 options here. So
what is this spreadsheet? What are you don't have graphics, people?
You know how hard it is to have to build a graphic for every pick? We've gone through it. This is just the easiest way to do it.
Google sheet? What is happening?
You know what? We're simple and we're straightforward. We're gonna give our audience 3 choices here, or 4 choices. So Jamar Chase will be one.
Kelsey.
Dalvin, what do you think, Heath? Chase, Cook, Mixon, Kelsey. What do you think?
That sounds perfect to me. It's exactly the names that you should be
Mike,
saying.
grab your graph paper so you can write down what they do.
Yeah, I'm going to get a protractor and a compass. I will be ready.
Well, the poll is actually, Mike, you're supposed to go out and ask 25 people, and then we're going to come back and we're going to write the name in. So we'll see in a little bit.
All right, yeah. So anyway, Jamar Chase, Travis Kelsey, Dalvin Cook, and Joe Mixon. Who is going to be your pick, audience? Let's get that poll going there. How you guys doing? Jake, how you doing, man?
I'm doing terrific. I think you left the biggest question out there for Deebo that you didn't ask. Is Elijah Mitchell going to be the lead rusher?
I know. It was my next question was how much are you going to run? But something tells me we wouldn't have gotten the real answer, but that's okay.
I think I've spent more time with you this past week and a half than I did the entire time I saw you in person in New York. Between the 2 poker streams and this.
Oh, me?
Are you getting sick of me? Yeah.
Oh, I'm actually trying to get invited to your wedding.
Oh, okay. That's not happening.
Haggling for an invite. I'm going to give you guys a couple of trivia questions. For every question we get right, we're donating $20 to St. Jude. This one, no multiple choice. Let's just see if you know it. Which quarterback led the NFL in touchdown passes in 2021?
Brady.
Yeah, it's Brady.
It is Tom Brady. These are designed to be pretty easy. We're trying to raise money here. Which quarterback?
Well, then up it from $20. You got the same people funding St. Jude as the same people building your graphics. What is $20?
We're all donating more. Don't worry about it. Jamie already said he's going to match whatever we donate, whatever we raise. Which quarterback led the NFL in passer rating in 2021? A, Tom Brady. B, Aaron Rodgers. Or C, Joe Burrow. Led in passer rating.
Burrow.
Oh, I'm sorry. We are now taking $20 away from St. Jude. No, just kidding. It is Aaron Rodgers, actually. I thought it would be Burrow, too. Burrow was second.
The efficiency, wow.
The touchdown to interception ratio, that's all.
That's fair. That's fair.
All right, so what do you guys want to talk about?
Where's the wheel?
Let's get the wheel out. Ready?
Get the wheel.
There's a wheel?
What's the wheel?
We have a wheel of content. You're going to give me your top 3 in whichever category the wheel of content.
Oh, fabulous.
Are video games on here?
Sports movies.
I can't read. Oh, sports movies. Okay.
Sports
movies are always difficult, man.
Hey, Mike, they spent the extra $5 budget for this.
The wheel.
Yeah, we found the money. St. Jude, I'm sorry. We found where your money went.
What do you got? What are your favorite top 3 sports movies?
Okay, so just any sports. I'm far more drawn to the sports comedies. Yeah, the inspirational ones. Remember the Titans. I don't know. That doesn't do it for me.
Ooh.
So I would be. The tops. I would probably go Rookie of the Year.
Yes.
That's the worst. You're on a billboard in Times Square. You cannot call Rookie of the Year the best sports movie ever.
Have you seen it?
I am. Everybody tells me I look like Henry Rowan-Garten, but believe me.
That's okay. That's what happened. You're just big mad over there.
I'm with Mike. Mike was going to be that was going to be my third. Mike, I was going to go Major League, Major League, Space
so
Jam,
fun.
the first one.
Space
and then,
Jam.
Yep,
It's not
and then
good,
Rookie of the
man.
Year. The first one. It's original.
Yeah, I mean, well, sort of. I mean, it wasn't really original because Roger Rabbit was already out. I'm gonna go. So I'll go Rookie of the Year. I'm gonna throw the Sandlot in there.
Okay.
That's a good one.
And I don't, Jake, how do you not have a Mighty Ducks in there?
Oh, that's right. We're bumping Space
Okay,
Jam.
we're-
Thank you. Yeah, there you go. Good call.
But Miracle is better than Mighty Ducks. And by the way, Rocky is a sports movie. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
So-
man, I don't know. Rocky never did it for me.
I think
Wow.
I'd go dodgeball first.
Okay.
Rocky
Are we
is
counting
actually
that?
super slow.
Rocky's great though. It's great.
Jerry Maguire.
Not a sports movie, but okay.
That's a movie about
Wait, how
love.
is that not a sports movie?
It's a movie about love.
Sports don't really
Backdrop of sports.
love story.
The key moment of the whole movie happens on a football field.
No, the key moment of the whole movie happens at "You Had Me at Hello."
On a phone?
Show me the money.
You're
Yeah.
crazy, man. That's a sports movie.
Fine.
Actually, you know what? The more that I think, I actually would have bumped Mighty Ducks still. Happy Gilmore deserves to be in there.
Happy
Oh, there we
Gilmore's a
go.
great
There
one.
it is. There it is.
Yeah.
All right, Heath. What else you got, man?
Caddyshack?
Yeah, that's a good one. But you guys are all going comedies. Like I mean, Matrix gotta be on.
Mike and I also weren't born in 1953, so we have some like newer movies.
Well, what about Rudy? Like Rudy is
Rudy's
What?
I
Who
love
cares
Rudy.
about Rudy?
Rudy would not.
Rudy
be my
lied.
top 12.
It's not even a real like they exaggerated about that movie so
But
much.
I do know why
In a
you
movie?
identify with it.
They
exaggerated the movie.
You know, it turns out Space Jam was an exaggeration too, which I didn't know at the time.
Well, that's because Sean Bradley was in it. That was the only exaggeration, is thinking that he was going to be really good.
That is true. I do have a Rudy Funko.
Radio's really underrated as well. That's a
You know, I never saw
Is that
one.
Cuba?
Yes.
Yeah, never did
Was
it.
that whatever happened to Cuba?
He made Snow Dogs and then he got banished.
That's technically a sports movie, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's the Iditarod.
Oh,
yeah,
Cool
the
Runnings.
Iditarod.
Cool Running.
Cool Runnings
Dude,
is a good one.
It's just Disney kid movies. Those
Yeah,
are
I
the best
know.
sports movies.
I think you guys are really like neglecting the really great movies like Rocky. I don't know if you've ever seen Cinderella Man, but I love Cinderella.
Oh, that's very good. Yeah.
You know, so I was going with, I guess, like an adult version, not an inappropriate adult version.
So what's your
but a
favorite
grown-up
sports
version.
adult movie? Is that what the question was?
Favorite
Can we
sport-
all just agree that Field of Dreams is terribly overrated?
Oh, I hate that movie.
It's
My
It's better than
fine.
Rudy, but
Yeah, it's better than Rudy. Yeah.
No, Bull Durham is better than Field of Dreams for sure.
Tin Cup just is an example of what we all look like on the golf course. So
Let's talk a little.
to Tin Cup
let's,
for sure.
let's check in on the Twitter poll. Who you taking? Jamar Chase, Dalvin Cook, Joe Mixon, or Travis Kelce? Ooh, it's close.
Dalvin Cook. Let's go Dalvin.
Chase.
Jamar Chase is the winner. This is the audience team. Jamar Chase, 44% of the vote. Dalvin Cook, 41%. Kelsey, only 3%. And Mixon, only 12%.
Wait, is this a pro Travis Kelce this early in the first round podcast?
What
No.
pick are we at? 9?
Eight overall. 8.
Okay. Yes, it is.
Wow. You and the Chiefs, man.
No, him and tight ends. He's the highest on Andrews. And I wouldn't mind. I would take Mixon. I wouldn't mind Kelsey there. But, well, I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind him there. But why, Mike, why are you not? Where would you take Travis Kelce?
Like the middle or the back of the second round. I don't think that he is
After
the
Mark Andrews.
Yeah, I'm fine with that discussion if you want to have it, but I don't think the difference between Travis Kelce and the tight end 2 and his advantage that he's given us for years, I don't think it will be as stout. I think that we're getting towards the end. He'll still be the dude, right, like the number 2 or the number 1 guy, but where the advantage he has to create at your onesie position, I don't think it's happening.
But how do you feel about that group after Pitts? Because that's a lot of what it is for me. Is I'm really not comfortable or as comfortable with everybody else seems to be with Darren Waller, George Kittle, Dalton Schultz, like that group. And so I would like to just have Travis Kelce or Mark Andrews and not think about it anymore.
Yeah, I totally get that, the argument of how you want to play. I'm super into David Njoku this year with Jacoby Brissett and just the history that we've seen when he's been the full-time starter of him going like basically 25% of his targets to the tight end position. like David Njoku could. It's a bolder prediction, so I mean it's a little bit hot, but I think at the end of the year, David Njoku could be the number one fantasy asset from the Cleveland Browns.
Oh wow!
Over Amari,
over the running backs, or just in the pass?
The pass catchers. Like I think that he could score more points than Amari Cooper.
Oh wow! Okay. All right, let's see. So updating the Draft-A-Thon, the spread. Let's get the high-tech spreadsheet up there. Jamar Chase was the next pick.
This is embarrassing.
No, it's not. And then we had Travis Kelce, and then we had Dalvin Cook. So that'll get filled in. See, look at that. You can see. Don't you like to see the sausage being made there? Travis
No,
Kelce,
that's why the phrase exists that people don't want to know.
The exact thing people don't want to see. That was a bad, really bad.
I know the expression. It was a joke. I think wasn't a very good one. All right, so give me. I guess before you guys head out, Jake, give me a few players that you would tell if somebody said to you, "Hey, I need some players that I must have in my draft at their value." Jake, who would you tell that stranger to draft?
Go, Jake.
I would tell them to check the link at the.
Oh, this goodness gracious! We're here for St. Jude, not for Jake Seeley.
So no, honestly, I do have way too many that I put in the column. But off the top of my head, I do believe Khalil Herbert's a threat, even before they mentioned that today, with the consideration of David Montgomery not being a good fit for that offense. So I am.
Were you concerned at all about the preseason Week 3 usage
for David Montgomery?
Yeah, well, I'm saying because I've been Team Khalil Herbert, and then it was like it's all Monty.
No, I think this is preseason. The fact that we get Monty out there for the first time, this is get Montgomery out there. Khalil Herbert
gave him a lot of work.
I understand, but I think that you're also looking at what's the pecking order of talent on this team. It's Montgomery, Mooney, Kmet, Herbert. Those four. That's it. We don't care about the rest. So I just think that maybe Herbert. Here's the biggest thing, and I think you'll agree with this, Mike. Everybody. If you draft Herbert, if you draft these backup situations where, like, even A.J. Dillon, if they start off the gate slow, you're not drafting them to immediately drop them in week 3. Like, you have to be patient. Don't be like, oh, I drafted Rashad White. Leonard Fournette's healthy the first 3 weeks. I'm dropping Rashad White. Like, this isn't why you're drafting these guys. So I will say that. Alec Pierce's of the world. Alec Pierce, Nico Collins, these guys that could potentially break out. Garrett Wilson. If they start out slow, have patience. That's the biggest mistake I think people make with those kind of talents. But at wide receiver, I actually am big on Christian Kirk. I think that the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay, we're back.
Hey, dumb contract, but if you're talking about 120, 30, 40 targets this year, I think Christian Kirk's going to be a big one. And then I know he's been getting a lot of hype recently, but you know this, Adam, because we actually talked about it 2 weeks ago on the podcast, is I made the joke that when Claypool came out, sorry, Claypool, you announced the better wide receiver for your team. George Pickens' time is happening this year.
Yep. Mike, how about you? Some players.
I would go... I'm a huge Alan Lazard supporter.
Thank you.
I fully buy into Aaron Rodgers, likes his guys, and he's said nothing but great things about Lazard for multiple years. Like, it's not out of nowhere. The guy finished last year on a tear. I think it was like 4 out of 5
Here's a trivia
games
answer.
with touchdowns.
Sorry to cut you off, Mike.
No.
More end zone targets than Devontae Adams had last year. End zone targets than Devontae Adams had last year.
Because he's gigantic, and he's the only known player on the team. Or, well, I guess Cobb's there, but Cobb will be okay. Sammy Lazard, the Lizard King, I mean, how many chances does he get to play with elite quarterbacks and do nothing? Rookies do nothing historically for Aaron Rodgers, so it's Lazard as the pass catcher. And then I'm on the team of... I think Cortland Sutton finishes as a top 10 wide receiver and is going in the 5th round.
I took him.
Not if you're drafting with Adam.
No, okay. Just 2 days ago, and Heath loves DJ Moore. I love that whole range of wide receivers, but Sutton's very much a part of that. I don't know if you guys want to hang around for just a few more minutes. I'm gonna bring on Cool, because one of our guests, unfortunately, was not able to join us today, but we do have Jacob Gibbs. What's up, Jacob? Where are you?
What's up, Adam? I'm in my new place in Tucson. Literally just moved in last night. We got here.
I was going to say, that's Arizona. I recognize it.
Yeah. You guys can hang out. That's an interesting topic that was sort of brought up. You were talking to Jake when you draft guys late. Jacob Gibbs, by the way, is a CBS guy. He's a sports line analyst. He gives us all of the advanced stats that we never even know exist. But you were talking about, Jake, if you draft Rashad White and Leonard Fournette stays healthy for 3 weeks, don't drop him. one of the problems that I have with people preaching zero RB or hero, or not necessarily zero or hero, but just loading up late on running back, is that unfortunately you do have to drop those guys. They are the last players on your roster. And if you're weak, because you get injuries, right? Or there's hot players on the waiver wire you want to pick up. But if you're a fantasy manager, Jake, that drafts a lot of kind of high upside guys on your bench at running back that have basically no value without an injury, I don't know how long you can actually keep them in the real world when injuries start hitting and things like that.
I think you can differentiate. Like, you're drafting Rachaad White in the middle rounds because of what happens if Leonard Fournette goes down. He's in the same conversation of Alexander Madison and Tony Pollard, and granted, they're going higher, but around behind them, the ones I'm talking about where I'll agree with you are like, okay, you're drafting Travis Homer right now because Ken Walker's not out there, and what happens if Rashad Penny goes down? Okay, Rashad Penny's the first 3 weeks, you cut Travis Homer. Those backup running backs, those get out of the gate. Matt Breida, if Saquon Barkley stays healthy, because is he really even going to be a top 20 running back if Barkley gets hurt? Probably not. So it's the differentiation between like these bell cow potentials that have top 20 value versus, okay, I have a guy I can stash in my flex if somebody gets hurt, and that's how you drop those guys first.
Okay. Jacob, how you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm glad to be here, man.
Look at this pick. I'm going to show you guys the awesome high-tech spreadsheet. Look at this pick that Jacob
Are you ready for this, Jacob? Are you ready for this? This is the best technology you've ever seen.
Jacob just picked Stephon Diggs, 11th overall, and I picked Joe Mixon and Aaron Jones. Mike Wright, what do you think about Stephon Diggs, 11th overall, as wide receiver 4?
Is this PPR?
Yeah, full PPR, and by the way, we're only starting 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, not a 3 receiver league.
Oh, that makes a difference.
I have absolutely no problem with this. Like, the community has kind of, their consensus agreement is it's Jefferson, Kupp, and Chase. That's the top tier, but I disagree. I think that Diggs belongs in there. It was just like, it was such a weird year for Stephon Diggs to be so good, so consistent, but you didn't get the regularity of those boom weeks, those Stephon Diggs. I won my week because Stephon Diggs just went absolutely hamburger on the field there. So I think that was the only thing that was missing. But Josh Allen is the number 1 fantasy quarterback for a reason. Stephon Diggs is the number 1 target. They just had a little bit of they had more misses this year than they did 2 years ago. So I think that he belongs in the top tier.
By the way, Jake and Mike, whenever you guys want to hop off, you will not offend us. You've met your obligation. We'll have
already offended us by.
I'm trying to make up time that got taken by Debo at the beginning.
Yeah, honestly. It was really rude.
We will take you up till 9 o'clock if you want, or whenever Eastern, or whenever you want to hop off. No problem. Jacob, you took DeAndre Swift in the 2nd round. That over Saquon Barkley, over Leonard Fournette, over Alvin Kamara. Forgot about him.
That's a mistake.
Tell him about your Swift pick. And then, Heath, you got to start talking too. My bad for not getting you more involved. But go ahead, Jacob.
I think there's massive upside with Swift. I'm really focused on running backs who have the potential to push for 80, 90, 100 targets because I think we've seen to reach true RB1 upside. That's kind of been a prerequisite. And I'm talking like 400-point PPR upside, not like jumping Taylor season last year. And I think Swift has that within his range of outcomes. I think Heath has pointed out some really good splits with and without, the coaching change last year. Things could be a little bit different, so there's definitely some risk associated with this. But I feel like there's risk with any of the backs you're taking here, Kamara, Barkley, and I just like Swift's range of outcomes a little bit better.
All right, Heath, what do you think about these 5 running backs in a row from 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 there? And we're on the audience team too, so we'll give them some options.
Yeah, I do find myself taking more running backs in round 2 than I was earlier in the year. And it's kind of like what we were talking about with the tight ends. We've had so many running backs that were in that round 3-4 range back in June or July. And they've just had a constant stream of bad news. It's almost competing with each other to see who can fall further into round 5, round 6. And so these guys going early in round 2, like I probably am not taking Barkley until pick 18, 19, 20, but I'm not going to argue with it at this point. There's a couple of wide receivers that should go. Mark Andrews should be gone. And then when you get to the back end of round 2, it is kind of a situation where you feel like, are there really only 20 players who should be drafted in the first 2 rounds?
So let's talk about who's going to be on the on the audience team here. We'll get another poll going. All right. Audience team number 2 has Jamar Chase. So we can give them Davante Adams, CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill at wide receiver. We can give them – is Fournette still available? He wasn't taken, was he?
Fournette, Connor, Akers,
Yeah,
Javonte.
Fournette would be – all right.
I think Fournette and Adams definitely have to be on, and probably Lamb, those 3, and maybe Andrews.
Wait, can I ask the guy in Arizona, am I the only one sitting here that wants Connor over Fournette?
No. Or, yeah,
Okay.
sorry. There's 2 people in Arizona, Jake. You need to be more direct with your line of questioning.
The only one I used to know before today in Arizona.
No, I'm still like Connor's been in my top 10 the entire offseason. Nothing the team has done has changed that. He now look, especially at the beginning of the year, which things are getting worse and worse for the Cardinals. You have Rondale Moore may not be ready week 1. Zach Ertz may not be ready week 1. Like James Conner was okay as a runner. He was fantastic as a pass catcher, though. Yep. And I don't see a reason or a world where they can really pull his work back. Allegedly, we've heard from the beat reporters around town that Eno Benjamin looks different. He's finally out of the doghouse, so to speak. It's really hard to get a gauge of that because last year when Chase went down and it was James Conner, Eno Benjamin was there. He had that one super awesome run where he ran through the defender and got the touchdown, but then they didn't use him. So I'm not sure what is completely different about this year of like why would it be a real close timeshare with Conner and Eno Benjamin? I think that Chase is
the difference is Arizona
Conner,
paid him like a top back. They paid Conner like a top running back.
Connor's going to get the majority of the work. He's better than Eno in passing downs. Cliff Kingsbury's favorite play call of all time is run it up the middle on the goal line. And Connor's going to be the player doing all of that stuff. So he's high risk, definitely higher risk than like Aaron Jones and DeAndre Swift. That's why you don't take him at the early second. But his upside is the exact same as those players to me.
I'm glad you said all this. Say that. I was going to say, Adam, it's like I would actually take Akers at this spot, but my second choice would be Connor.
Akers. Whoa.
Gross. No.
Wow, you don't 100%. Have to take him here, man. But all right, the Twitter poll, or sorry, the YouTube poll is going to be Davante Adams, CeeDee Lamb, Leonard Fournette, James Conner. We'll let the audience figure it out. Conner last year, when Chase Edmonds did not play, he was the second best running back in fantasy. Yeah. Only Jonathan Taylor scored more fantasy points per game. And he's been kind of a third-round pick in our drafts, and I would say probably the one player I regret not having any of so far. But I still have some drafts left, so I might make it a priority. Jacob, are you still, because I don't know if you heard Mike Wright say that Courtland Sutton would be a top 10 receiver. I'm all in on Courtland Sutton. Are you still on team Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing has changed. I mean, if anything, since you and I have discussed, the two things have gotten better for Jeudy, with the injury to Tim Patrick making it a lot more likely that Judy's going to be on the field in 2 wide receiver sets. When the two have been on the field together, he's clearly been the preference. Obviously, there's a quarterback change, but Jeudy has always been, on a career basis, a wide receiver 1, and I think he's going to fill that role this year and play basically every snap for the Broncos. There's tons of upside to Courtland Sutton. I definitely don't want to beat down on Sutton. I just do prefer Jeudy, especially at cost.
And Mike, my only issue with Sutton is I've been taking him in a 12-team league kind of early, anywhere in round 3. But if I have an early pick, I'll take him early. And then a lot of times Jerry Jeudy is available 2 rounds later. And I feel like I probably should have just waited. Is there a big difference between the two of them for you? Or do you think a 2-round discount on Jeudy is better value than for Sutton?
I think there's the world where they're both top 15 guys at the end, just because Russell Wilson is that good, and we've seen him provide us with 2 elite guys with Lockett and Metcalf. And if they aren't just blowing smoke out of Denver saying that this is Russell Wilson's team, we're going to let him kind of manage the offense, we should finally see Russell Wilson being able to just unleash and be near the top in actual passing attempts. The hard part for me with Jerry Jeudy is, and it's not fully disagreeing with Jacob, it's just, yeah, he's getting open and all these things, but we haven't seen the production. I mean, like it's a short career and small sample size because he had a really bad injury at the beginning of last year. But for all of the good things he does, we just haven't seen him produce. Meanwhile, we know that Courtland Sutton is great. It was 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns with freaking Joe Flacco as his primary quarterback. So I know for sure that Courtland Sutton can get it done. It's not that I think Jerry can't. It's that it's still more questionable to me. And for third round to me I don't think you have to do that. Like to me, reaching for Courtland Sutton is taking him in the 4th round. At least in the drafts I've been in.
I've noticed that just a couple of times when you've talked about ADP, and it does feel like we've almost existed in different universes on a couple of these players. Like and I don't remember that from years past.
You keep drafting with Adam.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't think if I have an early pick and I'm up in round 3 and I've got the 25th.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't think I'm getting Sutton in round 4.
He definitely won't. I think there's probably 6 people in most of our drafts that will take him before the end of the 3rd round.
Right.
It's
guys, can I take a quick break from this? I gotta throw a little shout out to Trophy Smack. I don't know if you guys have any Trophy Smack gear, but this is your league championship ring. It's freaking awesome. I'll try to get a better look at it there. We're auctioning this off. This is on our eBay page. It's going to take me a little bit I am, 145 pounds and I haven't lifted a weight in 10 years, but I will try with this chain. Look at this freaking chain. This you can buy, game used. Okay. You can get this on our eBay page. So thank you.
Walsh got his hooks in you guys, huh?
Who?
Walsh.
Matt Walsh
runs. He's a great dude. I'm real good friends with him.
Jamie Eisenberg, he got one of those for the flex leagues. He got the one with the chain.
Yeah, man, they're so cool.
That's awesome.
It's like the least Jamie thing he would ever wear.
Is there a photo?
It's got the camouflage print on it too.
The world needs this photo.
Yes. There's a photo of it. It's hilarious.
I'm a little.
I will say this real quick, Adam.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So while I agree with Mike on the Sutton, I don't agree with where you're taking Sutton because I always say you don't want to buy all the risk. And basically you're buying him where he has to be the guy. He has to be basically the best seasons of Tyler Lockett for him to return value for you. And that's even pushing it if you're taking him the 10th, 11th wide receiver off the board. Yeah,
that's fair. I can't argue with that. All right, let's take a look at the poll results here on YouTube. Davante Adams is running away with it. He's getting 54% of the vote. Leonard Fournette is second at 21%. Hey, what's going on back there? Tell him to be quiet now.
He's down in U of A, man. You're lucky it's not worse.
I don't know if this team remembered that they had Jamar Chase already, but we're going to go ahead and give this team now Jamar Chase and Davante Adams. But what do you think about?
Fun start. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Do you like that in a 2 receiver? You only have to start 2 receivers. Do you like that, or not getting a running back with one of your first 2 picks?
No, when you only have to start 2.
It's full PPR though, so I'm going to start 3. So I'm fine with it. I think it's lots of fun.
Okay, I'm telling you, in this draft, there's a decent chance. 35% chance James Conner makes it back to that spot in round 3.
That's a good point.
Yeah, decent chance. But if not, then it's going to be like Travis Etienne, Zeke. I don't even know. Damian.
Where are you guys at with Zeke? I want to hear this. I want to hear the CBS guys and like, what has been your overall vibe on Zeke, where he's going ADP wise, and then the of course Zeke versus Tony Pollard ageless argument that goes on. Where have you guys been on that?
Yeah, let me get Jacob in there just because I barely heard anything from Jacob.
I'll just go watch the dogs. Cool. See ya.
Go ahead, Jacob.
I am in on Zeke at ADP, and I definitely want to get back to this. But real quick, I wanted to ask Mike because I love talking to the big Sutton people. Have you seen? I don't want to spend too much time on Sutton Judy, but have you seen Sutton splits with Judy on and off the field last year?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I know that Sutton's dominance at the beginning of the year was all during the Jerry Judy injury. It's just when we're looking back at the splits of what they have done, like the only the only variable that's the same is it's Cortland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. Like this is a brand new offense. This is a brand new quarterback. So like I it's good, and I'm not completely throwing those splits away. But they don't factor as heavily to me because there's no continuance of what they did last year into this year.
Okay, no, that's fair.
All right, go on, Zeke, and then Heath will tell us what he thinks about Zeke too.
I think at his ADP, I think like Zeke is honestly one of the better bets of that, like kind of getting close to the dead zone running backs. Just on a pure like bet on volume play, he could really be the same guy we've seen, over all the past years. I don't expect Tony Pollard to cut into his rushing share that much, so I'm totally fine with Zeke where he's at.
Yeah, I think you just have to frame which reality we're talking about. Because I think in CBS ADP right now is 36th, and I don't like him at the end of round 3. So like
too
I
early.
Also see him on some sites. You can get him at round 4, round 5, and then I'm like, oh, that's not too bad. But I mostly think if he can be 80% of himself, they are going to give him the ball 18 times a game. Like that's what they want to do. Whether we think Tony Pollard's better, maybe they'll find other ways to get Tony Pollard involved, but I don't believe the getting Tony Pollard more involved is going to come at the expense of Zeke unless he's too hurt to play.
Well, and that the too hurt, he doesn't come off the field.
No.
He plays 70%. He doesn't leave the field.
So are you in, Jake?
Oh man, I am in the same tier.
When are you in?
I have a giant running back tier from 10 all the way down to 19 or 20, and he's in the same tier of
Way to help out the community there.
No, you know how it is because the tier is there for you don't want to take the top end of the tier. He's in there with Chubb and Swift and Fournette and Williams and Dameon Pierce and Elijah Mitchell and ETN. He deserves to be in that conversation.
Pierce is in there already for you?
He was alongside. Bold prediction from the podcast. He's the first Houston Texans running back since Arian Foster in 2014 to run for 1,100 yards.
Stop.
Oh, he's
Stop,
there,
Jake.
Like, whether he should be or not, he is all the way there. He is. He's gonna be a round 4 pick this weekend.
So who you guys think? AJ Dillon or Ezekiel Elliott?
Zeke.
And I have Zeke over Pierce. I just have him in the same tier.
Heath, what do you got?
That's dangerous.
Heath, did you give an answer? I'm sorry, Dillon or Zeke?
I said Zeke and PPR.
Oh, okay.
Dillon and non.
All right.
I was Zeke and both.
Jake and Mike, thank you for spending 40 minutes with us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks for being a part of it and helping us raise money.
Glad we could step it up after that Debo schmuck came on here.
Yeah, right. You know what's funny? We got a producer, Eric DeBerardinis, and he goes by Debo. And he's like in the software that we're using, and it says Debo. And I thought we had Debo at 7:30 when the pregame show started.
He goes by Debo because every single time Adams ever said his last name, he said it in a different way.
You got the only one? Believe me, it's a lot like that. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate it. You all have a great night, and we'll talk to you soon.
Hey, appreciate you.
All right, Jacob. Final parting words of wisdom from you, my friend.
Draft Jerry Jeudy, man. They're wrong.
I want to draft Jerry Jeudy too. Would you take Jerry Jeudy or Jalen Waddle, who's banged up right now?
It's actually easily Jeudy for me.
Wow. All right, Jacob. Enjoy that weather. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. Thanks, Emily. See you guys.
See you, Jacob.
We're about to reach the 9 o'clock hour. How you feeling, Heath?
Fantastic. That was a wonderful hour of content. We've got to really talk to some great people. It was awesome.
I got to make a pick for Jack. He had Najee Harris in the first round. Did we give him Fournette? Did we give him CeeDee Lamb? What do you think?
Fournette.
All right. We'll give him the old running back start.
Am I going to get to pick before I depart?
Leonard Fournette. No, you're not. I'm sorry, bud.
All right. Well, you got my rankings.
Where's Dave? Dave is supposed to be here, You want to hang around until Dave comes?
Oh, I'll be here all night.
Good. Let's bring on a couple more guests.
Until Dave comes. I did see someone texted me a picture of Jamie with the turnover chain on. So I will text that to you and see if came from our good friend Chris Towers.
All right. Well, we have a good friend, Chris, not Chris Towers. Chris Harris joining us.
Hey.
Chris, looks like I'm going to unmute you, Chris. I'm going to allow you to speak. Can I do that? There, you did it yourself. You didn't even need to do it. What's up, Chris?
Hey, is this okay? Is the setup all right?
You look great, man.
Okay.
You crushing it.
And you can hear me anything?
We can hear you. HarrisFootball.com. Everything is that a soccer thing? I don't really know anything about
soccer. It
soccer.
is a soccer thing. Tottenham Hotspur. Yeah.
That was a good guess.
They tied today.
Oh.
They drew, as they say, on the pitch.
Congratulations.
A lot of blokes.
Sure. Hey, we got one more guest joining us for this block, Samantha Praviti.
Hey.
Hi.
How you doing, Samantha?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you both for being on here. Would you like to start out with some trivia to raise some money for St. Jude?
I'm scared. I'm terrible at trivia.
Completely in below the trivia.
It's fine. We're going to donate anyway. Who led all quarterbacks in rushing yards in 2021? Was it A, Josh Allen, B, Lamar Jackson, or C, Jalen Hurts?
C, Jalen Hurts.
What do you think, Chris?
I think probably A.
You're saying Allen. Samantha's saying Hurts. You're so good at trivia, Samantha. You got it. $20 to St. Jude. Jalen Hurts only had 15 more than Lamar Jackson and 19 more than Josh Allen. And Heath, have a good night. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey, Dave. Congratulations on your victory tonight.
I'm
looking forward to having some pizza and wings tomorrow.
Why do I have the feeling that you're going to be really, really hungry and
Adam,
really, really thirsty?
Adam, do you know why Dave's buying me pizza and wings tomorrow?
Because you crushed him in fantasy prices, right?
No.
Why?
No, it's because the Kansas Jayhawks crushed the Miami Hurricanes in the NCAA tournament.
Oh, wow. You're paying that debt now? That was a long time ago.
It was. I don't want to talk about why it's happening now.
Yeah,
because it makes me look like
it was
a
a great
schmuck.
basketball season.
I think I'm going to kick you out of the stream now, Heath.
See you guys.
Thanks, man. So, Samantha and Chris,
yes.
let me tell you, I'm a huge sports fan. Like, I get really into my teams. And Dave and I are Miami Hurricanes. We made it to the Elite Eight. And I was already starting to think, like, all right, let's look into some Final Four tickets. Let's see, airfare was $1,000, by the way.
Yeah.
And then we were winning at halftime. We were beating Kansas at halftime by like 8 or something. And Miami might have lost by 30. Like, the second half was one of the most lopsided halves ever. Is it not better when you're really invested in a game or whatever they call it in soccer, a match, a game, for your team to just get their butt completely kicked rather than losing a close one? I think it's better. Wow, we got wiped.
No.
I'm good with that.
No,
I want them to show up. I mean, because then it's embarrassing if you get completely blown
You're
out.
saying this knowing the result. You didn't know, partway through the second half they were not going to win.
But the
Yeah, see, and
heartbreak.
if that's-
I can't deal with the heartbreak.
And if that's happening, I feel like I would just put some kind of live bet in to as a consolation prize.
That happened. That happened for sure, Samantha. And made my son really mad when he found out I bet Kansas before halftime. I bet the money line on Kansas because the odds were actually in my favor. The Canes were money line favorites at one point in the first half because they were winning. Adam, I want you to weigh this Canes loss with the 2002 national championship football loss.
No.
Hey, let's tune into Canes talk with.
No, that's okay. When you have a
honest to
heartbreak,
God, though,
I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. I'll never get over heartbreak.
And so that's why I agree with you. I'd much rather have the blowout than the close one. And Chris, we never do this. We never talk. There's more New York Giants talk on this show than anything because of Adam. But we never ever talk Canes. I'm sorry that you and Samantha have to witness it.
Yeah, you're opening up a niche now, a new career.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about some more generic stuff here. All right. We are going to. I don't know if you've been watching. We're going to spin the wheel of content, and it is going to tell us what we're talking about in this next segment. We are going to talk about our top 3. Are you ready? Let's spin the wheel. We already did sports movies. Top 3 sleepers. All right. So top 3 sleepers. You don't have to have 3 off the top of your head. Let's just have a nice little discussion here. Chris, you want to kick it off? Give me a sleeper or 2 or 3.
What's a sleeper, man? It can mean a lot of different things. I'll say I like getting Khalil Herbert in like the 11th round. He's probably my favorite double-digit round pick this year. I have him on a whole bunch of teams.
All right. Khalil Herbert, definitely a good sleeper. Samantha, give me a sleeper.
Sure, yeah. I really like Hunter Henry. I feel like he's been going super late in drafts, somewhere near like the tight end 18 to 20 range, which is super late for a guy that's clearly Mac Jones's favorite target. So, I mean, like if you're just going to punt at tight end, I kind of like that. Not that I necessarily recommend punting at tight end this year.
Chris and Samantha, do you think Dave Richard likes Isaiah Pacheco as a sleeper, Isaiah McKenzie, or both, or Isaiah Thomas, or all of them?
I think he seems like a McKenzie man to me.
Oh, I was going to go Pacheco.
It's McKenzie. But I think Pacheco's worth drafting, but McKenzie I'm over the moon for as the slot guy in Buffalo. Love the track record of Josh Allen throwing to receivers who line up in the slot. It's been about a quarter of his targets each of the past couple of years. Going to be high target volume for him and for Davis and for Diggs, because this is an offense that's going to throw the ball 600 times. They've done that each of the past 2 seasons. Last year, the Bills threw the ball 655 times. So those 3 receivers can combine for 400 targets, and there's still another 200 to go around to James Cook and Dawson Knox and Devin Singletary and everybody else that's there. Khalil Shakir can even have some targets along the way. Love getting him in my draft, and you're doing it in the double-digit rounds. You can probably do it after Khalil Herbert, who's another sleeper I like, and Henry's an interesting call too. I think he's going to be a flex for fantasy managers all year long. McKenzie, that is.
Can we get one more round of sleepers? One from each of you? Samantha, you want to go first?
Sure. I don't know. Maybe going with Tyrion Davis-Price after today's news with Trey Sermon. I think that as much as I would like to believe that Elijah Mitchell is the guy, I know that Kyle Shanahan has commitment issues, so he could definitely emerge as a sleeper, especially later on. Like, I think he's a guy that you can't expect to actually produce now, but if you have a deep league with a lot of bench spots, I actually really like him.
Oh my gosh, I am quite embarrassed. I have to tell you something embarrassing. I've been so immersed in Draft-A-Thon, I did not even know Trey Sermon got waived today. I just had to Google it. I was like, what is she talking about? Oh my God, they just waived Trey Sermon.
You're like, oh my God, she's like completely off.
No, I was like, what am I missing here? Did he get hurt? But no, I knew there was a possibility that would happen. Chris, sleeper number 2?
I talked about him on my show today. Double-digit rounds late. I'm trying to shoot the moon a little bit, so I'll take Nico Collins in a bunch of drafts.
Yeah.
Not because I think Davis Mills is great, not because I think that Houston's offense is going to necessarily sustain 2 wide receivers, just because of the type of player he is. He's kind of that contested catch. You can, if you have the right mentality offensively, you can throw him open. You can throw jump balls. You can make that sort of player maybe better than that offense deserves. So, I mean, it's probably a 10% chance it happens, right? It's likelier that we're cutting him for something else when we go to the waivers, when we start having bye weeks. But for the immediate term, I'll take that 10% shot. Whereas, some other wide receivers probably don't have that kind of ceiling.
All right. So we've gotten from Chris, we've gotten Nico Collins and Khalil Herbert. From Samantha, we've gotten Tyrion Davis-Price and Hunter Henry, and Dave gave us Isaiah McKenzie. And give me round 2, Dave.
Here's a name we rarely talk about on our show, Adam, but I think when we're living in a world where Amir Abdullah and Ty Montgomery are getting attention and J.D. McKissick is getting attention, why not go to one of the teams that has an established passing downs running back and will throw the ball a lot, and a running back who did extremely well in the playoffs last year with that team? I'm going to Kansas City. And I'm looking at Jerick McKinnon. He played at least 70% of the snaps in those preseason. That's where my mind is right now. But postseason back in January, he was on the field. He had at least 12 PPR points in each. I don't know if Clyde Edwards-Helaire is ever going to be a thing. Isaiah Pacheco definitely has some bursts. He's fun, but I don't know if he's going to get the opportunity anytime soon. Ronald Jones, LOL. I think we could see Jerick McKinnon maybe see 50% of the snaps in that offense and get a lot of checkdowns and flare routes from Patrick Mahomes if defenses continue to insist on taking away the deep ball. He's somebody that they've relied on in the past, especially in the playoffs, high leverage games, and he's come through for them statistically. And for people who play in playoff fantasy leagues, he was a godsend last year. and you can literally take them with your last pick.
All right, so another thing we're doing today, everybody, if you're just joining us, thank you. We got 1,500 people watching right now. That is awesome. And I want to thank Snickers for being a part of this as well. I ate a light dinner tonight because I knew I'm going to be having some of these. Not sure how many I'm going to be having, but I'm going to be having some Snickers, and I've already had one earlier today. Well, another thing we're doing is this live draft, and we have 2 audience teams. This is a 12-team PPR draft. Going to show the results in just a moment. Do I have the results? Looking for those.
Can I just take a second to apologize to Samantha? Last month, I saw her in Canton at the Fantasy Football Expo, and I was doing it while I was trying my best to kindly ask people to STFU. And I never got the chance, Samantha, to talk to you and to tell you how great of a job you're doing at Action Network and everywhere else. So I'm doing it right here, right now on the Draft-A-Thon. And next year, let's make it a point where we get together and talk for a few minutes.
Yes. Oh my God, that's so nice of you to say. That was such a funny scene that you were just like, everyone shut up. Oh, hi, Sam. It was just so
I
random.
didn't say it like that.
No, I know.
tried to be as
I'm
nice
just
as
kidding.
possible.
I know. We were all being rowdy. It was kind of a weird venue for that, right? Like, it was cool to watch, but also like it was really cramped and really just not set up for you guys to be drafting your best and us to be there. So anyway, just thoughts for next year, but for sure, let's definitely hang out next year.
Sure. Next year, you need to get in one of those drafts. Both of you actually need to be in those drafts. I don't know if Christopher will come, but
I heard there's going to be a Queen's Cup or something like that. I don't know.
First time I met Chris was a flex draft, so hopefully we can do one of those together or something like that. All right, so we're doing this live draft here, and you can see the results. Audience team number 1 has Austin Eckler in the first round. What we're going to do is we're going to give audience team number 1, they're picking 3rd, and the other audience team is 8th, as Jamar Chase and Devontae Adams. This is a full PPR, 12-team, 2-receiver league, 2 receivers and a flex. We're going to give them some options for this pick. We're going to give them 4 options, and they can vote on YouTube to see who we're going to pick. So, guys, let's come up with some options. They have Austin Eckler. The best players, according to Dave's rankings, are mostly wide receivers. Now, we're definitely going to make Nick Chubb an option because I know that would be Chris's pick right here because he loves Nick Chubb.
Correct.
We've got Deebo Samuel, Mike Evans, Michael Pittman, Keenan Allen, Nick Chubb, Javonte Williams. So let's pick 4 of them. Chubb is going to be one of them. Deebo is going to be one of them. So I need 2 more guys. I need Evans, Pittman, Keenan Allen, Javonte Williams, A.J. Brown, D.J. Moore, James Conner. What do you guys think? Who should the other 2 be?
I think Evans should definitely be on that list.
Okay.
Can Chubb be on it twice?
I don't even think he's going to win because I think they're going to go wide receiver here since they have Eckler. But, all right, so we got Deebo, Chubb, Evans. Let's go with Pittman. He's kind of our big CBS breakout. I'm sure you guys probably like him too. Are you guys good to go there on YouTube? We'll put Deebo Samuel, Mike Evans, Michael Pittman, and Nick Chubb up, and we'll let people vote on it. One other thing that we're going to do is I recommend following both Chris and Samantha on Twitter. And they're both great follows. Chris is at Harris Football. Samantha is at Samantha NFL. Samantha, I did cherry pick a couple of tweets, and I want to display them now. They are food related. So I think this will go over well with Dave. We'll see when our producer's ready. Thomas Shaver. All right, Thomas, throw that first one up there. Your quote treating from Maddie Kroll: banana peppers might be the most underrated pizza topping. You're saying hard agree. Dave, you're a pizza connoisseur. What do you think about banana peppers on your pizza?
I would eat them in a heartbeat. I eat them on my salads. I made an omelet the other day with banana peppers because we were out of everything else in the house. I am a big fan of the BPs. Put them on the pizza, and let's kick it up a notch. I think I'm going to put this on my list of future pizzas to try. Banana peppers, sausage, and what else should go on there? We've got tangy, we've got savory.
Like heirloom tomatoes would be good on
Ooh, yeah. Okay. I like it. We're doing that.
Chris, what's your order at the pizza place?
Not a pizza guy. Don't eat the carbs. Move on.
Oh, wow. Let's see the next tweet then. Let's see if you're going to eat.
I should eat like Chris.
Next tweet. Yeah, we all
I'm
should
like a
like
sick
Chris.
human. I will eat banana peppers with a fork, like just out of the jar. So
Look at this disgusting thing, though. What can you tell us? What is happening in this?
Wait. First of all, did you guys all know what a glizzy was before this
I don't know what a
whole
glizzy is now.
thing?
No.
Do you like so the thing
I'm
at the
old.
baseball game where the guy put the straw through?
Yeah, I saw that.
And then
What-
drank
wait,
the
what did he
beer
do?
with a hot dog.
Like, he hollowed out like a hot dog and then like used it as a straw. So basically, do you remember like as a kid biting off like the tops of a Twizzler and using that to like drink something? Well, he did that, but to drink beer, and it was a hot dog. So it was a lot to process. And then of course. And then, of course, like Twitter just broke because a lot of people were like, what the hell is the glizzy? And anyway, yes, I actually kind of think this looks gross to start with. But then when you think about it, it's like not that gross. And actually, you would get a lot of like good like banana ratio here. So I like it. Maybe we haven't gone too far. Good, Chris. Not into it?
Me? No. What is that monstrosity?
It's a peanut butter and jelly banana in a hot dog bun. It's good. I think it looks good. I bet it's delicious. No?
No.
All right. Dave, break the tie.
It looks like a pale guy who didn't pay his $50,000 to his bookie on a bun.
It looks better than that. All right, so let's go back to our draft. Let's see the results here. Who are you taking with the 22nd pick? You already have Austin Eckler, Nick Chubb, Deebo Samuel, Mike Evans, Michael Pittman. Right? Ooh, whoa, mega close. Might have to give this a few more minutes to settle. Nick Chubb and Michael Pittman have 30% of the vote. Deebo Samuel, 28%. And only 12% for Mike Evans. So as soon as someone hits 31% or pulls
I'll
away.
make the case for Chubb. You want me to make the case for Chubb so everybody goes and votes for him?
Yeah, go ahead.
What the heck are we all thinking here? He's the best running back in the league. I've seen him play with a bad quarterback. With whatever they have this year until Watson is there is no worse than Baker Mayfield with one arm. I'm not worried at all. It's the same offense as last year. He's going to be fantastic. I don't even care if it's PPR. I'm happy, very, very happy to get Nick Chubb here.
All right, let's check back on the results. And the results are Michael Pittman at 33%. But this was the closest one we've had by far. So that was good work on your part. I'm going to go ahead and select Michael Pittman for that team.
Touché, America.
Samantha and Chris, you guys are going to head out in a bit. Before you leave, I'm going to ask this, I guess, from all of our guests. Chris, give us one player that you feel like is great value that you keep on drafting. I'm going to say, I guess, other than Nick Chubb. Make it a little different.
Yeah, Nick Chubb would be on that list. I'm Michael Thomas. I just don't, another one that I feel like I have a head wound. I just don't get it. I have him like in my actual ranks. He's like wide receiver 11 or something. I'm not going to take him there because I don't need to. But the things that people are claiming are wrong with Michael Thomas, like maybe this hamstring's a real thing and maybe it's going to linger, but the ankle is fixed. The quarterback, he doesn't have Drew Brees, and that's why he's not wide receiver 1 anymore. Sure, he shouldn't be wide receiver 1, but he shouldn't be wide receiver 38 or whatever it is. Like, we're not punishing Devontae Adams or Tyreek Hill for having diminished quarterbacks. Winston has made wide receivers be fantasy stars in the past, and he's never had Michael Thomas. I don't understand why everybody's decided Christian McCaffrey is just so safe. No problem. They've missed the same number of time. Like, they both lost 2 years. We seem as a market to be treating players with different measuring sticks who are very similar. And so great value. Michael Thomas in the 5th, 6th. My God, do it.
All right, Samantha, who do you got? Who's the player that you keep drafting?
Oh, God. It's a tough tie between Derek Carr and Cortland Sutton. Carr is just like always underrated. He threw for the 5th most passing yards last year. And no one seems to care. But Sutton for sure. Like, I feel like maybe in like the Twitter world, there's like this consensus that Sutton is the guy, but not necessarily consensus, but like there's more of that feeling. But you have to remember that some of these home drafts that we do, like Judy's going way earlier than Sutton. And I'm on Broncos radio every single week now. And those guys, those insiders that are watching the practice, they say it's not even close. Sutton is for sure the guy. He has great chemistry with Russell Wilson. So I can't believe that he's going after Judy in some drafts. So I think that that's really good value. And like, if he even if I don't want a receiver there, if he's following me, I'm going to take him.
Sweet. Hey, you guys were great. Great information. Thank you very much. Two great guests. Love you guys. Come back on anytime. Chris and Samantha, thanks for being a part of this and helping us raise money for St. Jude.
Thanks, you guys.
Thanks so much.
You guys are the best. Thank you.
All right, Dave. How's it going? Am I sweating too much here?
Let me see you. Are you really sweating?
I got no air conditioning, but luckily it's kind of
been on the air since what?
7:30.
Yeah. You can do this.
I'm feeling good though. You know why I'm feeling good? Because everybody loves Courtland Sutton. So, it's making me feel better about all the times
you like that insider report, huh?
Yeah, man.
That's Samantha just tell you, I've been hearing that since Tim Patrick got hurt from my buddies in Denver.
I'm very excited about him. So we're going to keep taking a look at this audience draft. The two audience teams so far picking third have Austin Eckler and Michael Pittman, and picking eighth have Devontae Adams and Jamar Chase, not in that order, Chase and then Adams. So we're about to finish up round two. Obviously, we're not going to finish this draft. We're just going to hope that you guys stick around to make some picks. Also, hit the like button on YouTube and donate. Hit that donate button. Let's raise as much money as we can. I've only read 5 trivia questions. We've gotten 4 of them right. Every time we get a trivia question right, we're giving $20 to St. Jude. And that's not a huge number, but we've really raised a ton of money, and it's because of all of you out there, and we very much appreciate it. Our audience has been incredible throughout this month, this Draft-A-Thon push. We're going to give you a number to tell you how much we've raised later on, and hopefully it'll blow you away and realize, we got a QR code there too. Hit the QR code, scan that QR code, and you go to our eBay store. In our eBay store, we got this sweet championship ring. I got to take it out from Trophy Smack. If you can see that.
Nice.
Fantasy Football Today logo on it. Got St. Jude on there. And we've got a much bigger version of that. The basically most just ridiculously awesome way to tell everybody that you won your fantasy league. Look at this chain, baby. You can bid on this as well. You can bid on spots in podcast leagues with me and Heath. So get out there. We're here to talk fantasy. We're also here to raise money. And let's bring on our next 2 guests. Oh, baby. Powerhouse combo here. Frank Sample, Eric Young. Fellas, what's going on? EY, good to see you.
Yeah, good to be seen. And I was on here listening. Look, I love Courtland Sutton too, and I have him in the Draft-A-Thon Draft-A-Thon league. So I'm very excited about all this news. I already knew this, but it's good to hear.
EY, this is our 5th year doing the Draft-A-Thon. I think you've been involved every year.
Yeah, it's got to be close. It's 4 for sure. I mean, I know we don't really do it all in person. I mean, that was right after the punching incident, and I wasn't welcome back. I think it probably had more to do with COVID, but I like telling people I got banned from CBS for punching Will Brinson.
You put him in a sleeper hold right in front of me. I couldn't believe it.
Frank Sample is the host of Fantasy Baseball today, and he'll be joining me on live streams to talk fantasy football this year. He's also done a lot of podcasts with Eric Young. Dave, Frank, and Eric, when was the last time the 3 of you were together in the same room?
Oh, geez.
It's never been the 3 of us together because I don't think I've ever been in the same room as Frank.
You're lying, Dave. You don't remember. Let's look at the evidence here. Let's take a look. Look at that. Look at that group.
Adam, I don't like showing off my body on camera.
I forgot about that.
Dave, you look great there, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Well, I forgot
to put the sock in my trunks that day.
Frank, I didn't know you had the tats.
I actually did just get my first tattoo. It's like a little cat right here. If you could see.
Oh. How about that?
It's pretty random, but what's going on? My former BFF. I guess he's still my BFF, right? Like once you're a BFF, you're a BFF, right? That's it. Happy to be here. EY, Dave, Richard, Adam. Nice to see you. Anyway,
nice to see you too.
What do you think of Gunnar Henderson's home run tonight?
Who's that?
Is baseball still fake?
I'm in the wrong place. What are we doing?
I think it is.
I assume the Yankees are losing right now. That's what I know about baseball at the moment. So yeah, but I guess I'm not going to ask you guys at the end of the show. I'm going to ask you at the end of your segment. I'm going to ask you at the start of it. Who are some of the guys you like taking? Frank, some players that end up on a lot of your teams.
Yeah, so I guess this might just be part of groupthink, but Rashad Bateman. I'm just like all in on Rashad Bateman. I think that he is an awesome player. He didn't really get an opportunity to show that last year. He was dealing with injury. Lamar Jackson was beat up last year. There's so much available opportunity this coming year with no Hollywood Brown there. He accounted for like 26% of the target share. There's something like near 200 wide receiver targets available on this team upcoming. I think they're probably going to dial it back in terms of how much they pass this upcoming year, but I think it's going to be like a 1A Mark Andrews, 1B situation with Rashad Bateman there. So I'm very excited whenever I can get him in the 5th round as like my wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. I've been doing that a lot.
I don't think Dave loves that. Am I wrong, Dave? Rashad Bateman?
You're not. Although that could kind of tilt a little bit depending on how things go with J.K. Dobbins. And what we might have to expect from this Ravens offense, everything out of Baltimore this offseason, and this goes all the way back to the owners' meetings when I asked Harbaugh about the running backs, they want to run the football more. They want to go back to that blueprint from 2019. I think they believe that Lamar is more comfortable playing in that style of an offense rather than trying to force the ball down the field. But here's the thing. If J.K. Dobbins isn't ready and your best running back is Kenyon Drake, you're probably not going to be 50-50 pass run anymore. And if you're going to put the ball in the air, well, obviously the receivers are going to be able to get some targets and put up some numbers. Andrews is going to be number 1. He always has been. He's been the most reliable target for Lamar Jackson. Even going back to before Lamar's MVP year, his rookie year, he had some great metrics with him. And Bateman could be next up. And he's really talented. He's a really talented receiver. I just feel like he's not in the best offense. This is a squad that typically does not produce 1,000-yard wide receivers. They typically do not produce high touchdown wide receivers. So I would not spend a round 5 pick on Rashad Bateman. And I don't think I would spend a round 6 pick on Bateman either. Maybe late 6. But there are so many other receivers and even some running backs that are going to creep in from the dead zone into that space that I would take ahead of Bateman.
Last point on Bateman that I'll bring up. I respect Matt Harmon, what he does with wide receivers, reception perception. He charts all different kind of routes that they run and how great they are against man coverage versus zone coverage. And he said that Bateman just graded out really, really well in that metric from last year. So that's just like another feather in the cap, I guess, for Bateman. I think he's just really talented and the opportunity is there now. So.
All right, I'll ask all three of you. Would you rather have Rashad Bateman or Darnell Mooney?
Mooney for me.
Mooney for me too.
That's really close. I think I have Bateman a few spots higher though.
Okay. EY, who's your guy?
Yeah, I mean, it's Darnell Mooney. I mean, the number 1 in Chicago. I think if we're looking at the offense from last year, I mean, you can convince yourself that Justin Fields is a terrible quarterback, but I think because of the coaching staff and the offensive coordinator there, we don't have any idea what kind of player he is. I understand that it's preseason, and yes, Frank, I am still insane and watched every snap of the preseason, even though I know it means basically nothing. I have no life. I'm basically unemployed, and there's nothing you can do about it. Darnell Mooney's the number 1 receiver there. And Justin Fields and him showed last year, even when the Chicago Bears were terrible, that he's a very good receiver. I don't know if he's, a top 12, but where he's going, I mean, it's massive value. I like Justin Fields too. So Mooney is somebody I'm trying to get everywhere. And I know it's super popular to wait on quarterbacks, but if I can get Josh Allen in the 3rd or 4th round in single quarterback leads, I'm taking him every single time. Just like the floor, he may have the highest floor in the league, and he also has one of the highest ceilings. Tell me another player like that. He's a 1 of 1. He can do everything. He's a winner, and Buffalo is going all in this year.
Is this a safe space?
Yes.
I mean, I trust Eric. I trust Frank. Adam, but and Eric, you said you watch all the preseason games?
Yes.
Did you watch Dante Pettis?
Yes.
What did you think?
So I know you guys just had Chris Harris on, a hero of mine, a guy that I've loved forever. I've listened to every one of his podcasts, and I blame him for me loving Dante Pettis. I blame him for having Dante Pettis on my dynasty team and not being able to quit him because he talked highly of him. And a lot of people talked highly of him. It didn't work out in San Francisco. I mean, he did basically nothing last year, but I mean, you could take him at your last pick. And if he doesn't do anything, you drop him, you pick up somebody else. But Dante Pettis could become a thing. Let's be honest with ourselves.
He ran incredible routes in their last preseason game. The timing with Fields was really, really good. You can find the touchdown that he caught on Twitter right now if you search for Dante Pettis. Watch him juke the defender out of his freaking cleats on the post corner route that he runs. I think he might be the number 2 receiver in Chicago. And I know it sounds ridiculous because it's Dante Pettis.
Yeah,
but
it's Dante Pettis.
I think he might ruin Kmet a little bit, and I think he might ruin Mooney a little bit if he's the guy. The reports have said that Brian Pringle's really been somebody that stepped up. We haven't seen it because Pringle didn't play in the preseason. In a world where both of those guys managed to step up and pull target share away from Mooney and Kmet, there's going to be a lot of disappointed fantasy managers.
Yeah, but don't you feel like you're kind of overreacting to preseason? Doesn't Dante Pettis' entire career matter more than the post corner route that he ran in the preseason?
I think there are reports that go along with it saying that Pettis has really earned his way onto this Bears roster. And the only reason why I'm bringing him up is because they've got nothing.
Yeah.
Look at the other names. It's Pringle, it's Velus Jones, it's Equanimous St. Brown. You can make the case that Pettis can win that number 2 job. And listen, in a regular draft that goes 17 rounds, I'm not taking Dante Pettis. I can give you a sleeper receiver in Tennessee that I'd rather take, and it's not Treylon Burks than Dante Pettis. But if Pettis is that guy, I can't believe we're spending 2 minutes on Dante Pettis in the year 2022.
I don't think we should be right now.
I love it, but listen, I was so impressed with how he played and the run that he got with the offense, and then he made the team. And I don't think he's going away. I think he could end up being something not necessarily great for fantasy, but someone that could hurt, I think, Kmet more so than Mooney. I'm just bringing it up because we're talking about Chicago. But if he plays really well and starts to meet that potential that he had once upon a time, then it will hurt Mooney.
Dave,
sounds crazy. I'm sorry.
Dave, I'm going to pick him up in my lone dynasty league right now. So thank you.
There you go. All right, let me jump in here because
I'm going to get him for nothing in our dynasty league. No one else is looking at him.
I want to get back to our live draft that we're doing with our audience. Take a look at the layout right now. 2 tight ends are off the board. Still no quarterback off the board. And I gave the audience team number 1 that has Eckler and Pittman. We gave them 4 options. Those 4 options are Mike Evans, Deebo Samuel. Nope, that's not it.
No.
Sorry, guys. James Conner, Javonte Williams, Mike Evans, and did we do one more? Did we get that poll up yet? Sorry. Keenan Allen. Mike Evans, Keenan Allen, Javonte Williams, James Conner. Not going to be Deebo Samuel because it's already taken. So Mike Evans, Keenan Allen, Javonte Williams, James Conner. We're going to give our audience those 4 choices. You let us know who you want to take for audience team number 3. You already got Eckler and Pittman. Dave, who would you go with there out of those 4 options? Would you go with Mike Evans, Keenan Allen at wide receiver, or Javonte Williams or James Conner at running back?
And what did I do with my first 2 picks? It's a running back and a receiver.
Eckler and Pittman. And a reminder, you only have to start 2 wide receivers in this league with 1 flex.
I would take Mike Evans. I think he's the safest guy of everybody that you named.
EY, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably lean Evans too, but I'd be thinking about Javonte Williams pretty seriously.
Frank?
3 people, 3 different answers. I'm ecstatic to get James Conner in the 3rd round of drafts this year. I know that he's been injured in the past, but based on his usage, what the Cardinals did to address the running back position in the offseason, which was basically nothing, how great he was last year. It's like this was someone who performed like a 1st-round pick, and now we're getting him in the 3rd round, likely because of injuries. So, yeah, I love taking James Conner in the 3rd round.
Okay, I'll say Keenan Allen then. Keenan Allen is just he's a PPR machine. He's going to be one of the target leaders in the NFL. I know the yards per target is not great, but I still think he's going to be the preferred target. He's an incredible route runner. He's going to get open. Justin Herbert's going to have a huge year. So that's who I would take here. James Conner would be my 2nd pick. And let's see what our audience decides to do. We'll come back to that in just a second. Want to do some trivia here to raise some money? Let's do it. $20 for every right answer going to St. Jude. All right. This is a very challenging question to understand, which is very typical of me. So try to pay attention. Get
If I don't say so myself, I'm such a enigma.
No, it's just I'm stupid. I give the worst questions. Of all of the running backs who finished top 10 in PPR last year, not including Cordero Patterson. So all the top 10 running backs in PPR, not including Patterson. Which running back had both the fewest rushing yards and the fewest catches? Top 10 running back. He had the fewest yards and fewest catches among all top 10 running backs in PPR. And I'll give you a hint. He actually finished top 5.
Is this points per game top 5?
No,
or
overall
top 5?
You wouldn't want to.
Oh, I think I know the answer.
Right?
So
I
it
think I know the
was
answer.
rushing yards and what?
Fewest rushing yards and fewest
catches?
catches among all top 10 running backs.
Dave, can I? Is
Yeah,
that how I
Dave.
buzz into this?
Hey, let's raise some money.
James Conner?
James Conner is the answer.
Frank's guy.
Yeah.
I was thinking that too. I was like, this seems a little too familiar. Should have said.
How about trivia question number 2 for you guys? Bill Belichick has the most wins among active NFL coaches. Who has the second most among active NFL coaches?
Dave.
Mike
Tomlin.
Incorrect.
That was the first one that came to mind.
He's third.
Pete Carroll?
Also incorrect.
Kyle Shanahan.
Andy Reid is the answer.
Oh,
I know, right?
That totally makes sense.
All right. So we'll have to make up for it here. Who led the Eagles in rushing yards in 2021?
Dave.
Go ahead.
Miles Sanders.
It's not a contest.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts and Frank. EY, what's going to be our official FFT Draft-A-Thon answer? Is it going to be Sanders or Hurts?
Yeah, it's going to be Hurts.
It is Jalen Hurts. He had 30 more rushing yards than Miles Sanders. A check mark there. $20 to St. Jude. All right, what did the audience decide to do? Mike Evans, Keenan Allen, Javonte Williams, James Conner. Holy cow. Who said Javonte?
I did.
EY, you're the man. 47%. Javonte Williams. I'm going to go ahead and make that pick. Eckler.
I like the Connor call too, Frank. I got him in a lot of places.
What is this? Audience team 1.
I think I've drafted 3 season-long teams so far. I have Saquon and James Conner on 2 of them. So if those guys get hurt,
I drafted 3 today.
Damn.
3 today you had?
Well, actually, two today. It's I have too many. I have way too many. Here's the benefit of too many. If you're listening to this and you like fantasy football and it makes you insane and you yell at the TV and your wife threatens to divorce you, I'm not saying that happened to me, but I'm saying I know somebody that it did happen to. If you have enough teams, you can't keep it straight. Every time someone scores, you score and you can celebrate. You're also being scored against, but we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to worry about having enough teams and having every single player on some team somewhere and enjoy your Sundays like I do.
And then you want to know what the evolution of that is. Is that you start predicting who you think will have a good game in a given week, and you end up rooting for those guys, whether they're on your teams or not. You think that players going to have a great game.
Also ruined my life.
Yes. So like you might have, let's think of it. You might have Saquon on a lot of your fantasy teams, but when Daniel Jones runs for a touchdown and you told people that he'd have a good game and he's on your DFS team, you're going to be pumped about that. And of course, it's going to stink for your Saquon squads. But that's what's happened to me. Before I played fantasy football, I was a fan of the Chicago Bears. And ever since I got into football, I stopped enjoying the Bears. And when I started playing fantasy football, I went from I still like the Bears earlier in my career. And then I went from liking the Bears to not liking the Bears to rooting for players on my fantasy team to not rooting for players on my fantasy team, but rooting for the players that I recommend each week on Fantasy Football Today.
Yeah.
So
yeah, of course, right? Yeah.
But that's it. Like I don't root for my fantasy teams even anymore.
I've
given up an NFL squad.
I'm so sorry to cut you off, but I, of course, being the terrible producer that I am, I've left one of our guests backstage. I don't even know how long. So let's find out how bad I was. We're going to bring on Kevin Walsh. You can follow him at Kevin Walsh NFL, TikTok superstar Kevin Walsh. How long were you waiting to get on, Kevin?
Oh, only for like 5 minutes. No rush at all.
I'm sorry about that. That shouldn't have been the case. I apologize profusely for that. How you doing, man?
I am doing great. How you guys doing?
We're chilling, man.
We're doing great.
Great.
So tell us about yourself, and I'm sure everybody knows you, but tell us how you've grown your audience, and and I guess how much fantasy football you play.
Oh, good question, Adam. So yeah, if you don't already know, I am most famously on TikTok and TikTok and Instagram and YouTube, posting really short, 30-second long kind of NFL videos. That's kind of where I've found a lot of my success. And started doing it. I'm still in college. I'm at Ohio State, and I started posting videos about 2.5 years ago on there. And slowly, it's built up over time, and or rather quickly, but it's worked out pretty well. And so yeah, I'm just posting videos about that on those short social media places. But I need to up my Twitter game though, that's for sure. Football though, I don't like to post content about fantasy football. So, but I do think I'm like somewhat knowledgeable, maybe not be able to hang with all you guys, but I think I could hold my own a little bit.
I'm sure you can. Hey, let's just say there's this guy, Frank Stanfield or something, who wants to become big on TikTok, not me, just Frank. What advice would you give Frank to grow TikTok?
Well, I would say the biggest key, and it might sound kind of simple, but you truly need to think about when you're making a video, why would somebody want to stay till the end of the video at all times? Because if you're getting about 10 seconds in and you're thinking, and you already rewarded the viewer with whatever, you're talking about in that video, well, they can leave. It's their reason to go. And a lot of that watch time stuff is about, having people stay till the end. So you always want to think about every moment, why would somebody want to keep watching the video? Because if you've already rewarded them with what the video is about, then they might just leave, and then you'll see a less performing good video. So that's the best advice I could give.
That's pretty good, Frank. You remember that?
That is pretty good. I have a buddy of mine. He does a lot of TikToks as well, and he told me consistency, right? Like just doing it as often as you can, and obviously being thoughtful, like you were saying about the content that you're putting into it, and retention and keeping people there watching for a while. But he really told me consistency, like doing it over and over and over, and kind of building up your audience is a pretty big one as well.
That's a huge one, Frank. Huge one for sure.
Okay, so Kevin, why don't you tell us maybe some football players that you're into this year you think are going to have big years, and we're going to let Dave, Eric, and Frank critique some of your thoughts.
Oh, all right. Okay, I'll start off with the quarterback. All right, my guy this year, Jalen Hurts, all day long. I'm going with Hurts. My main reasoning is I think that he's got the weapons this year: AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert, really good. And I think the Eagles have got one of the best offensive lines in the league. Personally, I think their O-line's stacked. So I feel like he's set up super well to succeed, and with the rushing ability, I don't know. That's one guy I really like. Quickly, what do you guys think about Hurts though? I don't know. What do you guys think?
Absolutely in. He's my QB3 overall, number one rated offensive line according to PFF. Weapons are there, like you said. Rushing ability. He's looked great in the preseason. I'm all in as well.
It took me a while to get there, guys. But as soon as I realized a couple of things, number one, that he's not going to get benched because Gardner Minshew's way worse than he is, and that Philadelphia is definitely trending toward throwing more than they did last year. They threw the ball from week 8 on 41% of the time. If you include their playoff game, it went all the way up to 42%. So they really embraced the run in the second half of last year, and it hurts his numbers. I don't think they're going that route anymore. I saw them practice for 2 days in Miami. They came down to scrimmage against the Dolphins before their preseason game. Hurts was doing a good job of reading coverage. He was checking down when pressure was on him. He didn't run against the Dolphins, but he sure did against his own team. And anytime there was a breakdown, first read wasn't there, second read wasn't there, he's off to the races. That's still going to be a big factor there. It is on the table that he throws for over 4,000 yards and runs for over 1,000 yards and totals 30 touchdowns. It's there. And that's why he's in my top 5 for me. I'm not as bullish as you, Frank, but I do think that he is worth taking ahead of Kyler Murray, ahead of Tom Brady, definitely ahead of Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott, and those guys.
EY, you good? You agree?
Yeah, I like Hurts, but I'll do the counter argument is this is we're not sure. We haven't seen him in an actual NFL. And just as coming from the guy that said he's watched every snap of the preseason, we haven't seen him in actual an NFL game yet this year. Has he taken a step forward with throwing and accuracy and touch and feel? Dave saying that he's reading the defenses, and that's all well and good to read the defense. But if he can't get the ball where he needs it to be, none of it matters. They have 3 so-so running backs, so they have none. And A.J. Brown is a soap bubble. He played in Tennessee. He's a starter here for 2 years, and I think he played a total of 4 games. So good luck with him and him being dominant because he doesn't play. I mean, it's just the reality of it. I like Jalen Hurts. I like A.J. Brown. I like Dallas Goedert. I really like Devontae Smith. But in the end, did Hurts take a step in throwing? That's the only thing that's going to matter.
And I think that you're going to get yes answer to that question based on what I've read.
The NFL is better when Philadelphia is good, so I hope so.
Yes. That's strong disagree on that one, but Kevin, all right, give us another player that you're high on.
All right. I'll go running back. I'll try to hit up one at each position. All right. I'm in on the Travis Etienne hype. Okay. I think I'll tell you my reasoning. I think we've seen that James Robinson. I'm kind of against the running backs coming back off the ACL tears. I think he's going to not be as good as we think. I'll take the pass catching back. I believe in Doug Peterson. I believe in Trevor Lawrence being better without Urban Meyer. I think Etienne's got a high floor, and I think Robinson won't be as good as what maybe people think, or won't cut into as much as what everyone's saying.
Yeah, I'm eating a Snickers here. So, Eli, what do you think about Etienne? Thank you for Snickers, by the way, for helping us out tonight and for giving me some Snickers.
I like the coach there. I mean, obviously, I feel like Trevor Lawrence, it can't get worse, right? Like, I mean, he was brutal last year, and I don't think it has anything to do with him. I'm really high on Trevor Lawrence this year because of what he can be. He was one of the most sought-after college players in the last decade. You know, everybody wanted him. Unfortunately, the Jaguars ended up with him, and they're rotten. Then they hired a mentally challenged coach, and their number 1 draft pick Etienne didn't play a snap. Robinson got hurt, and the rest is history. Robinson coming off that injury. I mean, everyone's talking that he could play in the first week, but we'll see. I mean, I'm speaking from experience. I tore my ACL like a year ago, and I can tell you, it does not make you a better athlete. That is for certain. But I love Trevor Lawrence. And I think Etienne, all the reports from camp and even the little bit that you saw him play, is he's the most dynamic and most explosive player on this entire roster.
Let's go back to Kevin here. Let's get another name, and I'll let Frank respond to this. Let's get a wide receiver, Kevin.
All right, Frank. I'm hoping for some good news here. All right, I go to Ohio State. I'm going with my Buckeye, Michael Thomas. I'm in on him this year. I like his upside. Like, he's been the wide receiver 1 before, like by far the wide receiver 1. And I'm actually kind of like a secret Jameis lover. So I'm just kind of in on Michael Thomas, and I think he's talented. And I think he's just slipping because of the injury, but I think he bounces back. That's where I'm at with Michael Thomas.
Man, so I heard Ohio State, and I'm a Jets fan. I'm like, yeah, let's talk about Garrett Wilson, man. Let's get excited for the Jets. And then,
oh no!
And then you gave me one of my busts this season in Michael.
No.
I'll give you my side of it, and then I'll let Dave talk about Michael Thomas because I know that he does like him quite a bit. We just have not seen this guy do anything on a football field in so long. He has not played in a game since December of 2020. He hasn't scored a touchdown in the NFL since December of 2019. He's already dealing with a hamstring injury. He has had all different kind of foot and ankle things going on with him. And now he doesn't have Sean Payton calling plays for him anymore. And he's got a different quarterback in Jameis Winston. Like, there's so much stuff going on there. And then they trade up to get Chris Olave. And I think that they really like Chris Olave. I think Kamara is still going to be very involved in the offense here. I think Mark Ingram could be involved in the offense. Not that we want to hear that. I just don't think that he's going to be as volume dependent as he once was. And I don't know if he's even the player that he was once. So for all those reasons, out. I am out on Michael Thomas.
Frank, when's the last time you rode a bike?
Not too long ago. Actually, I do have a Peloton, so I mean, I guess we can.
Hey,
but
I was on the Peloton earlier today. It worked out perfectly fine.
A Peloton's a Peloton. The last time you were on a bike, it was a couple weeks ago. When did you learn how to ride that bike? How old were you?
I don't know, 7, 8 years old, something like that.
And between the time you were 7 until now, when you're 26 years old, you're talking about you've ridden your bike hundreds, if not thousands of times, right?
Yeah, but Dave, what if I got into a catastrophic bicycle accident and I haven't rode a bike in like 2 years as a result of it?
You would still know how to ride the bike. And that's the point with Michael Thomas, is that he's been playing football his whole life. He's a craftsman when it comes to route running, boxing out defenders, winning contested catches, all the things that you look for from a wide receiver, other than him burning down the field. He doesn't have sub 4.4 speed. But I think that he knows what he's doing. And yes, he hasn't done it in the last 2 years. But I've got friends in New Orleans, and before this injury that he suffered, they were telling me he looked as good, if not better, than when he was crushing it in 2019. Now, this new injury, someone told me, no names, that he's acting weird after it, and that something, quote, something is going on. And that makes me a little bit nervous. And of course, having Jameis Winston as your quarterback compared to Drew Brees, there's a trade-off there. There could be more off-target throws there than before, but I still think there's going to be good volume for him. I don't think it's going to be in the 170 range. I think it's going to be closer to 130, 140 targets on the year. I still think 9 touchdowns are in play, provided that he's ready to go in week 1, well over 1,000 yards on top of it. Kevin, I'm with you. Michael Thomas is at minimum a top 20 fantasy receiver.
Adam, break the tie, buddy. Or we can let EY break the tie, either one.
Oh, no, EY's breaking the tie.
Yeah, break it.
Come on.
Yeah, I mean, Michael Thomas was never fast. I mean, where you're getting him in drafts, it's crazy value. I mean, he may not be who he was, but I think where you're getting him, he's a steal.
Yeah, the only issue I have is I honestly don't know where you're getting him in drafts. I don't know what ADP to trust. I mean, I think if he's normal, he's a 3rd round pick. I'll take him in the 4th round. I think people get him sometimes in the 5th, 6th round. Sometimes team fans, some leagues don't want him at all. And he's, in the 6th, 7th round. But I'm comfortable with him in the 4th round. Yeah, Kevin, I think it's a great call. All right, give me a tight end.
Okay, so there's a little bias here. I am a Raiders fan, but give me Darren Waller all day long this year. I believe in Gronk 2.0 on my Las Vegas Raiders. He's going to be a red zone machine. Dude is so good catching balls in the red zone. I've watched him just pluck them out of the air. Once McDaniels is crafting up some good red zone plays, unlike Gruden's Raiders could do. Horrible red zone offense with Gruden. McDaniels, one of the best red zone guys coming in. Waller's going to be plucking them out of the air. Touchdown machine. I think Waller's going to be easily a top 3 tight end. Easily.
How many catches and yards for him?
That's a mean question to ask him. He's never done projections.
Over under 85 catches for Darren Waller this year.
Okay. Oh, I was going to say closer to 100, so I was going to say over.
Okay, and then over under 1,100 yards.
Oh, man. Probably under. I think he's going to be more touchdown.
See, that's what I think too. And I could see him scoring 9-10 touchdowns, no problem. But adding Devontae Adams into that mix while keeping Waller and Hunter Renfrow is a security blanket for Derek Carr. I'm worried about the volume of targets. I'm worried that he might see, and this is nitpicky, 100 targets, which is great for a tight end. Like, you love that. But it's not going to be what he once was, which was close to 120, 130 targets. And I'm not sure if he's going to be able to be as explosive after the catch as he once was because of everything that's happened to his legs over the last 12 months.
Kevin, it was really a pleasure to have you on. And
Kevin, I have a suggestion for a video. You're at Ohio State, yes?
Yes.
How often do you show up at the athletic facility for the football team?
I haven't shown up to the Woody yet this year, but I think I need to hit it up at some point.
I think you should go there, and I think you should ask to speak with Brian Hartline. He's their receivers coach, and you should see if you guys can collab on some TikToks on what makes a receiver great, because he's becoming a real master at it, and a football geek like me would love to see a bunch of little videos that teach me what to look for in a wide receiver, along with examples on the Ohio State team. And heck, man, there might be some sponsorship NIL money in it for the players and for you. And Heartline deserves the attention. He's really done a great job.
Yeah, man.
Garrett Wilson is a perfect example of that.
I love that. I'm on it. I think that's a great idea.
Let me know how that goes.
Of course.
Kevin?
I'll see you guys.
Yeah, thank you. And we were all jealous.
Make sure to donate, everybody. Donate St. Jude. It's a great cause, all right? Get the donations in.
Very much. Thank you very much for supporting us and helping us out. We appreciate it, man.
Of course. All right, see you.
Oh, man. College was so fun, wasn't it?
It was.
I didn't go.
You didn't go?
I went to wrestling school.
Well,
that was probably a lot of fun.
Tell me about your life after high school.
It's a lot funner than college, that's for sure.
I bet.
Like what can you break
all of the best stuff's about college and none of the bad stuff. That's what wrestling school was.
Right. You never had to read like Atlas Shrugged.
I don't need to be able to read or write my own name. It was a complete waste of time for me.
Oh man, that's great. What about like you think you're ever gonna go back and get a degree?
Absolutely not. I'm 42 years old. This is it. This is my life.
All right, that's a good PSA for the kids.
I made my bed.
Let's check in on our draft because the audience team number 2 is up with Jamar Chase and Davante Adams. And here we are in a 2-receiver league. And here's the problem, Dave. Looking at your rankings, the next 8 players, I think, are wide receivers. So should we give them should we give them a Josh Allen option? Should we give them a Kyle Pitts option?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Pitts just went, Adam.
Oh, Pitts just went. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. My bad. All right, so we'll give him a Josh Allen option. And
you want to give him Montgomery?
I think that's your next running back, right?
It is. And then you could go with 2 wide receivers after that.
Boy,
the problem is which 2?
This is why the RB strategy doesn't look great right now. Sorry, the wide receiver strategy doesn't look great.
Yes. Right.
Receivers are so much better.
Except you could still take a receiver here. You can start one in your flex.
All right.
Yeah. Put Cortland Sutton in there so that Adam can't get him at the turn.
Yeah, okay. So let's go Sutton. Let's go Allen. Let's go Montgomery. And should we do another running back or should we do another wide receiver? It'd be T. Higgins or it'd be Breece Hall or Travis Etienne.
I would do T. Higgins.
Yeah, I think Higgins.
All right, let's throw that up. We do have a guest that was supposed to come on at 10 o'clock, but want to bring him in a little early? Want to say hello to Michael Fabiano?
Yes.
There he is.
Hey. What the hell is Dave Richard doing with a Cowboys helmet over his shoulder? Richard, it's like Bizarro World here. Where's the Bears helmet?
I told you, man. I'm not a Bears fan anymore.
I get it. You look good. You look good with the star next to your helmet. I have many helmets over my my left and right shoulder. By the way, EY, haven't talked to you in a while, pal. How are you?
Very good, man. I'm very good.
Awesome,
dominated
man.
the draft today. I'm feeling really good about my team.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, Dave, I run the Busted Open show on SiriusXM. We do a draft with those guys, with Tommy Dreamer and Mark Henry and Brian Kendrick. Gary Barnage is in the league. A bunch of guys who can kick my butt. EY, of course, but not in fantasy. I'm the 2-time defending champion. So I'm waiting for these guys to, give me a little competition.
The final last year and broke my heart.
Now I know why you're not inviting me to the league. You're the 2-time champion. You want to beat all the superstars for yourself.
No, listen, these guys are EY's awesome. I mean, these guys are really, really good. So, but I have luckily been able to beat them twice. I take the most pride in beating Dreamer because he always likes to talk trash, and he's a Giants fan. So, like, automatically we're like on completely different wavelengths, and so that's always fun. But Tommy's on the East Coast, I'm on the West Coast. So if I talk too much trash, I don't have to worry about getting hit with a baseball bat that's wrapped in barbed wire or get put through a table. Don't want that either.
No.
Well, we are very pleased to have you on. Thank you so much for contributing to our Draft-A-Thon here, helping us out, helping us raise money for St. Jude. We're just about done with the 9 o'clock hour right now. And we are looking at the YouTube poll. And it looks like, so I'm going to show you all the draft again. Audience team 2 is up. And I think I just closed the window like a fool. But Schaefer, who did they vote for? Who are they selecting here with this pick? You can hop on or you can you can send me an IM or something. We'll let you know. What would you do here, EY, if you're looking at Chase and Adams, and the best running backs are David Montgomery, Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, Ezekiel Elliott is available here, but the wide receivers are great. Sutton and Higgins. You got Josh Allen. We haven't had a quarterback taken yet. Who are you taking here?
I said earlier, I love Sutton. I think Breece Hall will be a very, very good running back at some point, but rookies terrify me, and that's it's a cowardice thing to say, but it's just the truth. Michael Carter was unreal. A lot of things we're hearing about Jets camp is Michael Carter has been even better than he was last year. So, best case scenario, Breece Hall plays 50% of the snaps. So yeah, I think he's going a little too high for my blood for a guy that's completely kind of unknown at this point and a rookie. So yeah, I love Sutton, man. Like it's no secret. I love him. I mean, Russell Wilson will be by far the best quarterback that he's played with, and it's not even close. You know what I mean? And we've saw him when he's healthy, and you could say that about every player. Like everybody who wants to talk about Derrick Henry got hurt and wear and tear, and this, like, he stepped on a dude's ankle. Like, I mean, that could happen to any player on any play. So yeah, I mean, Sutton for me there is a really good pick. Etienne is interesting, but I mean, I think it's going to be the same for him. I don't think he's going to be on the field enough to be picking at that point in the draft.
Okay, so I gave them T. Higgins, but apparently I was wrong. They are going with Josh Allen. So that is the first quarterback drafted. That. And with that, Eric, Frank, thank you guys. Love having you here. Appreciate your content. Have a great night, and we appreciate your support here for St. Jude and for our Draft-A-Thon.
Yeah, thank you guys. An honor to be part of this and raise money for St. Jude, which is obviously an awesome cause. And I get to talk more football with people I enjoy. So this was great.
Yeah, absolutely. Echo all the same words as EY. Make sure to donate if you can. It was awesome hanging out with all you guys.
Frank, it was great to hear your voice. And EY, thank you for keeping the tradition going another year.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
You got it.
Later, EY.
All right. So let's, Dave, have a great night, man.
I'm done.
You're done. Here comes
Richard, you can't go anywhere. Wait a minute. I just got here. He can't go anywhere. He can't leave until I'm done.
Right. Us Cowboys fans have to stick together.
That's right. Exactly. That's exactly right.
I've been rolling since 6 a.m. this morning, Fabs, and
go ahead. I'm just
totally
listen.
wiped.
I'm right there with you, pal. Go ahead and do your thing. Hopefully, I'll be seeing you and Jamie very soon as a resident of Florida in the next maybe 6 or 8 months.
What would Michael Fabiano 2005 say to that right now?
Yeah, dude, Michael Fabiano 2005 would have never thought that he would have spent the last 16 years in California. So a lot of things change.
That's good.
You're tired of watching
back to the East Coast, brother. We'll see you here with open arms.
Later, Dave.
See ya.
You're tired of watching football from at 10 o'clock in the morning?
Nah, you know what? I'm tired of paying all the high taxes and $7 for gas and all that other stuff that I don't want to get into. But yeah, so and you know what? I'm from the East Coast. I'm from Connecticut. My whole family's out there, and it's just I lived in Florida before. Obviously, it's way cheaper and closer to home. I work from home basically. Like, this is my studio right here.
Yeah,
all the helmets everywhere. So I can do this from anywhere. So why pay high rent and crazy taxes in California when I don't need to? That's my question.
Do me a favor. When you move down there, if you're enjoying it, just let me know so I can try to convince my wife so that we can do the same thing.
Listen, every place has its pros and cons, right? I used to live there. And I was there during when all the hurricanes started going through. And that was not fun. But, I mean, you've got your occasional earthquakes out here, depending on where you live in California. You got wildfires. They're running out of water out here. You can't even water your lawn at this point. So every place has got its pros and its cons. But you know what I like, Adam? I like money. And I don't like giving it to the government or the state. And that's exactly what you do when you live in Southern California.
Give it to St. Jude. That's what we say. Give it to St. Jude.
I am actually in the Fabiano Invitational Celebrity League, which, by the way, is going to be drafting tomorrow. That includes Austin Eckler, Des Bryant, Jerry Cantrell from Alice in Chains, Jerry O'Connell, The Miz, Seth Rollins, a whole bunch of great celebrities. I am playing this year for St. Jude's Children's Hospital. So hopefully I will. I want to look at this. Yeah, I'll show you guys something here. I got to be careful because I just had shoulder surgery, but it's on the other shoulder. Right here, defending champion right here, trophy smack belt. So I'm hoping to win the title again next season. Look at it, dude, right?
We're giving this away. We're putting this on eBay. This is from Trophy Smack as well. This is
that's awesome. They do
Football Today, St. Jude championship chain. So you can go to our eBay store and you can bid on this. We also have a ring that we're giving away too. Trophy Smack.
Awesome. Yeah, they do great stuff. So, I'm playing for that charity. I'm doing an NFFC draft where playing for Connor's Cure and the V Foundation. And then in the Allison Chains League, with that draft is next week, I think on the 7th, I'm playing for Big League Impact, which is Adam Wainwright's charity. So I play for charities like in several leagues, and I wish I could do more. I love it. It's a great way to show how the fantasy industry is not only growing, but it's helping others, and that's important.
Jamie, what's going on, man? We got another guest we got to bring on too. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. It's good to talk to Fabs, hear his voice, and
hey, buddy. His hair always looks great. Like, look at I can't even comb my hair because, like, my left arm, I can't really move it very much. I can't move it up. Look at the hair. I mean, this guy is blessed. Just finally blessed. Look at that great, handsome devil right there.
You know, we're blessed to be joined by the fanciest guy in the industry right now, in a tuxedo today.
Wow.
Nando DeFino. What's up, Nando?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, it's the first time I've actually ever been on a show with Fabiano, man.
What's up, dude? I know, right? What is that poster in the background? I'm trying to see. I see it like a stormtrooper. Labyrinth. All right. Yeah, I see that.
Labyrinth. That's a gift from Adam.
You like that Labyrinth poster? Because I bought him that.
That's so cool. Yeah, that's awesome, dude.
Where's the whiteboard?
Ask him. I didn't want to be a one-trick pony, so.
I just love that you're wearing a tux, man. I mean, I just gotta threw this shirt on.
Oh, there's a story behind the tuxedo that Adam knows. So
I don't think I know the story. Oh, are you saying this is you being in my wedding party?
Yeah, I bought this to be in his wedding party.
Well, you gotta tell Fab the story.
Let me ask you a question. If you introduce someone to their wife, it's not even like you should be expected to be in their wedding party, right? You would think like that's a guarantee, maybe even best man. What would you feel like if you were just completely left out of the wedding party?
I'm assuming Jamie was left out of the wedding party. Is that where we're going right now?
No, Nando introduced me to my wife and got invited to the wedding, but did not get.
Wait! He introduced you to your wife, and you didn't. Wow! I mean, you could have at least let him be like the ring bearer. Like, I know that's for kids, but at least let him walk down the aisle during the ceremony. Jeez,
I would have put on culottes and like a little hat. Like a little spinner hat, and I would have done it.
Yeah. Well, his wife was in the wedding party. Does that counts, right? They're represented. So
I don't think so, man.
I don't know. I think I might have invited him to the wedding party, but that's just me. That's all right.
Thanks, Fabs, man. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Yeah. All right. So welcome, Nando. Welcome, Michael. Welcome, Jamie. This is hour 3 of for us. Actually, I guess Jamie, you started at 6:00. So. This is hour 5, and it's been a really fun ride so far. And thank you all so much for being a part of it, for donating to an amazing cause. We've raised a ton of money. And go to our eBay store. We still have some great items that you can bid on. All right.
Nando.
Yeah.
Allison is watching, and she says to say hello to you. And she also thinks it's BS that you weren't in the wedding.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Put a poll up on the YouTube channel. I don't know would you get any votes? Like, what was your reasoning for this? Tell everybody.
What, not putting you in my wedding party?
Yeah. Do it, and I'll put this tuxedo on eBay.
My wedding party. My wedding party was my brother
and a bunch of girls.
Not one girl.
You had to jam up the girl side with your girlfriends.
Not one girl was my wedding party.
You went to Disney World with.
My brother.
Made them pay the bill.
my brother-in-law, my cousin, my best friends since I'm three of my best friends since I'm 3 years old. Like, I'm sorry, you didn't make the cut. What do you want me to say? You didn't make the cut.
Adam, as someone who had a very large wedding party, would it have killed you just to add one more person?
I could have walked up the aisle with my wife. That would have been nice.
Fabiano, I had I think 2 or 3 more groomsmen than my wife had bridesmaids. So I had to make a cut. I had to make
one more. That would have killed you.
I know, really hurt.
Hey, come on. I mean, like your wife, I'm sure she's got friends who have friends or cousins or something. You couldn't have come up with 2 more? Come on.
Can we just blame her and move on?
No, I won't blame her. That's fine. That's the easy way out.
All right, so let's pick a topic. We've got the wheel of content. We're going to spin the wheel of content. We're going to give our top 3. We did sleepers in our last segment.
Since you left, we've become a very high-tech production company here.
Yeah, we've already did sports movies. Top 3. What are we talking about today? Running backs after round 5. Top 3 running backs after.
Yeah, I got to get my ADP up here now.
Yeah,
Hang
I
on
do
a
the
second.
same thing. Put that on the screen instead of the wheel, Azer.
No way. This is wheel. This is wheel decide. You don't mess with wheel decide. Also, it used to make a noise. I muted my computer. Sorry about that. Top 3 running backs after round 3. Jamie, let's give them some time to get some ADP up and give us some of your favorite running backs after round 5.
Dameon Pierce, since he still qualifies, I think certainly falls in that category. AJ Dillon, since he qualifies, certainly falls in that category.
Dameon Pierce.
Dameon
Pierce is like round 4 now.
Not based on ADP, so I was going based on that. I would take him probably in round 5. I would take Dillon in round 5. So is Dillon's ADP not after round 5 anymore?
It's like right around the 5-6 turn.
After round, like I don't know how deep you want to go. Like obviously, like Nyheim Hines is somebody that I love after.
No, I mean I'm serious. Like the next best one. So are we talking Clyde? Are we talking Patriots guys? Are we talking who else is in that group? Seahawks guys. They're a little bit later. Devin Singletary. It's the dead zone.
Yeah, but that's like for me, that's the group I tried to avoid. So.
All right. So Dillon and Pierce, if they're there, that's your answer. Do you like anyone else? You like Ramondre Stevenson, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I think if we're talking round 8, yes. If we're talking round 6, no.
Okay, Fabiano, you got anything for us?
So Jamie nailed the top 2, which are Pierce and AJ Dillon. I'm looking at the NFFC, and both these guys are in the mid 50s right now. So, like you said, borderline round 5, round 6 players. Tony Pollard, I love Tony Pollard, and that's not me being a Cowboys honk, maybe a little. But I think he's going to play a big role in the offense, and we know how explosive he can be. The Cowboys lack for offensive playmakers beyond CeeDee Lamb and Zeke. I mean, you got Dalton Schultz there as well, but the number 2 wide receiver is who? Jalen Tolbert right now, and he's a rookie. Gallup will be back sooner than later, but that offense still has a lot of targets available after trading away Amari Cooper to the Browns, which I still don't understand, but that's just the Cowboys. So that, and I do kind of like if you're looking at a player who is falling a little bit, where you know how sometimes a player is getting drafted too high in the first few months where you start talking about fantasy drafts, and then he gets a little stink on him and slowly he starts to fall. Like Elijah Mitchell right now is like almost at the number 70 spot in the NFFC.
Yeah.
If I can get him as a running back 3, like I understand. They cut Sermon, so that's one less guy you got to worry about. You got Jeff Wilson, who's good, but he hasn't been durable, and you got Tyrion Davis-Price, who's a rookie. So if I can get him as my 3, like I'll kind of do that all day long. I wouldn't mind taking a shot on Kenneth Walker as maybe an RB4, because inevitably Rashad Penny is going to get hurt. I mean, we know that. I mean, that happens every year. So he's also a guy that I'd kind of like be drafting, taking a look at. Also, I can't get too in depth on this, guys, but Darrell Henderson is a better draft pick based on where he's being picked than Cam Akers, and it's not close.
Wow.
Cam Akers is – I get it. Like, people love what they've seen from him in a small sample size. But Sean McVay has said that he's got 2 starting running backs. And when you have 2 starting running backs on one team in fantasy, you've got a headache. And I would not be surprised if Darrell Henderson is a starting running back in week 1 and not Cam Akers. I wouldn't be surprised. And I know this, even if Akers is a starter in week 1, he's splitting the workload with Darrell Henderson. And I have been all over Darrell Henderson in the past because the dude's made of glass. But if he can avoid injuries, and maybe he will because he's not going to get a full workload because he's going to split carries with Akers, I think he will be the better Rams running back this year. You're going to look back and say, damn, I had to draft Akers in the 4th or 5th round, which is still too high. And Henderson was as good, if not better, and I got him near the double-digit rounds.
Okay, well, I should follow up on that one. That's a good call. But you still like Akers better if they're both on the clock. You're still ranking Akers ahead, but you just like the value better for Henderson.
Yes, but I probably have Akers ranked lower than most people, and I probably have Henderson ranked higher than most people. They're within like 4 or 5 spots of each other in my running back rankings.
Okay. All right, Nando. So any running backs that jump out to you after round 5?
I can give you some names that haven't been said yet. Like Devin Singletary, I think is going kind of low for the role that he could have. I think Buffalo's going to pretty much use him. I know there's some other parts there, but I think he's proven when he could, run by himself, he's fine. I like Cordell Patterson a lot. That's the same coaching staff, the same team, the same philosophy. I think when people say he kind of ran out of gas last year, I think it was really him playing through an injury that he probably shouldn't have played through. But I think Cordell Patterson, 1,400 total yards, bunch of touchdowns. I'm sure Mariota could steal some of those touchdowns away, but Patterson still, if he's not going to run as much, he'll be out wide more. Man, I like Darrell Henderson. I got a lot of Darrell Henderson football cards for some reason.
It's a great way to draft. Here's your ADP, guys. If you want to look at after round 5, so that's 60th overall in a 12-team league. And here's a lot of. Did we talk about
Antonio Gibson's? Got a 74.09 ADP in the NFFC over the last 3 days. I thought he would have shot up a lot more. He's gone up like a.
Here's the thing with Gibson though. I talked to someone who knows his agent, Brian Robinson's agent. Excuse me. That kid, it's a miracle that he didn't get hurt worse than he did in that shooting. And I would not be surprised if he's back in the first month of the season. All he's got to do is heal those wounds. There's no ligament damage. There was no damage to any bones. One bullet went like over his kneecap, and the other bullet went like into his hip, but it hit nothing that is going to cause him to miss significant time. That's why they didn't put him on the IR list or on the injured list. I think he might be back. So Gibson's ADP going up slightly, it shouldn't go up much more than that, because if they're truly going to go with Robinson as their starter, they may be able to set that plan in motion within the next month or the first month of the season, which means that Gibson will be stuck in a committee. Yeah. So thank God that Brian Robinson didn't get hurt. I heard the whole story about what happened exactly, and very lucky man.
Wow. But at least
I saw the picture. Did you see the picture of him today when he came into camp and brought the snack? He brought the Oreos.
Yeah, the rookies. Yeah, he had to bring it. Yeah,
shot 3 days ago, man.
Amazing. We're just so happy that everything's going to be okay there with him, and hopefully he can get back on the field soon and have a great opportunity. It is also an opportunity from a football perspective for Gibson, but I feel a little uncomfortable talking about it. So we're going to take a look at the draft that's going on right now. We've had sorry guys, hearing a little bit of an echo, but we've had some picks go off the board after.
Because Nando's in your house, you just don't know it yet.
Oh yeah.
You have no idea how close that was to happening. You Your
wife's man.
Pretty good.
That was never close to happening.
It was very close.
Dreams was that
if
happening.
If you would have said yes, I would be there right now.
Yeah, but nobody would have ever said yes to that. I wouldn't have allowed
Possibly
that.
with a mariachi band. I was going to take a COVID test. I was ready to go.
I don't care about COVID. I don't. You're not coming to my house. There's no way. But you wake up the kids.
You're not going to wake up the kids.
Would you have had kids without Nando?
What?
Oh, well done, Jamie. Well done.
So we got a poll up here on YouTube.
Don't change the subject.
Should Nando have been in Azer's wedding party? Yes, no brainer has 73% of the vote, and no, Azer has a point, has 27% of the vote. I knew that was going to be. I knew that was not going to go.
How will you ever make this up to him?
Now you're going to have to do what you're going to have to do, Adam, is you're going to have to renew your vows. You're going to have to renew your vows, and let Nando be in the wedding party when you renew the vows. You got to do it.
I think when you have your third child, you should name it Nando Defino.
Yeah. I don't know what part of that is the most unrealistic, like us having a third one or naming it Nando Defino. I don't know, but neither of those things are happening. And yes, I made it up for him by buying him the coolest poster he has. So you're welcome. Anyway, let's
You can't stand up next to me on my biggest day, but you can have a poster.
the audience. All right, you know
I
one
mean,
of
it
the
is
truths.
framed. It's canvas.
Nando's too tall to be in my wedding party. He was going to make me look like way too short.
Oh, you have that guy who you claim is a famous Hollywood writer who was like 2 inches taller than me.
He's not taller than you, is he? No, he's not taller.
Dan, beard. Also, guess what I found out? And Fabiano, you might know this. I didn't know this. At the rehearsal dinner, like I'm used to, like we're Italians. So like it's just like you're not allowed to speak. You know, like the father gives a speech and then someone else gives a speech. I guess at Jewish weddings, anyone can just stand up and give a speech.
At the rehearsal dinner. At the rehearsal
dinner, yeah. Like so, I didn't realize I could just. I had a whole speech ready to go, and like since you told Jamie he couldn't speak, I just assumed like we aren't allowed to speak. But apparently, it's like a tradition where anyone can just stand up and go nuts. And there are a lot of bad speeches that night. A lot.
You know, actually, Jamie wasn't invited to the rehearsal dinner, Nando. So you're ahead of him there. So, Michael,
his only actual coworker, a friend that came, and he didn't invite me to the rehearsal dinner.
That's true.
Thank you for coming. I'm not as bad of a person as they make me out to be.
No, listen, it's fine. It's fine. I enjoy you guys getting on one another. I'm just sitting back here and laughing. It's all good.
Thank you very much for coming on. Before you go, the one player that people need to make sure they draft based on value would be who?
Based on value?
Yeah, the best value in fantasy drafts.
Probably the guy he just spent 20 minutes talking about. Can't go with a better question.
I'm kind of into Tony Pollard. I got to be honest with you.
Okay.
Kind of into Tony Pollard as a running back 3 who can put up maybe running back 2 numbers. That I really think he's going to play a big role. Exciting, dynamic kind of guy, and you can get him well after the 5th or 6th round. So.
All right, man. Thank you very much. Really
got it. See you guys soon. Later.
All right, let's take a look. Let's
Did you kick him off, or did he have to go? Like I feel bad. Like it was fun hanging out with him, man.
No, Adam is definitely chopping people. Like I came on, he's like, Dave, bye. Frank, bye. EY, bye.
No, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like EY. He told me that in confidence. I don't understand why we got to put Eric Young on everything.
That's 100% true. We're waiting for our next guest to show up here.
Adam, I made a game for tonight. Let me know when I can play it.
Hold on. You know what? I'm just going to say this out loud. We have a few people producing. Let me just say we have Jack Capitordo. We have Eric DeBurners. We have Debo. We have Thomas Schaefer.
Please just thank all the producers.
We have Zach Brook. They've all been helping us out so much. Can one of you please send a StreamYard link to Will Brinson? Because he doesn't have one right now. I don't know why. Please send him a StreamYard link so he can join the show.
Did you send it to him? Let me tell you why. I went to click on the link and it wouldn't. So I'm like, all right, let me copy the link. So I right clicked and it's like save image as. You somehow sent everybody a StreamYard link as an image. And I have no idea how you did that unless you did it on purpose to mess with us.
Well, everybody else got in fine. I don't know.
Did you send it personally to Fabiano?
I copied it from a Word doc. All right, I'm learning new things. Let's check
ridiculous.
Let's check
something horrible and ridiculous.
We need to give our he's saying it's not a link somehow. LOL. Okay, I guess I screwed that up.
I punched my manually. I hit Q3 JU.
No, you do not give out the no. All right, I'm setting it.
Give it out, Nando. Let's go.
Okay.
954.
Stop it. Well, anyway, I
really want to know what's behind that draft board because there's no way you took down a Simpsons photo. You must have done something weird with that wall.
No, the Simpsons photo's over there on the couch. Oh, Brinson's here
for 1 second.
What's up?
There he is.
How we doing?
What's up?
Nice living room.
Oh, look at that tux. This is a fake background.
It's a fake background. Okay, I was gonna say that's
You
very.
think he has a piano?
I have people told me that of all the people they know who would be likely to have a baby grand piano in their living room, there, like I'm the one. Adam, you sent me instead of sending me a link, you sent me an image.
I know.
Image of a link.
He did that on purpose to us, man. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
No, I did not. I'm very sorry.
Nando, we need to get people to make a donation. These are the 2 CBS employees with the hairiest chests in our company. How much money will it get for them to take their shirts off?
Shirt off. I mean, my shirt is practically off.
How about we donate $10 for every hair they pluck out of their chest, and $20 if you put it in your mouth.
Ew.
Charity.
You want to eat my own chest hair?
Yeah. Was that
Can
weird?
I just make an announcement, please? It's a very important announcement.
Oh, I'm being told that is weird.
We have hit our fundraising goal. That doesn't mean you should stop donating, but it's a big number, and it's a big thank you to everyone, all of our audience. $75,000.
No.
Nice.
For St. Jude. All right, Brinson, look.
It's probably because I just logged on, right?
It was the chest hair thing. It was a chest hair thing. He's got 75,000. He's got however many 7,500 chest hairs. So we raised all that money for that.
Well,
all right,
can you rate that thing?
That's good. How many? Actually, yeah, that's like a bowl of jelly beans. Like, how many chest hairs do you think Will Brinson has?
I'm muting Nod now, just for a moment.
No.
What
I'm gonna mute myself. How about that? Okay, you got me.
Brinson, we have a special guest for Brinson. Brady Quinn is on the
Can you guys hear me? Can I just say this real quick? I'm going to donate $1,000, and it's so that everyone keeps their shirt on and we have to see anyone's chest hair. Is that possible?
I love it. Thank you for that. I really appreciate that.
Brady Quinn in the house.
Brady Quinn, man. What's up, Brady?
I'm in West Lafayette right now, getting ready for Penn State, Purdue tomorrow night. So obviously not fantasy quite yet, but some of these players will be at next level.
I was pretty excited, Brady, when I clicked through on a CBS Sports alert, and it was like NC State ECU against the spread. And Danny Cannell picked ECU against the spread, and I was like, all I could think was Brady's going to be like, NC State's a bunch of clowns. You're like, they're going to beat the crap out of them. And I couldn't.
NC State might be one of the biggest sleepers in college football this year.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
people were asking about you when you're coming back on the podcast earlier today, Brady.
I was actually watching NC State Miami on the way up here, obviously, because I'm breaking down Manny Diaz, who now is the defensive coordinator at Penn State. But in looking at some of that tape, watching Devin Leary, there's some things to like about his game. You know, I think he does a good job. So I couldn't help but watch Ike Ekwonu, though, and I was like, oh God, that is just so much of a massive man that's so sexy. And I know that doesn't really help for fantasy, but
I don't know if you're watching Tyler Van Dyke, but from a dynasty perspective, the quarterbacks coming up in next year's NFL draft, pretty exciting, Brady. What do you think, just right now, could it be the best quarterback draft since when, does it look like a star-studded quarterback class?
It's funny, like everyone crapped on this past year's class, right? And then how's Desmond Ridder looked? How has Skylar Thompson looked? Like, how have all these guys looked in preseason? Kenny Pickett, they look pretty good. Like, they actually look much better than I think how they're drafted, maybe how we talked about them. And I know it's only preseason, but like, it just goes to show you, like, it's a crapshoot. Like, situation and circumstance are always paramount to anyone's success, especially quarterback. If I was going to rank the guys who are draft eligible for next year, I love Bryce Young. I've been on that bandwagon forever. And the crappy thing is they're going to knock him for his size, because he's probably 200 pounds soaking wet. He is 6 feet tall. He's taller than Russell Wilson. And honestly, that's who he reminds me of. He reminds me of a Russell Wilson type, player, the way he moves the pocket, his accuracy, the way he can extend plays, really good decision maker. I love the kid. Like, honestly, he would be the first quarterback I'd take. It'll be CJ Stroud after that. He'll have a big year. Unfortunately, week 1, he's going to have an awful game versus Notre Dame, so that's going to happen. But then he'll kind of bounce back from that. And then I think Will Levis will be somewhere in the conversation, the quarterback at Kentucky. He actually might be the most physically impressive when you look at him from he doesn't replicate Josh Allen, right? That's like a once in a decade, once in maybe a generation type athlete, size, talent. But he's got some of those traits. TVD down in Miami, he's another guy who's got a big arm. I think he's capable, too, of surprising a lot of people with what he can potentially do this year. The problem is, do you guys remember Justin Herbert when he was at Oregon? Yeah. And I don't know how you felt watching him, but I was like, God, there's just, I don't know if it's the system. I don't know what it was the system. It was Mario Cristobal's system. It was not built for a quarterback to look great.
He looked terrible. He looked like he was going to be bad. And then
he didn't look terrible. He
just looked like he wasn't going to step in and be great right away. He was a project. And then all of a sudden he's just great.
He kind of, honestly, it reminded me of Kellen Mond. When I watched Kellen Mond last year, I was like, man, he's played so much. And statistically, he's improved. You see the small improvement. But there's some sort of disconnect. And And now you see like Kellen Mond moving on. He's with his next team already with Cleveland. We'll see how that shakes out for him. But the reality is like I think it's hard to evaluate these kids sometimes at the college level going to the NFL level.
All right, so we have obviously a big night tonight, and Brady's here, and Will's here, and Nando's here, and Jamie's here. Nando and Jamie are going to be on for the duration of the show, so we're going got another hour and a half. We'll be live until midnight Eastern time. Appreciate it. If you still have time to donate, please, if you're on YouTube, hit that donate button. We got to check in on our draft here and take a look at what's going on, because we are an audience team number 2. Josh Allen, Jamar Chase, and Devontae Adams. Jamie, we got to give this team some options here. I'll go to your rankings.
No. You got to let Brady make this pick. This is Brady's pick right now.
Jamie just loading up right now. Hold on. Give me a second to look at these.
All right. But this is the audience.
See that? What are you looking
so
at?
They get to vote. Well, you're not seeing it, Nando?
No, I mean, I can see it, but I mean, it's so tiny.
Oh, here, I'll help you out.
It's not the first
He's
time.
very
that helps a
back
lot.
heavy
Thanks.
early,
Appreciate
huh?
that, yeah.
Is that better?
Adam, you just want to go straight after the running backs, huh?
Me, Mixon, Jones, Sutton, Thomas. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm quite happy with that. I love that team. Love that stage.
Brady, what do you think about the new offense in Denver? How do you think those guys are going to do working with Russell?
So he comes from a West Coast system in Seattle, right? Like the verbiage isn't going to be the issue for him. Nathaniel's more of like the broken down, shorter West Coast. That was similar to Darrell Bevel when he was there. Schottenheimer, obviously, again, who he worked with as well. That was more 3-digit, so that would have been different. And then Shane Waldron's kind of more that blend from McVay. So he's got experience with West Coast. It's maybe a couple coordinators ago. It'll be interesting to see. I think it's more about just how much they're going to throw the football. I think they're going to sling the football around a lot, which is going to be like I won't say a large departure, but very different from like Vic Fangio's conservative, kind of put it on the defense type, run the football, control the game. Lack of creativity with Pat Shermer when he was there. There was just always like a disconnect, right?
Yep.
I think they'll do some more creative stuff, open some things up more. It may even be to their detriment, to be quite honest with you. I mean, Russell's got his own office in the facility, so I'm sure he's going to be up there on the second floor talking with a lot of coaching staffs about what he wants and what he wants to put in. But I'm personally high on them. I've been around Russ. I've seen his work ethic. It's not a knock against any of the quarterbacks in the AFC West. I just think his branded style of football is a winning branded style. So I think they're a playoff team. And I think he's in for a big year. His over-under for touchdown pass was like 31.5, which was shocking that A, he's only gone over that number 4 times in his 10-year career, but B, that it's kind of low. With the personnel they have, they should be able to hit that easily.
All right, so we've got 4 options that we gave our YouTube audience for this pick. They have Chase, Adams, and Josh Allen. We gave them Travis Etienne, Breece Hall, Allen Robinson, and Deontay Johnson. So, Brady, who would you go with? A running back, Hall or Etienne, or the wide receiver, Allen Robinson, Deontay Johnson? Keep in mind, you only have to start 2 wide receivers. It's not a 3-receiver league. It's a 2-receiver league with a flex, but it is full PPR. Who's your pick? Breece Hall, Travis Etienne, Allen Robinson, Deontay Johnson.
Breece Hall. I think the Jets, not that this is always a great indication of like a talented roster, but it is to some degree. It was one of 2 things. Either you can't evaluate talent, or you have so much talent that you can't afford to keep all the guys. They've got a lot of guys who've got cut that are getting claimed. So that's a good sign for the Jets, who were not in that position a few years ago or even last year. I think they made some improvements on the offensive line, so I think that helps. Look, I'm not a big fan on what they're going to be this year, but I think Breece Hall is going to play a big role in whatever they are in some successful capacity. So he'll get a lot of touches. He'll kind of be a bell cow. I would say Breece Hall there. I don't have much faith in the Jaguars O-line and what that's going to look like with Etienne. And then I think you kind of talked about some of the rest of Deontay Johnson. You could have a quarterback change there, and who knows how that whole pans out. And honestly, George Pickens looks like he might be the best receiver on that roster. So, how many touches is Deontay Johnson going to get when it's all said and done?
Yeah.
Who was the last one?
It was Allen Robinson, but it doesn't matter because we surprised Brinson with Brady. Now we're surprising Brady with Matt Leinart.
Oh,
dude! Don't act like you know what you're talking about in fantasy.
Are you in the room? Are you in the room right behind me? Did I hear you coming here?
Yeah, I just got back, buddy.
Yes.
Is that you?
I told Matt at dinner. He's like, "Why'd you order so fast?" I got to go back to this hit for the Draft-A-Thon.
Oh, I knew, dude. I knew what you were doing. What's up, boys?
What's up, Matt?
What's going on, Matt? How are you?
I'm good, man. Where are we at in this draft? I just had my first draft the other day. So
Yeah, I know from chatting before the show that you've noticed in your drafts that it seems like people are going, well, you tell me, maybe I got this wrong, but people are going a little bit more running back heavy in your drafts, and you're thinking that might be a trend?
honestly, the first so the draft that I just had is a pretty, pretty substantial draft. So people take it serious. But there's always one or two guys that reach for a quarterback early or whatever. I think it was 15 or 16 of the first 20 picks were running backs.
Wow.
Which is crazy. I think
That's
Kelsey
Jamie's
went.
plan. That's what Jamie does.
No.
No. Josh Allen went up there. Kelsey went up there. Kupp, Jefferson. I think that was a 4. But yeah, so I went. What I do? I went running backs. I had first picks. I went JT first. I took the safer pick, then McCaffrey. And then I got Fournette on the back end. He was kind of that last tier of running back before you kind of had a drop with some of the guys, where they were going. So every year in fantasy, I'm in like 4 or 5 leagues, and I always end up not having enough running back depth and just guys there. So that was kind of my strategy this year.
Nando, where do you?
Matt, you gotta tell Brady to get in the fantasy league. I mean, he's so anti-fantasy.
Why are you anti-fantasy, bro?
Whoa. I'm not anti-fantasy. I just don't play fantasy. It doesn't make
Why
sense.
not? Why not?
I think that ipso facto you're anti-fantasy by not playing.
You know what? You know what else he doesn't?
Film.
You know what else he doesn't do? He doesn't FaceTime either. The guy doesn't believe in FaceTime.
I don't believe in FaceTime. It's not a dude thing. I'm sorry. Like, it's not as bro-y to FaceTime. It's just not.
Brady does love a good
the
voice text message.
The voice note. Matt knows that. Matt knows that.
By the way, all I do know is we voice memo like every day to each other.
Every day, voice note. I mean, they disappear. No one knows where they go.
But you also do a thing where like you'll get a voice Vimeo from Brady. It's like, pause for like a couple of seconds. Be like, I was thinking the other day, Will. I'm like, oh God, what is this going to be? And then he just ended up like bashing NC State or something like that.
No, I just try to get. You have to understand this, Matt. So Will is one of the biggest NC State fans ever, and as he should be. He went there, and I think he pledged with Philip Rivers. They might have done the. I'm not going to say what pledged you together for their initiation, but. But I digress. He's a big NC State fan. What was it? Toughies? Do you still drink Toughies? Is that still
yeah, the Toughies are still around. I mean, I'm not drinking one right now though. But
see, there you are or you're not?
No, I'm not. No.
Oh, okay. Well, you're drinking some sort of beer though.
No, I got a nice little lemon seltzer here.
Wait, is everybody in like their basement right now? Is that where everyone's at?
No. Are you wearing pants?
Oh yeah, no. Well,
are you in a tuxedo and shorts?
Yeah, anytime something ends with a thon, you wear a tuxedo, man. That's the way I was brought up.
Hey, you're right.
Well, hey, Nando, ask Matt and Brady what Adam should have done about his wedding.
Sure.
All right, whoa. I guess like if you introduce, and it's not even like introduce someone to their wife, it's like aggressively introduce them by making them stay at a bar when they were ready to leave to go meet some other girl. And then you end up getting married and having 2 kids. Like somewhere along that line, you should ask that person to be in your wedding, right? Like that's like a no-brainer. You introduce me to my wife, you could be in my wedding.
To be in the wedding or invited to the wedding?
To be a groomsman.
Groomsman, yeah.
He thinks he has this right to be one of my groomsmen. Like I don't have any friends other than not.
At least give a speech. Is he giving a speech?
He had a chance to give a speech and he blew it. He didn't give a speech at the rehearsal dinner. That was his chance.
Did not know that was a Jewish tradition. No one explained that to me.
Oh.
Yeah, I didn't know it was a Jewish tradition either. I just thought everybody gives speeches at rehearsal dinners. I didn't know it was just the tribe.
I don't think that's specific to Judaism.
I don't think so either. I think
the way it was explained to me was like it's a Jewish thing. Like
my dad corralled my buddy Zeke at my wedding to make sure he didn't give his speech because he was worried he was going to tell a story about us in college involving a Santa Claus.
Anything?
What'd you say, Brady?
I'm trying to get Jamie to weigh in on something right now. He just seems so quiet and tired.
Oh, I've waited on this for many years now. I think Adam screwed up because his whole life changed for the better because of Nando. And the fact that he didn't say he had like 25 groomsmen, like 26 wouldn't have been a problem.
I had
at that point you just add them. Yeah.
How many did you have?
I think I had 8 or something like that. I had a normal number.
And he jammed some girls in on the girls' side.
I did not have any girls. When you lie about things, of course it's going to make me look worse than I know, but that's just not true. Yeah, Nando introduced me.
Adam, it would have been okay to have the girls on your side now. I'm just saying It's accepted now. You know, that's not an old school tradition. You can have it on both sides. They can be on whatever side they want to be on.
Actually, I was a bridesmaid. And because I couldn't put Nando in my wedding party, I also couldn't put her in my wedding party because I just had too many people. So you were not the only one who was upset.
No, wait. You had a girl.
Tell us about it. You mean
maybe to balance.
Yeah, wait, you said
thing.
you were a bridesmaid.
Yeah, you were a bridesmaid. Yeah. Let's elaborate. What was that about?
I don't remember what we called like a group, like a brides dude. I think we called it. There were 4 guys and I think only one girl in her wedding party, her sister. I think it was four guys.
That's interesting.
If I had a red flag right now, I would wave it. But
what'd you say?
If I had a red flag, I would wave it.
Party?
I just said that's what it was.
Jack has weighed in. Jack Capitoro, our producer, said you are a man of honor.
I don't know regarding what.
It's a maid of honor.
Oh, man of honor. Oh,
yeah, man of honor. Yeah.
Well, but I wasn't the man. I wasn't like the maid of honor. I was just the bridesmaid. But you know,
have you guys had Prisco on yet?
No, Prisco, man, he'll never come on any of my shows. Like I'll text him, he's just not interested at all.
He's probably getting a package together right now. That's his deal. What is it? Wednesday night? So Matt, that's Pete Prisco's way of saying he's getting hammered. He puts on a package. He gets the pack. I
got a good package.
I've ever heard refer to it that way.
What is it? He says I'm getting a package together.
Yeah, he's getting a package going. Like, oh, we got a good package going. That's
like
maybe
this. You get like 3 Red Bull and vodkas and like then passing out face first.
Brady, I think you've heard the story before. Matt, you'll probably enjoy this because I'm gonna guess you probably golf. I know Adam does not golf. Nando, I don't know if he's ever picked up a golf club. So Will and Pete were actually on playing together in a what was it? Just a regular round, right? You guys weren't in a tournament, right?
No. 4 of us were playing a round of golf.
Look, explain the story. What happened with you and Pete?
So I've never played with Pete before. This is like when I first started working at CBS. I'm down there for a Thursday. We go to there's an old PGA or an old TPC course in Fort Lauderdale that's since closed, I think. But we go and play, and it's like me and Pete against 2 other dudes, and we're kicking their ass at the turn. I'm playing really well. Pete's not. I turn and looking like, hey man, you just shot your age at the front 9. Why don't you pick it up a little bit? And he goes, that's it. It's over. It's over. We're not teammates anymore. I'm taking you out now. And every single shot for the entire back 9, he harassed me in my backswing before I was lining up. I think I shot like a 75 on the back 9. I had like had like a double par on a par 3. I was like, all right, pick it up. He goes, no, you're hitting every shot. Every single shot. He had a 9 on the par 3. And finally on hole 17, I said, F this, Pete. I am leaving. I was like, I he was standing out of the cart that we were riding together. I peeled off in the cart. Was like, you can find your own ride home. I'm not dealing with you. I'll never play golf with Pete Prisco again. It was like playing golf with like someone who's wearing jorts and like a tank top.
Listen, I got to let Brady and Matt go. But before I do, it's the Super Bowl. You can pick one NFL quarterback to quarterback your team. Who's the quarterback that you are relying on, the one that you trust the most to win your Super Bowl?
Tom Brady.
Yeah, the GOAT.
All right, who's second?
I mean, can you give us a tougher question?
I know Rodgers.
Who's second?
Aaron Rodgers for me.
Could you at least promote their show tomorrow? Jeez.
Oh, you can promote it. I don't know what I'm promoting, so I'm sorry about that. Thank you for
about what Brady and Matt do like for before the college football games, the big show, or what is it called? The big show?
Big noon.
The big noon kickoff.
We're not at noon tomorrow.
We're not really big noon tomorrow. We're just the boys.
Big evening
tomorrow.
kickoff on redacted sports, whatever.
We're talking about HQ or something like that. I'm sorry.
We're in West Lafayette right now, man. We're just
What's what do you guys think the final score of that game is going to be tomorrow?
That's a good question.
What's the over under?
I don't know what is the over under.
I think it's like 53.5, maybe
53.5.
Who's favored, by the way? Penn State.
Penn State by 3 or maybe 3.5.
3.
Yeah. Depending on where you like it. I mean, I don't know, man. I love home underdogs. Week 1.
Yeah,
just saying.
A little birdie told me a lot of guys on set might be picking the Boilermakers tomorrow. I don't know. I'm just saying. I don't know.
All right, guys. Thank you very much for being part of this and helping us raise money for an awesome cause. Yeah. It was great talking to you.
See you guys.
Cool stuff, guys. Keep up the good work, man. Thanks for having me.
See you guys.
And nobody raises more money for good causes than this guy, Scott Fish. What's up, man?
Oh, there he is.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Thanks for your patience, Scott. I know you've been waiting for a long time. I appreciate it, man.
No,
Scott, you have some art for us?
No, not really. It just says Nando is my spirit animal back here. Right there.
Adam.
There. Wherever it is.
Before we have another guest on, because Scott is perfect for this and Will is perfect for this, you got to have Nando play his game now before somebody else comes on. That's a little too famous for us that he can't do it.
Nando has a game to play?
Nando has a game. By the way, I just want to say to Adam first, thank you for letting me be at a groomsman at your wedding. I was thrilled with that. We barely knew each other at the time, and it was very nice.
It was really my pleasure. I had a lot of openings, so you weren't my first person, but I really appreciate you filling in. All right, Nando, what do you have for us tonight?
You have 2 kids because of me.
Sure.
That's a very weird way to phrase it. But okay.
That's a weird way
that
to
might
phrase
be
it
the reason that he didn't want you to be a groomsman.
All right, what's up? What do you got?
I don't know. I don't want to take over Scott's segment, but
No. Let's do it. All that's been going on around here is people overhyping, the trade we made for a punt returner today. So that's all that's going on here in Minnesota. People worrying about a punt returner we traded for, thinking it would somehow affect a guy that I've watched play literally every single snap with the first team in KJ Osborne.
How about the Eagles sitting J-Jaw to have to stand next to DK Metcalf, and then Rager has to stand next to Justin Jefferson? That is so rude. I mean, it's like, here's your shame. This is who
so
you could live up to.
disrespectful.
Yeah,
it's the NFL equivalent of a shame box. Oh man!
All right, Nando, dazzle me.
Well, I did this. It was kind of like in the style of the Newlywed Game, but I like Scott and Will. Feel free to play along. So I asked Jamie a bunch of questions about Adam.
Oh boy!
And if they get it right, I've been told like CBS will give a matching donation for the correct answers.
So
by the way,
Adam.
So
Adam will
Jamie's
reenact
answering
his
questions
wedding.
about Adam.
I love the low-key shade from Jamie saying, "Look, before we get someone famous on, let's do this real quick."
No, more famous than all of them. More famous than all of them.
Oh,
I mean, you have Brady Quinn and Matt Leinart. We don't compare.
Oh yeah, it's a good point.
It's true. Yeah,
For sure, we're all way more handsome, but we're not as famous.
I mean, we could do this like at the very, at the end. Just keep people sticking around for the Adam Azer game. If
no, it's all right. It's okay.
I want to hear it, man. I want to hear
peel
it.
the Band-Aid off. Let's do it.
All right. Adam hands his phone to you and forgets to close out his last window. Is it A, paused on a frame featuring the mom from Coco Melon? B, paused on a frame featuring the mom from a Coco Melon ripoff? C, open to a draft of an email that angrily asks the St. Jude representatives if they can please remember to nominate him next year for the best draft-a-thon hosted by a male award, since they forgot the last 3. If you guys want to guess what Adam would have said, I got Jamie's answer. How well do you know Adam Azer?
I'll guess A.
Are you? Do I have to guess too?
Yeah, what's your answer?
My answer is C, the best male host on the telephone.
That's what Jamie said. $20.
Yeah, because Jamie knows that you're the pervert, not me. You're the one who has screenshot. I don't even know who the mother from Coco Melon is. So
okay.
I don't know that I've ever seen Coco Melon. I think I got lucky on that one.
Yeah, you know what?
Just old enough.
It's a YouTube kids cartoon that is.
Oh no, I know what it is. Yeah, I just haven't seen it.
All right.
Why does it make you a pervert? Maybe you just had a screenshot for your kids.
Yeah, man, maybe watch something with your kids. Why would your mind go there?
Why would that be perverted?
Yeah, I don't get it.
I don't either. I just know if Nando's asking it, it's perverted. All right, what's your
Well,
second?
don't worry, they get worse as it goes along.
Hey, by the way,
First
speaking
two
of
words of the
awards,
next one are Azer rubs. Do
we
want me to
know
keep
what the
going?
status is on this podcast award thing? Because I don't really want this tattoo.
No, we don't. I don't know when they're voting, but it's coming up soon. I think mid-September. I think we should know.
Fun. Hope you guys win.
I had to record three acceptance speeches, which I do every year, and we never win. So, yeah, I had to. It's like it's a requirement.
You had to. They made me.
Yeah, there it is.
You cannot. You cannot
In
win.
front of a mirror for weeks.
You cannot.
I recorded one too. Yeah, we recorded one too.
You cannot win the award if you don't submit it.
What an honor it is to win the ESPN Fantasy Football Focus award.
Yeah, the sports award, right? Yeah. All right. Now what else?
Number 2. Azer rubs a random monkey's paw that he finds on the street, and an omnipresent being tells him the Yankees win the next 5 World Series if he agrees to any of these following things. So I need a yes or no answer to each of these. Would Azer agree to never playing the guitar again for the Yankees to win the next 5 World Series?
No. No.
Jamie said yes.
What?
What?
Why would I do that? I like playing the guitar.
Quit playing
Thought
guitar.
you're a
for 5
Yankees
World
fan.
Series?
Maybe
Yeah.
as a Minnesota fan who has not
Yeah.
seen any of his teams win since '91, the list of stuff I would do to see a championship again in my lifetime is ridiculous.
If that had been a Knicks question, it might have been a different answer, but no, that's a no.
Would Azer admit his brother is the bigger celebrity?
No.
Of course.
All right, there you go. So yes, Jamie said yes, you would. Dave
course.
Azer hosts of Slime Time Live, by the way.
He did.
And a South Florida sex show.
That's also true. A dating show. Was it like a dating show?
Would Azer agree to a face-off style exchange for 1 year with Josh Gad?
Okay.
Yes.
Josh Gad?
No, he wouldn't. No, he wouldn't.
A
Josh
what?
Gad's-
A what? A face? What is it?
Face-off, like the movie
Nick
Face-Off
Cage
with
and
Josh
Josh
Travolta and Nicolas Cage. Yeah.
So you'd be Josh Gad for a year. No, he's not doing that.
No, I wouldn't. No.
You went to high school with Josh Gad, supposedly.
I did go to high school with him. I was in a wedding party with him, believe it or not. We sat next to each other. Yeah. So, no, but I would not do face
He was
off.
one of Adam's groomsmen.
Yeah. He
Exactly.
I had already been married at that point, but after I met him basically for the first time, yeah, I would have put him in my wedding party for sure.
Would you do? I guess this is okay because Jamie said he did not say don't say this. Would you do a penis off style exchange with Pete Alonso? Looking for a yes or no answer.
Does okay, so in this hypothetical, because like face off, you assume the other person's identity. Does he then become Pete Alonso?
I don't think so. I think you just swap.
Well, like I'm secure in my manhood, but that's probably.
I know we heard the stories.
The problem is, you then probably cost Pete Alonso multiple home run derbies because he's so insecure as he steps to the plate.
Yeah, I think that's an upgrade. I would do it. Yeah, I would. And 5 Yankees championships. That seems like a win for me.
Pete, what happened? Your back got smaller.
Yeah.
It's like I'm feeling very.
Okay. Anything else, Londo?
Well, I'll bring some of these back for later.
Okay.
If we suggest Azer stole George Sedano's job on air, what would his response be?
We want Will and Scott who answer this. Did I steal George Sedano's show?
Yeah. Did you steal George Sedano's job? Do you
I
want to
want
talk
you to
about
answer
that?
it.
What? No, I did not steal George Sedano's job.
Oh, all right. Well, we thought you were going to say, "Oh, come on, you know I didn't." Actually, that as it works. Yeah, as Jamie guessed, as opposed to moving on, Nando bingo, or ask the other guest a question.
Nando bingo. Nando has definitely hit all the bingo cards. He said the word penis. He talked about the wedding party. He gets like 3 spaces for wedding party. He talked about George Sedano.
Tuxedo.
It's about me liking another girl, which he always does. So the bingo. Nando.
Okay, well, I'll give you one more, and then you can actually talk to Scott Fish because I feel bad about this.
Yeah, I think you should.
No, really don't. I love it.
Does Adam Azer use bar soap or body wash?
That's a good question.
What do you guys think?
I would also like a follow up. Do you think Adam Azer washes his legs? Because my guess
Well,
is
I actually do have a follow up.
He used to use bar soap. He used to use bar soap, but it disappeared in his chest hair once, so now he uses body wash.
I am a body wash guy, 100%. Bar soap is the thing. Like, who uses bar soap anymore? It's so nice.
Azer's a body wash guy who lets the runoff take care of his legs. That's who he is.
No, I'm pretty thorough. That's funny though. No, I'm
Jamie
body
thought it was bar soap.
No, Jamie, are you a bar soap guy?
No, but I thought you were.
Nah, too germy.
Follow up. Does Azer use a washcloth or his hand for his butt washing?
100%.
So I guess it would be: do you put the body
It's
wash into your
100%
hand and rub it around?
I think if you're a body wash guy, you're probably a washcloth guy.
So I don't use my hand. I use the loofah thing, but I'm starting to think that.
Oh man! No.
Like
The
not
loofah.
like
That touches.
you know
You take your wife's loofah and apply it to the butt crack.
That's what I was thinking, man.
I have my own loofah, but it's not like a loofah. I don't know what.
But you use hers?
You have your own loofah. You're a bridesmaid.
bridesmaid
You
has
have
his
your
own
own
loofah.
loofah.
No. So you know what I'm talking about. They're like sponges.
Yeah.
They're not like
we
a
all know. And
traditional
they're pink,
loofah.
and then you hang them
Right.
from the
Yeah, mine's black, but yes, you hang them. Yes, I use that. I probably should use something else for my butt. I would think,
Well, I
something
think-
separate.
So Jamie said your hand.
I don't use my hand. No, I'm not going to use that. Can we talk a little fantasy football
I
here?
think I got dressed up for this. Is this the third year you've done this now? I think, right?
Who, me?
Yeah, this draft-a-thon.
No, since 2017.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the fifth year,
Okay.
fifth annual.
I was gonna
So
say go ahead.
No, go ahead, Scott.
I was gonna say I remember the first time or two I came on this. It was early in the show. I was on early, and it was all serious, a bunch of fantasy questions. You asked me some trivia. The last 2 years I come on at the end of the show, and this is what it is. So
No, you want to be on the Nando segment. You definitely want to be on the Nando
I'm
segment.
putting in the request now. Late in the show.
The best comedy we had with the beginning of the Draft-A-Thon. So we used to film it out of Connecticut, except, well, no, I shouldn't say we used to. At one point, filmed out of Connecticut, but there were twice where we had actual like a telethon set up, and Dave, Richard, and Will were dressed in tuxedos, and they had a stick microphone like Bob Barker.
Yeah, nice.
And the best comedy that we got out of it, which I don't know if the audience picked up on it, but we certainly have used miles and miles of jokes on this one, is that Dave would wrestle the microphone out of Will's hand. Like Will would be on a roll, like in a groove, and then Dave would just come rumbling up,
like, "Hey, Will," and like just take it out of my
and just rip it out of his hand.
But now then the second year though, Eric Young choke slammed me through a table.
Yeah, he talked about that in the 9 o'clock hour.
I've heard that story multiple times.
I was sore for like 2 days, and it was like a very light wrestling move.
But he wanted to like throw you through a table, and you agreed to it at first. And he was like, "No, I'm actually going to hurt you."
he said either I'm going to do it wrong and something will be broken permanently in your body, or I'll do it right and it will really, really hurt you. And I was like, well, why don't we just do something lighter like a choke slam?
Let's talk a little fantasy football here, guys. I want to take a look at our draft, and we've been paused at. Are we still on Jack's team, or did he make that pick?
Jack.
We're on audience 2's pick, right? Let me see.
Or Jack's pick.
I don't think so.
I'm not sure how drafts work. But
I'm sorry about that. No, in the actual room. Okay, yeah. So the audience picked Travis Etienne. So they have Josh Allen, Travis Etienne, Devontae Adams, and Jamar Chase. Jack, you're on the clock. Go ahead and make your pick.
Pretty good 4 picks, by the way.
What's that for who?
I like Chase, Adams, Allen, Etienne.
Yeah, they're doing. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's interesting. I don't know if they regret going. We can ask all 1,500 of them if they regret going wide receiver. We'll see how it plays out. This is only a 2-receiver league, and I think that's the only. No, Jefferson and Tyreek Hill for Jamie. You went receiver, but you did get James Conner. It's like you see I don't know how your team's going to play out, Jamie, at the 4th pick, but being able to get James Conner as a running back instead of having to wait to the next round for Travis Etienne, they do have Josh Allen.
No way. I mean, I think they would have gone running back if any of the 4, Jones, Swift, Kamara, Barkley, fall to him. But I'd rather go Adams than Fournette, and I mean Connor's whatever.
What do you think, Jamie?
For which team?
Audience 2: Chase, Adams, Allen, Etienne. Did they make any mistakes?
What are you eating?
I'm eating a Snickers. We're sponsored by Snickers. I'm going to be eating Snickers.
That's still kind of gross, man. Why don't you do it when you're not talking?
You at least say like, "Hey, Jamie, why don't you host for 4 seconds?" While
Yes. Or ask Scott Fish a question instead of just making him sit there.
All right,
when he sends in the message for host of the year, that's what they reply to him. They're like, "We saw this clip and you were eliminated."
Male Snickers eater of the year.
Yeah, forget Jamie. Scott, what do you think about the audience number 2 team? Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams, Josh Allen, Travis Etienne. 12 teams, PPR, 2-receiver league with a flex.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough sledding from here on out. I can tell you, we did our Draft-A-Thon draft the other day, and I had my son here, and he was kind of helping me draft, and I went. That was a 3 wide receiver, and I went wide receiver with Chase Lamb, and I did not like how my draft went out, and I felt like I was reaching half the draft after that. In a 2 wide receiver league, there's even less of a reason to go 2 wide receivers when the wide receivers in rounds 4 through 8 or 9, there's just so many of them that I'm comfortable with as my wide receiver 2 or 3.
Okay. Nando,
how many Snickers do you have on your desk?
I have 1 that I've finished, and then I have 1 more, but I don't think I'm going to get to it tonight. But 2 Snickers in 1 day is fine.
If I agreed to donate $40, well, let me leave that on the table.
Okay. Hondo, what's your favorite team so far?
I can't see, dude. Like it's all just like little tiny letters to me.
Okay, you're too far away. All right.
Yeah, I'm too far away, or my head's right in the computer and I still can't see because.
Okay, well, I am sitting at a normal.
I'm not watching this on a TV, man. Hold on.
I can see it perfectly fine. So I'm sorry that your eyesight is dreadful. I don't know what to tell you. Everybody else is having a perfectly fine time.
I like Marone's team the best. How about that?
Good. What is Marone's team? Why don't you read it off for us?
Blue, purple, purple. Congratulations.
It's Derrick Henry, CeeDee Lamb, and Keenan Allen. I like Chris Towers and Heath Cummings. And maybe
actually, I don't like Marone's team at all.
I like Towers. Got Cooper Kupp, Mark Andrews, and Mike Evans, which I like a lot.
Running backs. So all right.
Where's Devontae Adams?
Devontae Adams. I guess you weren't listening to what we just talked about. Team 2, Chase, Adams, Allen, Etienne. I'm sorry to say, I think I love my team. Mixon, Aaron Jones, Sutton, Michael Thomas. I feel like I'm crushed it,
man. Why don't we ask Scott Fish like what it's like to have to manage 400 leagues week one when you got to replace all these dropouts and stuff, man?
It's amazing.
How do you do this?
It's super fun. Let me tell you. No, I will say I think that tournament has gotten to the point where everybody is so amped up to be in it that I have so few trouble spots. I feel like we had maybe 20 or so issues. And I now have delegated. I have a group of guys that help me out with it, and it's today. This year was the easiest year it's ever been, honestly.
Wait, Scott, I'm gonna ask. Are you aware that Chris Kuroda is in the Scott Fish Bowl?
Chris Kuroda?
Yeah. See, that's how big it is. I mean, not that you would know who he is, but he's basically the light guy for the band Fish.
Okay. Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah. Apparently, he's just
awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. No, I did not know that. There are 3,000 people in it, and it's one of those things where people every year, spout off thinking that you need to know someone to get in. Or what I have people. I'd say 75% of the field are people I don't know. There are people who aren't on Twitter. There are people with 5 followers on Twitter. They're men, women. Just it doesn't matter. I don't care. I just bring in people who love fantasy football. So I often don't know most of the people playing. I just want it to be a fun tournament.
Damien, sorry for that. Ooh, all right. Hey, speaking of bringing in people who love fantasy football, let's bring in Tara Roberts to join our. What's up, Tara?
Guys. Hey, Tara.
Hey, Tara.
Hey.
What's up?
How you guys doing?
Doing well. All right, so we got some serious ACC love here. We got Clemson, we got NC State, we got Miami, we got some good ACC quarterbacks for sure. Tara, what do you think of Jamie's pick just now? Welcome everybody to the final hour of our Draft-A-Thon. We've raised over $75,000 this month for St. Jude. Thank you so much to everybody for being a part of it. Tara, before I bring you in, I keep forgetting to mention somebody. Dan Schneier has been in the chat for 5 hours now answering questions. And thank you to Dan Schneier. He's done so much. He organized our poker tournament. The team at CBS has done an amazing job for the last several weeks with all the things we've done, all the things we have on eBay. Dave, Jamie, Heath, Chris, all the guys taking time to chat with our audience, Zoom calls and all those things. So thank you to everybody. I'll do it again in another hour, but Dan Schneier in particular right now, shout out to you. Keep it up for another hour, buddy. All right, Tara.
Can you imagine how much Snickers spittle is on his computer screen right now?
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick about Towers' last pick? Like, why would you not go Lamar Jackson instead of Justin Herbert there if you've got Mark Andrews? Wouldn't you want to stack?
To be fair, I made that pick for him to try to speed the draft along.
Okay. That's why you're the best host every year.
Personally, I wasn't.
Chris Towers not going to like that, man.
I didn't like the running backs there, and I figured Chris would just rather go 0 RB, and I just like Herbert. Like, I don't care about a stack. But Tara, why don't you answer that question here? Do you factor in a stack? Like, how does it affect your draft strategy?
I love a good stack, but I still would have gone Herbert there just because you could probably have gotten Lamar maybe on the second go around in there in the fifth, and Justin Herbert, in my opinion, probably has the more likelihood of ending up as the overall QB1. So I would still go Herbert over Jackson.
And I just know this from the conversation I had with Will on HQ, I think it was last week. Will's been living in best ball land, which is much better to stack in those formats than redraft, because you're trying to obviously win a big tournament. So in redraft, I don't know how much you want to stack, with this. You want to be a little bit safer, I think, diversify your stuff. But in best ball, it's certainly a good strategy to employ. So I don't know if that's where you're coming from, Will.
Yeah, I mean, I would just generally say that I don't really know what I'm doing, and I just draft randomly. No, I mean, I like the one thing I've been trying to do with, and I'm going to look at this during some redraft stuff, and I don't know if it's as applicable, but if you can, and by the way, the Ravens also finished dead last in the division, despite winning 8 games, so they do have a 4th place schedule. So that's like, if you're going to stack something, that's not a bad stack to do. But like I've been trying to mess around with the interdivisional stacks where you go like Lamar, Mark Andrews, then you bring it back with like Chase or Tyler Boyd, so you're guaranteed 2 games with the stack. And maybe that's just me overthinking things, but I've been trying to do that a little bit.
Okay.
Thanks, Adam. Appreciate your kind thoughts on it.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, great. Damian Pierce is like a hot name here. And Jamie,
you know, if you've hosted, like, oh, okay. He wasn't paying attention to anything.
He's like, oh, yeah. So,
okay, great. Thanks, Will.
Yeah, I'll give an estimate. Damian, anybody get that reference? Get an estimate. No? Family Guy. Great Family Guy moment. Damian Pierce in round 4 to Jamie. I'm going to bring in Chris Towers in just a minute. I think he's on to defend his honor. But Damian Pierce, Jamie, you took him. And Scott, I'm going to let you go in a minute. Tell me what you think about that Damian Pierce pick at 45 overall.
It's fun with what's left. I mean, that Texans running back room isn't very crowded right now. I will say I got upset. I believe it was Jamie who took him in our Draft-A-Thon draft the other day.
I did not. No,
maybe not. Okay, someone took him. It was the first draft in about 6 weeks. I didn't get Damian Pierce, and it upset the crap out of me because we've been high on him on our show, and now it's getting to the point where you got to take him in probably the 4th round. I had that decision yesterday between Breece Hall and Damian Pierce, and I took Hall, but I think I might have chosen wrong. I have him back to back in my rankings. He's going to get a lot of volume unless they add someone. But even if they do, I think he's going to get a lot of volume.
Dave and I had this conversation. I'm curious your guys' opinion. Dave, one of Dave's points of contention with Damian Pierce is he's on a bad team. And so I immediately asked him, I said, so what does that mean for Breece Hall and David Montgomery? And he responded with, understandably so, good counterpoints. Breece Hall's a better prospect, which I get. And Montgomery, at least you've seen him do it before. But that one doesn't necessarily hold water for me because obviously Pierce doesn't have the opportunity to show us that yet. But in terms of Hall versus Pierce, for me, it's the competition. And while Hall is the better talent, we're not talking about who's the better player. All you've heard is nothing but positive things about Michael Carter. Whereas, they just told you what they think of Marlon Mack. They told you what they think of Royce Freeman. We kind of know what Rex Burkhead is. He's not going to be a feature guy. It feels like if you're just comparing Hall and Pierce from just a strictly redraft standpoint, this isn't a dynasty long-term conversation. I think for a redraft situation, redraft league, Pierce is in a better spot. And he may not prove to be better, which, I think based on anybody that's drafted, prior to the last, week or so, they've drafted Hall over Pierce, and I get it. But at this point, I just feel like Pierce has got a clearer path to production right now.
Yeah, I don't get the bad team thing. I mean, Adam and Dave went over this on a show earlier this summer, talking about O-lines and bad O-lines, good O-lines, bad teams, good teams. Right. And half the good fantasy backs come from bad teams. Half of them come from good teams. It doesn't seem to be that big of a deal. I mean, McCaffrey has been on some pretty bad Carolina teams, and he did okay in those years.
I think if you're a running back on a bad team, I think you really have to be involved in the passing game.
Well, what's James Robinson then?
James Robinson. Wait, what's your question?
I mean, James Robinson's been on bad teams, and he's not exactly the biggest pass catcher.
He was involved in the passing game. He wasn't coming off the field.
I will say this about Damian Pierce: like if you watch his college tape, he's a good pass catcher. He caught the ball down the field. He only caught 19 balls in his final year there, but he caught the ball downfield really well. You give him a full workload over college, he would have 30 some catches, around 40 catches. He would have been fine. I'm not as worried about his pass catching. I don't think he's going to be McCaffrey, or I don't think he's going to be like a 70 catch DeAndre Swift McCaffrey type of guy. But 40 to 50, sure, I can see that.
All right, Scott. Thank you. I'm sorry, Scott. I got Chris waiting. I'm going to bounce you.
No.
See your time, man. Thank you for being with us and for everything you do.
Absolutely.
Absolute legend in the fantasy football world. Scott Fish.
By the way, we're noting just on the catch thing there that a lot of times the catches that you see from a running back in the college scheme can be a lot more program scheme dependent than actual talent dependent. Like A.J. Dillon had 21 catches total in college and had 34 last year for Green Bay and is expected to be more involved this year. And that was really more about Boston College than it was about A.J. Dillon.
Yeah. Of course, Clyde Edwards-Helaire had like 60 catches in college in his senior years last year. Tara, we're trying to make the pick here for audience team number 1. They've got Eckler, Pittman, and Javonte. And we gave them 4 options on YouTube. We gave them Brandon Cooks, Lamar Jackson, Breece Hall, and Deontay Johnson. Who would you take?
Elliott gone?
No, not yet. Cooks, Jackson, Breece Hall, Deontay Johnson. Who would you take from that group of 4? And then I'll tell you who the audience said.
I would go wide receiver, and I think I would probably go with Deontay. I feel like that's kind of a little bit. I think the value on him has fallen a little bit. Maybe they're a little bit concerned with the injury news, and I know the quarterback situation, but it's looking a little bit better than we expected. I think they're going to be able to get some competent quarterback out of one of those 2 guys that they got over there. So I would go with Deontay and pair him up with Michael Pittman.
The audience has selected Brandon Cooks, 31% of the vote. Lamar Jackson, 27%. Deontay Johnson, 25%. Breece Hall, 17%. I definitely think we should get Zeke. If he's not taken, we should get Zeke into the next poll. And let's get Chris Towers on the show now. Hey, Chris Towers.
Hey, I like that we replaced Scott Fish with another guy who looks exactly like Scott Fish, but with a beard. I think that's a good balance that we kept.
I'm sorry for making your 4th pick for you and Justin Herbert. Who would you have taken?
I think Justin Herbert's fine there. I probably wouldn't have gone with that, but it's fine. It's fine. You know, I heard you said I had to defend my honor. I'm wondering what that was about because I missed. Was someone talking about it?
Well, it was defending your honor on a pick that I made for you.
Okay.
Brinson thought you should have taken Lamar Jackson to stack with Mark Andrews.
Yes, I have Lamar Jackson ranked ahead of Justin Herbert. So if I was going to take a quarterback, I would have done that. I know I'm kind of in the minority on that one, but yeah, if I was going to take
look
a
at his
quarterback,
rankings, man. You just pick
a guy who barely knows I exist at this point.
I think you need to defend your honor, Azer.
Yeah, he didn't know Brady Quinn's show, so it's fine.
I thought you were talking about an HQ show. I didn't know what you were talking about.
Right.
How do you think Matt Leinart ended up in the conversation here? Like,
hey, quick, what's Tara's Twitter handle?
It's Tara time.
Yeah, you look at the screen, right? Yeah.
No, that I knew. Give me a break.
Spell Tara.
Oh, let's get Tara's perspective on the wedding party.
No, come on. Let's.
Tara's like, I was promised this to be a fantasy show.
Yeah, you showed up too late for that. You got to be on at like 9:30 or earlier if you want to talk fantasy. Once Nando shows up, that's done. That's off the table.
Tara knows she doesn't have streams with us. By middle of the stream, it usually gets a little loopy.
Brinson, you want to hang around, or you? I don't know.
I got nothing to do.
All right. How about
actually, I got a 5th pick tomorrow night in my home league draft. It's been a hot minute since I've won it. It's a point of contention amongst the other league members that I can't win again. What should I be eyeing at the 5th pick?
It's a great question.
What's the format?
Actually, I think it's non-PPR, which is kind of wild.
Well, that probably explains why you haven't won it, because you don't know what the scoring is.
Well, you know, actually, what happened is I got looped into too many of these freaking CBS fantasy leagues with you guys, and now I don't know what I'm doing with each fantasy.
Hey, I haven't bothered you at all. I've left you alone.
Well, the fifth pick is a really interesting pick. You know, is it?
It was really more of a 5th pick question, Jamie.
Yeah. Do you go wide receiver there? Does non-PPR that changes?
I actually need a new fantasy team name too.
I'm going to Tara for this one. Tara, who would your top 5 be in a non-PPR league? And then we'll talk about it as a group from a PPR perspective.
Oh man, that's tough. Because I do not think about standard a whole lot. So typically I would be taking Cooper Kupp there at the 5th. So that would probably have me push up maybe Najee Harris to take at the 5th. Other than that, I would be pretty good with Jonathan Taylor, Christian McCaffrey, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, and then I'd probably take Najee right there.
Does anybody have any? I'm sorry. Does anybody have any concerns about Sony Michel taking some goal line work from Austin Eckler? Does it affect Eckler at all?
I mean, and I'm not knocking the Najee call because I think Najee in a vacuum would be a monster workhorse for the Steelers. I went to college for enough time to be a doctor, but I'm not actually a licensed physician. But I like the list rank thing does worry me. Like if he gets 250 carries, is that going to cause? Like I don't know the answer to that. I'm sort of hesitant to like. I think if I had to pick between Derrick Henry and Najee, I'd probably go Henry.
Derrick Henry's foot injury was further in the past, so I guess that's somewhat. But I think they're both pretty concerning given how much both of them need that massive workload. I think it's more true for Derrick Henry in a PPR format. He needs 20 carries a week to be an elite running back. But I'm worried about both of them because foot injuries just, man, those tend to be really tricky. And with Najee's coming during training camp, it's definitely enough for me to downgrade him for sure.
I think the nice thing though is, and to your point, Will, about being a doctor, you got to trust what the team is doing. The fact that they felt comfortable enough to play him in a preseason game, smart or unsmart, you can certainly debate that.
Yeah.
I think they probably feel that he's healthy enough to go, and so, yes, clearly it could become a problem at any point, but, we're sitting here for months saying Christian McCaffrey should be either the one or the two, and if you're going to take risks from that point with a player who's got that track record, you just have to know what you're getting. You're getting potential risk. Henry's got potential risk with his age and the workload that he's had the last couple of years. For me, actually, it's another guy that also has potential risk as well that I would look at 5. I agree with the first 4 Tara said. I would actually take Dalvin Cook over Najee in non-PPR, just knowing that his touchdown regression from a positive standpoint should certainly come into play here after what he did last year. I love this Minnesota offense, so I think he's going to be the lead guy, even if there is a few more touches going to some of the other backs, whether it's Nwangwu or still Madison. But for me, Dalvin there, and I would actually take Mixon over Najee also in this format, just again with the touchdown potential. But I think, once you get past really the first 4, which I think the first 4 are going to get locked in at those running back spots, Taylor, McCaffrey, Henry, and Eckler, it's kind of a crapshoot. Kamara belongs in the conversation too. Just now that we know the suspension is not an issue. So non-PPR, you have your choice of, probably 4 running backs that are all in really good spots. Or you can, kind of go a different direction if you want to and take Cooper Kupp or Justin Jefferson, just to get the top receiver up.
All right, guys, can I talk about a few things real quick here? First of all, we got 45 minutes left. Snickers, thank you to Snickers for helping us out, for sponsoring us tonight. Thank you so much to Trophy Smack for giving us some awesome stuff. This is on our eBay page, this ring here. I know you can't see it because of the light, but it's so cool. It's got Fantasy Football Today on it. It's got the St. Jude logo on it. So this is like a really awesome thing to have. And then I'm going to show you the chain, which is the coolest way to tell your friends that you won a fantasy league.
This is my favorite part when you try and lift this thing up.
Yeah, it's pretty serious stuff.
It really looks like it's like an effort for you.
Well,
Chris, you saw one in person. They gave me the same thing at the Flex Draft.
Oh, where
the exact same thing, and it's not light.
it's heavy. It's really cool, man. It's really cool, and you can bid on it on our eBay page.
The problem with having that as your league's trophy, the shipping fees to send it to next year's winner are going to be outrageous. I think it's like 15 pounds.
There's a flat rate with USPS. It'll fit into one of those boxes.
Oh, there you go.
There's really only a couple times a year you can wear it too.
You know what? You don't have to wear it. It's really cool to have, and you can bid on this special one that says Fantasy Football Today, St. Jude on it. So you're going to donate to St. Jude, and you're going to get something in return. And we thank Trophy Smack for hooking us up. Dave's got the belt. That's me with the. I'll get rid of. That's me over there with the. You can see the scale.
You are such a tiny human being.
All right, we got a lot of fun stuff still going on here. So should we spin the wheel again? We haven't spun the wheel in a while. I think I'd like to spin the wheel.
Yo, Will.
What's up, Nada?
How about Netflix and Will?
Ooh.
That's good.
Oh, that's a good one. I like that.
Right?
Here's our next topic, guys and girls. Top 3. Game of Thrones characters. All right. I was waiting for this. Top 3 Game of Thrones characters.
Does House of Dragon count too?
House of Dragon. I have only seen the first episode, so please don't spoil it.
All right, so we won't bring that.
There's Dragon to the second one.
I'm gonna go with Tywin. Love the Tywin Arya scenes in like season 2 at we just finished a rewatch. Tywin's just every scene he's in is just phenomenal.
Yeah, those were and Tyrion back then was so awesome.
Yes, Tyrion's great.
Some earlier seasons. All right, Nando, give me a top 3 Game of Thrones characters.
Off the top of my head, man, I think you got like Jon Snow was pretty good through the end of it. The redheaded dude with the beard, I can't think of his name right now.
Tormund.
Yeah, he was great.
He rocked.
I don't know. I don't really have a third one, man. Like, I'll come back on that.
All right. Tara?
I'll come back on that.
My number one is gonna make me sound a little evil, but Cersei is my number
She's
one.
phenomenal.
She's got to be top 3 for sure.
Yeah, such an incredible character. And then I would say Tyrion, and then Jon Snow.
Tyrion really ended up being so annoying, I think. So I'm not going to put him on. Like, first half of Game of Thrones, he was the best. Then he just became annoying. And he kind of
Oh, the Onion Knight. I loved him.
Oh, he's great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was that?
The Onion Knight, the guy who didn't have fingers, and he served Stannis Baratheon to the end.
I can't remember his name.
Yeah, nobody remembers the name.
I
just
don't
remember the
talking
character.
Jon Snow, Cersei, and
Davos Seaworth. That's his name.
That was it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Davos. Yeah, he
Sir
was
Davos.
great.
I love
Azer's
him.
got to watch his Game of Thrones Googling because it all autofills the nudes.
Oh my I really like Rob Stark. I was like, I love Rob Stark.
Rob Stark was lame.
No, he was
Justice
awesome,
for Rob.
man.
Went out like a punk.
Who's the worst character? Has to be Bran, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What it
Which
is.
you don't feel good about saying, but yeah.
Actually, I really like. I thought Daenerys was like a one note. I did not like Daenerys. I didn't like any of the scene. I didn't like whenever they were in Marine or whatever. I was like, no.
Oh my god, the stuff in Marine takes way too long. And Daenerys and Jon Snow had zero chemistry together. That was those two had just nothing going on. So not my favorite.
If you were in an incestuous relationship, you probably would have chemistry problems too. You know, John was just awkward about it. All right,
Jamie and Cersei didn't.
That's a good point. Oh, Jamie!
How did nobody mention Jamie?
Jamie. If Jamie's I was so disappointed with Jamie's ending. If his character arc would have ended just differently, that would have been perfection for me.
How would you have done it? How would you have ended his character arc?
I would have ended it with not going back to Cersei, and anything else would have literally done it for me. I was a true believer that he had made changes, and it disappointed me.
Yeah.
I mean, the entirety of this is a bigger topic, but like the final 2 seasons, I mean, then once they got past, George's actual plot line, they let those jabronis who were the showrunners take over. It went off the rails.
Right. Yeah.
No offense to the showrunners if they're watching right now.
Yeah, no offense at all. Your show sucked. But no offense.
Yeah, it's funny because people are so disappointed with it, but it's obviously the most compelling show ever. Right?
I'm gonna throw out that the Night King is an underrated top 3 character.
Oh, come on. He just stares.
I know, but he's scary.
You're talking about no charisma. That guy's got no
My
charisma.
favorite might be the Hound.
You know what Will's favorite line in Game of Thrones was?
Pretty good.
Now do that with the chain.
Yeah, I don't think so. All right, I'm going to have our production crew get 4 more options for our audience team number 1 with Eckler, Pittman, Javonte Williams, and Brandon Cooks. We got to throw Ezekiel Elliott on there. Maybe we can throw a quarterback on there. You know what? Waller just went. I'm not sure if they're going to want Kittle, but you can throw Kittle on there. So come up with 4 options. We'll check back in on that. Oh, it's going to be Zeke, Jalen Hurts, Dalton Schultz, and Breece Hall. Those are going to be the options for audience team number 1. They have Eckler, Pittman, Javonte, and Brandon Cooks. And they're going to be choosing between Zeke, Breece Hall, Jalen Hurts, and Dalton Schultz.
By the way, Towers is in a runaway if he gets Zeke or Breece Hall there.
He will, because Jamie's not going to take one of them.
Nope.
So, Chris, who would you pick for audience team number 1?
All right, so they've got.
No, make Nando read it.
Yeah, Nando. Who do they have?
Audience 1 has Austin Eckler.
Yeah.
Michael Pittman Jr., Javonte Williams, and Brandon Cooks.
Yeah. So the options again, Chris, were Jalen Hurts, Zeke.
Big. Yeah, Chris, pick for another team instead of yours, and then we'll just do one for you too.
Jalen Hurts, Zeke, Breece Hall, Dalton Schultz, and the results are in, by the way.
How?
So there were no wide receivers in that choice?
No, actually, we didn't give them one.
Yeah, I'd probably go with Marquise Brown there if it was up to me. But of the options that you've given me, if I'm forced to choose,
yes, you are.
I think I would go with. Give me Jalen Hurts there.
That's what it was.
You're set at the 2. Yeah.
There you go.
Because I don't need a third running back right now if I'm that team. I don't want Dalton Schultz at 51st overall. So give me Jalen Hurts. Give me the opportunity to get a real difference maker.
I mean, I always think with Hurts too. You see the quarterbacks off the board here. You know, Mahomes is a little bit less rushing equity. Herbert's got a decent amount, but like, I mean, I want to have a quarterback in the first couple of rounds this year because if I can't, if it's in the right spot, because when you start moving down, there's just no rushing equity from the other guys who were lower, like the Bradys and the Staffords, and they do have issues like whether it's Brady's interior line, Stafford's elbow soreness, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I don't mind paying up a little bit for quarterback this year.
Towers, you are on the clock with Cooper Kupp, Mark Andrews, Mike Evans, and Justin Herbert. So you do have Zeke and Breece Hall available to you. I don't know if
I made the Zeke
running
pick.
back
I get being concerned about the offensive line, but I don't know. He's the way I look at Zeke is like there's a really good chance he averages 14 points per game, and not a very good chance he averages much more than that. So as long as you keep your expectations in line, I think he can still be a pretty good pick.
We should have just kept picking him quarterbacks.
I mean, listen to what Jerry Jones has said this offseason about Zeke. Like he's going to
it doesn't
defeat him.
It doesn't matter if we think Tony Pollard's better. Like it's not at all relevant. There's still Ezekiel Elliott's still going to get his 55 catches and 250 carries if he's healthy. Like it's locked in.
All right, so let me.
And I think it actually.
Oh, go ahead, Sarah. Go ahead.
And I think it actually helps Zeke as well with all the receiver depth problems that they have. That Pollard's going to have to help out on that end. So we'll see him and Pollard together versus a one or the other. So I think it probably benefits both of them.
This is good value for Zeke, but I still don't like him.
Right, like that's why I say like it's like 14 points per game, which is fine. You're not gonna win your league because of it, but it's a fine player to have.
See, the thing that I think that saved him last year because he was terrible is the touchdowns, and I don't know how many touchdowns he's getting with this team.
Oh, really? Why not?
I still think it's going to be a good offense. Maybe
I
not.
I don't.
They were the highest scoring team in the NFL last year.
I mean,
they had a much better offensive line last year.
What did Cole Beasley, who left and was like, look, the bottom line is the freaking GM comes down and says, here's who you're going to make sure the ball goes to this week. And like Jerry has made it clear that he wants Zeke to live up to his contract. I mean, like Zeke is going to get fed.
If they're counting on Ezekiel Elliott to get them to the playoffs, this is going to be a miserable, miserable team.
Well,
I mean, there's a reason the last 30-ish years of Cowboys football haven't been great. And it's the exact thing that Will's talking about there.
I wish I could show you guys the text messages that Nando is saying to me.
Excuse me, I'm not texting anything. I'm paying attention.
Okay. He wants me to make audience team number 2 pick a body part instead of a player. And I think, of course, Nando's favorite words, so I think we all know what it is.
$20 for St. Jude if you do it.
No, you know what? I forgot. I've barely done any trivia. So let's do some trivia here. $20 for every correct answer. Which running back led all running backs in explosive run percentage? That is percentage of carries that went 12 or more yards. Nick Chubb, Rashad Penny, or Dalvin Cook? Will Brinson.
There's not like a sample size factor here? It's just.
Well, these are minimum 100 carries, but Nick Chubb, Rashad Penny, Dalvin Cook, who had the highest percentage of 12-plus yard carries?
I'm going to say Rashad Penny.
He was second. Nick Chubb is the answer. All right. So
that would be my guess. I just thought it was a trick question.
Cooper Kupp. Let's go to Tara here. Cooper Kupp averaged 114.5 receiving yards per game in the regular season. Did he average more or less than that in 4 postseason games?
Oh.
Less.
You guys are not contributing to St. Jude here. Yeah, don't worry. We'll make the donations. He averaged more, 5 more yards, 119.5 yards per game in the playoffs with 6 touchdowns in 4 games. It was insane.
Yeah, he was 30 fantasy points per game in the playoffs. It was unreal.
Wow.
Like he just didn't slow down at all.
Well, it didn't hurt that he had that long bomb against the Bucs and then one more against the Bengals too, I think, right? Like you remember when the Bucs came back and he shot play anyway.
I don't think he did against the Bengals. I remember T. Higgins threw Jalen Ramsey down and got a long touchdown there. This is a fun one. I'll let everybody contribute here. Only one team had 2 wide receivers with 80 or more catches. Which team was that? Was it the Bengals, the Bucs, or the Bills? One team with 80 or more, 2 wide receivers with 80 or more catches. Was it the Bengals, the Bucks, or the Bills?
It was the Bills.
The Bills.
It was the Bills.
Yeah, Cole Beasley had 82.
Oh.
Yep. Stephon Diggs and Cole Beasley.
That
Heavy
was the trick
ones.
question.
Who averaged more
You play
PPR
that
fantasy?
in the background?
What?
Heavy ones.
What's that?
It was Cole Beasley's song.
Oh. I don't know.
Because he was number 11, so like heavy ones.
Yeah, I got you.
It
Thank
was a play
you.
on words.
Who averaged more PPR fantasy points per game, Jalen Waddle or Mike Williams?
Oh, Waddle if it's PPR.
Williams.
See, it feels like it's a trick question, right?
I feel like
Why?
Williams played
Right,
through
that's what I
injury.
did. I feel like Adam's trying to trick us. That's why.
I'll go with
Adam,
Waddle.
if Adam wrote these, they're trick questions. If someone else did, they're not. They're mixed in.
I wrote them.
They're all trick questions.
So what's our answer? So we got a Waddle from Will, a Williams from Jamie. What do we got?
I think it's Waddle.
I'm going with Waddle.
Williams.
Tara? Williams?
Yeah.
Okay. It's Waddle. 3-2 for Waddle. All right. We are donating to St. Jude.
Is it possible Adam doesn't even know what a trick question is and he's just like,
Yeah, right. It's like, what's that? What are you talking about?
Hey guys, what's bigger, 4 or 3?
Anyway.
Nando, you have any more newlywed game style questions for us?
I don't. Probably inappropriate for this hour. No, actually, no, I don't think any of these left are inappropriate. I think these are I kept the appropriate ones.
All right, Tara, you have to answer this question. If Nando introduced Adam and his wife to each other, should Nando have been in the wedding?
Wedding party, yeah.
Wedding party, yes.
Yeah.
Mind you, they're good friends already. This
They're
isn't
already
just
good
like,
friends. They're
hey,
already
by
good
the way.
Yeah. Good friends, not great friends.
It could have been great.
Yes, yes.
You know what damaged our friendship?
Yes. As you could probably guess or surmise, he was not at the wedding party.
He was
Sarah,
not.
the reason he's wearing the tuxedo is that's the tuxedo you would have worn to the
That's all
wedding.
right. That's all right.
I rented it 12 years ago.
Frank invited me to his wedding, and we mentioned it on the podcast because Scott said, "Oh, you probably didn't invite either of us."
Oh.
And then it was like, actually. So that was
That's all right.
awkward.
Adam
too.
did the same thing. He did invite Heath.
Unbelievable.
Well, that's true, but I don't even have okay, I have no excuse for that. Tara, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you so much for coming on. You stayed overtime. I appreciate that. It's late. Get to bed. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Love having you on, Tara. We'll talk to you soon.
See ya.
Bye.
All right. And then there were 5. We have Marcus Grant coming up in a little bit. He'll be our last guest joining us tonight. I think we're going to check back in with the draft. The audience is back on the clock. They've got Jamar Chase, Devontae Adams, Josh Allen, and Travis Etienne. We're giving them
Do it.
this
I'll give you
choice.
40. I'll give you $40 if you type it in.
I am not typing that word onto the.
It's a scientific term. Adam, just type it.
Adam, give it to audience too. Come on, it'll be funny.
I don't think so. How about
right.
Hollywood
Why don't you
Brown?
start typing it and see what auto fills.
Jamie's like, please, God, get me out.
They're probably Rashad
No.
Petty. Yeah, it would be Rashad Petty.
Hey,
I encourage all Nando's
Nando,
answers.
sometimes do you wish that it was like still the pandemic, like pure, like heavy pandemic? It was just you, me, and Adam doing like weird, like was it Sunday afternoon like Zoom feeds with?
Oh, that was
like-
amazing. The lows. All these former players would come on in typical Azer
Remember
fashion.
when
There's no
Dante
anything
Hall
about
almost got
him.
arrested at the stadium?
Yes, that was insane. That was insane. That
Someone got
Dante Hall. Oh my God. Yes, Dante Hall was one of our best guests. He came on for a second time, and he was in this. What is it?
Superdome.
Oh, the Superdome still.
And he's like walking around with a drink, like doing like a FaceTime. They're like, "Sir, you can't be doing this." He's like, "I'm Dante Hall, and I would be doing what I want."
Oh, he wasn't like that at all. He was like, they were so mean to him. He was like, "I'm not doing anything." I think it was a COVID thing, right? Because he didn't have a mask on or something.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
that.
that's right.
And we were like, "Is he about to get arrested?" And he just like ended the call, and he just left. And did Dante Hall just get arrested? We don't know, but I don't think he did because I googled it. Anyway, here are the options for audience team 2: Marquise Brown, Chase Edmonds, Jerry Jeudy, and Dalton Schultz. This one's pretty close. Jamie, who would you go with here? Marquise Brown, Chase Edmonds, Jerry Jeudy, Dalton Schultz.
Marquise Brown easily.
I don't get the Marquise Brown thing. Maybe it's just me.
Like the love or the hate?
The love.
Well, he's
Kyler's
got a
been better.
6-week
on
window to be the number 1 guy for Kyler Murray. And then we'll see what happens when DeAndre Hopkins comes back. I'm very curious myself how that's all going to work. If Hopkins is right, then Marquise Brown is probably going to struggle. But if Hopkins is kind of what we saw last year, touchdown dependent type receiver, and that established rapport that they have even prior to playing in the NFL together from the college days, I mean, Marquise Brown could have the career season that we've been waiting for, and last year he had 140 plus targets. He played well at times, but most of that came with Tyler Huntley. I think, Kyler can hopefully maximize his ability. And again, it's, I think, split, but if he's still maintaining the lead target percentage from week 7 on, then he's going to be probably worth this, round, if not better.
Yeah, I was writing about it for tomorrow's FFT newsletter. Marquise Brown's one of my breakout picks, and over the past 2 seasons, Lamar Jackson's thrown 99 passes over 20 yards down the field. Kyler Murray's thrown 143. Kyler Murray's completed 44% of those. Lamar Jackson's completed 34%. So I just think, for one reason or another, Lamar Jackson specifically and Marquise Brown just really couldn't get on the same page on their deep balls. It was just a real struggle for them, with the exception of that last 6 games of the 2020 season. So I just think Kyler Murray's just a little bit better on the deep ball, and I think that's going to really benefit Marquise Brown, because that's a big part of his game.
Marquise obviously took it Lamar found out, when the trade was announced and Marquise is on a private jet on his way to the Arizona draft party, and Lamar's like, what? So maybe so. I was just surprised. Both Marquise and Rashad Bateman, I was just surprised that, not that I don't think they'll be good, just they feel like they're going very early with some there's some fragility to them, I guess.
Yeah, for sure.
In that whole orbit, I like Christian Kirk the best. I mean, with all those moving pieces, Christian Kirk's the one that I like the most. Whatever that's worth.
I picked the Jaguars to win the AFC South today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, yes.
Hey, Briscoe, get off my block, Briscoe. This is my block now, son.
I'm on the clock, by the way, if anybody cares. I'm going to take...
Oh, it looks like you're on deck.
Well, who's available? Let's walk through this.
Yeah, so I've got 2 running backs and 2 receivers, and I would have taken Jerry Jeudy, and then I said, oh, crap, I have Cortland Sutton. I probably should.
You always regret this.
Why would you get Jerry Jeudy, Russell Wilson, and just unleash James?
I could have done that. That would have been fun. So I actually took Marquise Brown here, and I'm going to take J.K. Dobbins. Doesn't have to be a starter for me week 1. But I'm pretty optimistic on Dobbins. It's eventually, I think he'll get rolling. He's so much better than the other backs in his backfield.
Somebody tweeted a video of J.K. Dobbins walking away from
I'm in a chat with that guy. He's like, what are you talking about? I'm not limping.
He said J.K. Dobbins with a noticeable limp after the drill, and J.K. Dobbins responded. Phenomenal stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so we got the audience pick coming up in just a little bit. I may or may not have taken Clyde Edwards-Helaire for Jacob to ensure that I would get J.K. Dobbins, but neither here nor there. He was CEH was ranked higher in Heat's ranking, so
I wouldn't describe that as neither here nor there. I would describe it as clear-cut collusion and cheating,
literal cheating
of the draft. Sure.
I'm going to read a few more trivia questions here because I have 20 to get to, and we've only done 12. So here we go.
Just give them money. Just say we were right. Give them
we
money,
will,
man.
but it'll be fine. We'll go fire through it. Which AFC East wide receiver was second in rushing yards among wide receivers, behind only Deebo Samuel? So the wide receiver who was second in rushing yards.
AFC East.
AFC East. I'm not including Cordero Patterson. He doesn't count.
Was he in the AFC East?
Deebo Samuel's definitely not in the AFC East.
No. Sorry. Deebo Samuel led all wide receivers in rushing yards. Who was second? Your hint is that he was in the AFC East and still is.
Was it Waddle?
No, that was the question. That was the answer to the previous question, actually.
Devontae Parker?
He's on the Patriots.
I would say Jacoby Myers.
He's a different guy. Different guy in the Patriots.
Kendrick Bourne.
Nelson Aguilar?
Kendrick Bourne. Very weird. All right, here's a fun one. Which stack combined for the most fantasy points? PPR scoring, 6-point per passing touchdown leagues. Which stack combined for the most points? Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams, Patrick Mahomes and Tyreek Hill.
I'll say Burrow, Chase.
Rodgers.
I think it was Rodgers and Adams. I had them on a couple teams, yeah.
Rodgers and Adams. That is correct.
To be clear, I don't do any research for fantasy football. I just show up and talk.
Rodgers was number 2, right? Last season.
In what?
In fantasy points.
No, Brady was.
Okay.
Okay. 4 tight ends caught 9 touchdowns last year. Mark Andrews and Travis Kelce were 2 of them. Who were the other two that caught 9 touchdowns? 2 tight ends who caught 9 touchdowns.
Dawson Knox.
Hunter Henry and Dawson Knox.
is great.
Bam! St. Jude, baby.
Hunter
Start of
Henry's
the
the
week.
Wow.
Hunter Henry and Dawson. AFC East. A lot of AFC East there. And that's going to do it for our trivia questions for now. We have 5 more. We have one more awesome guest joining us from the West Coast. Marcus Grant. What's up, Marcus?
I'm underdressed. I see Nando here in a tux. Like, I'm severely underdressed with my like raggedy T-shirt that I have on, my Murder Hornets T-shirt. I
can take it off.
Go away and come back.
Not
taking it off.
He's just a spectacle. You know,
I mean, if it makes you feel any better,
Marcus, that's actually a tuxedo T-shirt that Nando.
Oh, well, you know, I've got one of those. I can go grab mine and come on back.
What's up, Marcus?
I'm wearing it's just a green screen shirt.
Jamie, Adam, and I are all wearing the same shirt. It's really awkward.
Yeah, we got right. Yeah, Chris, we should have coordinated. We got this awesome shirt from RotoWear that you can get on rotoware.com. Really, really cool. RotoWear is a great site, and yeah, this is definitely gonna be in the rotation for me.
Marcus, I have a question for you.
Okay.
If someone sent you a box of 50 Snickers, what would you do with it?
Eat them. I don't know. Is that a trick question? Wait, is there something?
No, I want to know what Adam has done with the box of Snickers that he's.
Oh, he's definitely holding them for Halloween. 100% holding them for Halloween.
I can see Adam like cutting up the Snickers into like little, like 8 different pieces in those little like Jello shot cups, and then plastic wrapping them, then putting them out for Halloween.
Are they full? They're full size Snickers though, right?
Yeah, they're not like the enormous size, but they're big.
That's a standard Snickers.
That legitimately feels like a thing like we would have. It'd be in the pantry, and like I would sit there eating them late at night, like when my wife goes to bed and I'm up late, like watching anime, and then she would find a wrapper in the couch the next morning and be like, "What did you get into?" I'd be like, "Nothing. Don't worry about it."
My wife's been yelling at me about the individual Reese's wrappers for the past couple of weeks. So yeah, same life.
Come on, guys.
We're like 3 months from Halloween. So
we're not that. We're what? 2 months exactly.
We're exactly 2 months. Yeah,
exactly 2 months. Okay, I think it's fair. I got 48 Snickers bars. I think it's fair to save some of them for Halloween.
I was joking.
Here's the. It's okay for because honestly, the Lowe's near me already has like the inflatable Halloween stuff up next to like in the garden section, so they're already getting ready for Halloween.
You're setting expectations too high for next year.
You're like, no, this is for Halloween.
People are going to expect the full size Snickers next year.
Well, okay, so I'll save them for
slapping your children's hands away from the bowl.
I'm just saying that I should save them for next year too.
No. I'm just saying you eat them for yourself. That way, you're not setting the expation this year that you're going to give out full size candy bars every year.
August 22 and October.
I wonder when they go bad. Let's see if there's anything.
That's for next year. That's a full size. For next year, the ones you buy on November 1st of this year. That's what happens. Like when they go on sale and they're all 50% off.
March 2023. So I can't do it for Halloween in 2023, but I'm definitely like they're 100% going to be hot. Honestly, I'm going to get 2 trick-or-treaters. We have no trick-or-treaters, so it doesn't really matter. Marcus, I'm going to show you a draft. Take a look at the teams. Tell me which one you like. Tell me if anything stands out to you. There's a lot there, so take your time. Your time. Tell me if any of these teams stand out. While you do that, I will tell everybody there is still time to donate to St. Jude. We've got 18 minutes left in our show. We've got amazing items up for auction on eBay, like this Trophy Smack chain, Fantasy Football Today, and St. Jude on there. Got a ring with a similar logo. Sorry for that sound.
Where do you go on eBay? You haven't actually said that yet. I'm trying to look it up. I'm like, oh, wait a second. He hasn't actually said where to look for it.
All right. Well, there should be a link in the chat. There should be a link in the chat that we'll throw up there on our eBay page. Are we doing that now?
Just admit you don't know what to look for.
There we go. Well,
that is insanely low for a Zoom call with Fabrizio Romano.
Yeah,
I think that was
17 million followers on Twitter.
So yeah, we got some really cool stuff here. We got over $5,000 for a podcast league spot. So everybody's been Brinson.
Really though, I told people you bid on me, I'll do your entire draft with you.
Oh, look at Frankie Stanford. Look at that.
Frankie Stanford. Yeah. So these are some of the items that are available for auction. So please
tweet out a link to that. Huh?
You get your own Adam Azer and Dave Richard.
I'm only $205 for me.
For $200, Adam will come and stand in your living room for 3 hours.
I just got a text, Nando. You have given your wife zero credit for introducing me and my wife. And that's
he literally
really
said my wife. Oh, I guess he didn't say that.
no, he did not. He gets all the credit, and that is totally not fair. JJ gets sorry. I mean, your wife gets no credit.
Wait. Was Nando's wife in the wedding?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why we're not talking
You
about
put him in
that.
the wedding. That is outrageous.
Where did you get the text from?
Is my wife's best friend. That's how we met. Like Nando takes all the credit. It was Nando's wife who set it up.
Yeah, actual
I don't think so.
question though. If you bid on Adam, do you get Snickers? Does he bring a Snickers bar with him?
Oh, that's a good one. Adam, put
that would be a
a
nice
Snickers
bonus.
in with
It's
the belt.
trick-or-treaters, Marcus.
No, but you know what?
Marcus, you should be our marketing team. Good work.
Shane will have Snickers smudges all over it from the way he's been handling it and eating today.
Adam, if I bid $300 on you, will you do a Zoom call where you eat all 48 Snickers?
Oh my God. I love Snickers, but no. Plus, there's only 46 left right now. So,
Will you put 5 in your mouth? If we all pitch in to buy you a new
What's
Snickers case,
your
put
price
5 in your
to
mouth
eat?
right now?
What's your price to eat 35 Snickers on an hour-long Zoom call?
This feels like an end of season, like last place punishment. Like you have to just crush all these Snickers like in a sitting, sort of.
There's no way anybody could eat 35 Snickers in an hour. Like zero chance. Kobayashi could not eat 35 Snickers in an hour.
I bet you he could. I bet you he did in 30 minutes.
He definitely could, yeah. That's a lot of nougat, though.
I don't even care if we talk about that.
All right,
draft
so what
anymore,
if we take 15 Snickers and melt them down in the microwave and make them into like a soupy drink? Will you drink that if I bid $300 on your eBay thing?
No, I will not. Oh, thankfully, we've raised $75,000.
Don't you care about the children?
I don't have to stoop to these levels anymore. I feel like I've done my part. I'll be making a separate donation. I will not be drinking 15.
Should we do the scavenger hunt again, Nando?
Oh yeah, I had some stuff. I was ready to go, but then I found out that he's got construction going on in his house or something like that. So the kids are sleeping in a different room. We got to be quiet.
Yeah, it sucks. We have no.
I know that because I asked his wife if I could come over for the show.
Yes.
Marcus, last year we made Adam go find like random things in his house. Like he had
that was amazing.
Go run around his house with him.
Every time he just came back with a condom, though. That was the funny part.
Oh my God. I remember it so well. He's like, oh, let's do the scavenger. I'm like, okay. He's like, go get your guitar. Go get your guitar. Play something off the Nirvana album that nobody likes.
I went to the scavenger hunt in Las Vegas, and honestly, the hardest thing for us to come up with was trying to find a hard-boiled egg somewhere in the city of Las Vegas.
Did you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we sort of cheated. We just went to a Denny's and just like, hey, can I get my egg hard boiled?
Don't cut this thing up yet. Just
trying to randomly like run through casinos or whatever, and like hotels trying to find a hard boiled egg. It's pretty darn hard, guys.
It had to be a full one. You couldn't get like a Cobb salad and
No,
reconstruct
like,
it.
we wanted like a full intact, full hard boiled egg.
That's a fun scavenger hunt.
Marcus, do you want to talk fantasy or like? I mean, really, I don't.
I did scout. I did scour those teams that you showed me. The one that really kind of jumped out to me, like I pulled this up and make it full sized again. Audience 1. I thought it did some really nice things. I mean, I love Eckler, especially at that spot in the draft. I'm a huge fan of Michael Pittman this year. I still, here's the thing. Javonte Williams is the thing that I don't understand. I understood his ADP being high, and I might have said this when I was on with you guys a couple weeks ago. I understood it being high when we thought Melvin Gordon might be going somewhere else. When Gordon came back, it still stayed high. But the other part of it that confuses me is that everyone I talk to feels the same way. Like no one I talk to understands why Javonte Williams ADP is still high, yet it's still high. But that's all. That's a long way of saying I still think I like him at that spot. Followed up with Brandon Cooks, Jalen Hurts, who I think is going to really ball out this year. So, maybe this is just a case of, a several hundred heads being better than one, but I think audience 1's putting together a pretty good squad.
I mean, but I feel like Javante's been going earlier than that too, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. He's like
early second round, like mid second round. Like Javonte Williams is a stud, but I mean, a lot of people.
Melvin Gordon still walks the earth, man, and like he's specifically walks the street in Denver. So that just feels like, and then they have Russell Wilson, which means they should have a more effective, efficient passing game. Just I don't know. It just seems like a reach right now.
I also feel like if they get leads and like if they're up like 15, 20 points, they're going to go to Melvin to close it out.
Yep, he's the closer on that team. I completely agree.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You wear the old legs out.
I thought it was ESPN. You're talking about the Broncos. I'm sorry, I was looking at YouTube, right? You're talking about the
We're
Broncos.
talking about the Denver Broncos,
Yeah,
Javonte Williams, Russell Wilson, and Melvin Gordon.
I was surprised to hear that take. ESPN wrote that Melvin Gordon, it took him so long to re-sign because he was trying to find other opportunities because he feels like, even he said it out loud, that they want Javonte Williams to be the guy.
Right, but then it was like a comma, but he's going to get a drive, I'm going to get a drive. That's the part of that quote that kind of got left out of a lot of the tweets about it for fantasy Twitter. And yeah, I like, he wanted to go somewhere where he could be the guy. It doesn't mean he's not going to have a role in Denver. At least I don't think.
They're not just going to run Javonte Williams into the ground in his second year. Like
especially because
he's a high pick on him.
He's split carries since college. That's been he hasn't been
Even
a
Michael Carter's
300 carry guy.
All right, so
it doesn't matter if it's 60-40 or 70-30. He's getting the majority of it. It's just a matter of how much of the majority.
See, and I feel like it's going to be closer to 60-40 than 70-30.
I think that's certainly the way you should approach it. Everybody should approach it that way. But if it is the other way,
that's where the upset
and even
comes
worse
in.
for Melvin, then we drafted him too late. He should be a first round pick.
Yeah,
sure. All right, we got 10 minutes left. So
it depends on how they do the red zone and the 5 yard and
100%.
too.
Yeah.
Like and we don't know how Hackett's going to do that. We knew how Fangio and that offense did it was give it to Gordon and let him lumber as much as he could. I mean, maybe they go Javonte.
He is also Melvin's 29, and he already has a foot injury that he's fought through. So
sure.
Let's spin the wheel one more time. Let's see what we're going to talk about. Top 3.
I don't think you're gonna top Game of Thrones characters.
No, that's the best one. Top 3 busts. Should we keep it or should we go something else?
Nah, no football talk.
All right, no.
I don't want to go negative.
Well, you could have done any bust. You could have been like a
Go
statue.
ahead, Will. Finish that thought.
Could have been a statue.
Can we just go back to the top of the Game of Thrones characters and just call it a day?
Yeah, let Marcus do the top of Game of Thrones characters.
Sleepers again. All right, Marcus, who are your top 3 Game of Thrones characters?
See. Number 3 would be Arya. Because why not?
Yeah.
Number 2 is the Hound.
Yeah, that's a good call.
Number 1, I'm gonna go Tormund Giantsbane. Because I also enjoy as a Dodger fan sort of tweeting out Tormund gifs whenever Justin Turner hits a home run. So that's my own personal thing.
Chris, what do you think? Should we do top 3 Beatles songs?
Oh, he's texting his wife. Could you bring me my guitar right now? But stay out of
I've
the shot.
got a top 3 Beatles songs. I don't know if anybody wants to talk about it though. It's not exactly the most topical conversation piece.
All right, we can. I'll spin it one last time. Whatever it ends up.
There's only like 8 categories on here.
Game of Thrones characters. All right, now one more time. Let's go. Let's get something here.
Wheel is trash.
Nah, we keep landing on repeats. We already did TV.
Why don't you just pick one that we haven't done yet?
Okay, here it is. It was almost on Arnold movies, so we'll just stick with top 3 Arnold movies. It's right next to breakouts.
I gotta pull up IMDb.
I'm just
Terminator 2 is one. Like this.
Yeah, I think Terminator 2 is a fair
Terminator
one.
2 is in there. I'm gonna throw a nod to Kindergarten Cop.
Oh, good.
Let's see. What's the?
You're thinking of True Lies.
Yeah, True Lies.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
How did you know that? I was thinking
because that's where people go after Kindergarten Cop. They go to True Lies.
How is True Lies?
I was gonna go deeper than that. I was gonna throw the Running Man in there.
Oh yeah,
Running Man is awesome.
But like I think it's Terminator 2 and Predator are kind of set in stone for me. Like those are just.
Why doesn't Commando get the same love?
I don't know.
It should. Commando's very good.
Get to the chopper.
That's pretty good.
That's Predator.
That's also Commando too.
Yeah, no, it's Predator.
My favorite part of
multiple governors in it, right?
Yeah.
Jesse. Who else?
Jesse the Body.
Arnold. Yeah, of course.
Arnold and Jesse Ventura.
Very political movie.
Is it weird that Arnold and Danny DeVito have multiple movies together?
What's the other one?
Junior and Twins. Like it's like,
Junior.
I mean, it's just a funny juxtaposition.
Yeah.
Like you get those two guys on screen. I'm laughing.
Yeah.
A bad movie that I like, Batman and Robin. It's not good.
It's bad.
But like My friends and I did do a drinking game in college where we took a drink every time there was an unbearable pun.
It's like,
It was a good time. That's a good way to watch that movie.
It's time to freeze.
Probably the only way to watch that movie.
Chill out.
He's got a pretty good Arnold going there.
It's just like 2 words. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
God, that movie. Freaking Chris O'Donnell, and was that when they? When did they debut?
He was Robin twice.
When did they debut the bat nipples? Was it Batman and Robin?
It's that one, yeah.
That one?
Oh.
Where he's got his bat card.
What did you guys think of? I can see our viewership, by the way, just plummeting right now. What did you guys think of the new Batman movie? The Batman. With,
I liked it.
I loved it.
I liked it. I was skeptical about Pattinson as Batman, but I thought he did a good job.
Yeah.
It was real long.
It was long.
That's my
Why does
takeaway from
DC
it
suck
primarily.
so bad at these movies? Like, how do you keep how are you so bad at these movies?
But DC, the one thing that they have done well is Batman.
What are that Batman series? But like, what was it? The Batman versus Superman.
Watch it.
Dude, that's
tread very lightly.
What are you talking?
By the way, tread very lightly.
They're
Jesse Eisenberg's movie.
They're smaller. They're smaller. Their smaller movies have been better. Like Birds of Prey and Shazam have been fun.
Birds of Prey was very good.
The problem with Batman vs Superman was like they're fighting, and all of a sudden it's like
Martha.
Your mom's name is Martha. Oh well, that solves everything.
Why did you say that name?
I was ready to choke the life out of you 2 minutes ago, but your mom and my mom have the same name, so it's cool now.
Wonder Woman was good.
The first one was. The second one, not so much.
Second one is, yeah.
And then what's Joe? What's the guy's name who did the 72-hour Justice League movie?
Zack Snyder. You know what?
You
know what? I enjoyed the Zack Snyder cut. I also watched it like a mini series where I watched like an hour and a half every night for like 3 nights straight. And in that respect, I enjoyed it.
That's different.
I got to do some rapid fire trivia. 5 more left. $20 for every right answer. Ready? Here we go. Mark Andrews had $20. Sorry. Mark Andrews had 107 catches in 2021. Which tight end led the position with exactly 107 catches in 2020? Was it A, Tony Gonzalez, B, Travis Kelce, or C, Darren Waller?
Tony Gonzalez?
I know.
I was like, wait, what a minute. What?
Travis
Kelce. I would
Kelce.
say Darren Waller in 2020.
Marcus is correct. It is Darren Waller, 107 catches in 2020. Damian Harris had 14 carries inside the 5-yard line in 2021. How many did Ramondre Stevenson have? 5, 8, or 12?
12.
8.
I'm going to say 12.
5.
Brinson is correct. 5 for Stevenson.
And you really spent a lot of time in the AFC East.
Yeah, right. Do you think it's more, Jamie, you think it's more of a 50-50 split near the goal line this year, or do you think Harris is the goal line guy?
I think Harris still is the goal line guy, but it's, I think, closer to 60-40 as opposed to the dominant numbers that you just illustrated.
I'm only going to read one more. We're just going to donate to St. Jude anyway. Who was number 2 in the NFL in rushing yards behind Jonathan Taylor? Was it Nick Chubb, Joe Mixon, or Najee Harris?
Joe Mixon.
I think it was Nick Chubb.
I want to say Chubb.
Marcus
I'll
is
say
killing
Najee
it.
Harris, just so we got them all covered.
And Chris, Nick Chubb. And you know what? I was looking at this, and I wanted time to check it because I might be wrong about this, but I think Nick Chubb had the fewest yards for the number 2 leading rusher in at least 20 seasons. He had 1,259 rushing yards. It was
Didn't he also say recently he was tired of coming in second and that he really is like motivated to try to get the rushing title this year because he's tired of being,
I've got a trivia question.
Okay.
When is the last time, and this could go wrong depending on Kenny Pickett, but when is the last time that a rookie quarterback did not start week 1 for an NFL team?
Whoa.
What year?
Wow.
I do not have a clue. Probably that year with the 3 quarterbacks who were all terrible. That were like those rookie quarterbacks.
I think 1981.
No, 1998.
No, you guys are going way too far back.
Oh, okay.
No. When?
Was it the EJ Manuel season?
No, it's not. That's the normal guess, the 2013 season. I'll give you a hint. We've seen a quarterback from that draft class on this show tonight.
I don't know when they were drafted.
Oh, 2009?
11?
He sure doesn't even know the name of their podcast.
2007. It's actually Brady and Jamarcus year. Nobody started.
Nando.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So how should we end the show? We got a whole bunch of thank yous to give out.
Take your shirt off so Brady Quinn doesn't have to do $1,000.
Take your shirt off and eat your chest hair.
Yeah, come on, do it. Rub Snickers all over it. You know they're melted by now.
Marcus, I'm sorry you had to be part of this, Marcus.
I don't know. I'm sort of glad I was here to see the meltdown at the end. I'm impressed.
This has been happening. Like,
meltdown 2 hours. This is why, we had a production meeting and we were talking about Nando's willing to come on for the entire 4 hours on YouTube. And I said, I think we should just do 2 hours with Nando. And I think that was probably a smart choice. But Nando, we couldn't have done it.
Adam.
What's that?
It's for charity.
I know.
Plus, I never met Marcus in real life. I never met Fabiano in real life. This has been great. I doubt this is real life.
This doesn't count as real life, right?
Yeah, this is for me.
This is still via the internet.
All right, we're doing 12 to 1 on Twitch. Who's coming?
It's like the after party. The after party on Sunday.
After dark.
Thank you to everyone at CBS for helping me out tonight. We had Jack, we had Debo, we had Schaefer, we had Zach behind the scenes. Helping out with all the Twitter polls or the YouTube polls and things like that. Thanks to everybody who joined us. Best Bell host. Thanks to everybody who joined us tonight. Very much appreciated. And of course, the biggest thank you is to our audience, raising over $75,000. We've done that throughout the month from our podcast, from our video shows. It's incredible, and it's the best thing we do all year. So I'm glad that we had a success, and we thank you for it. So. Signing off as we have reached midnight. This has been the 5th annual CBS Sports Draft-A-Thon. Have a good night, everybody. We'll talk to you on Fantasy Football Today tomorrow morning on our podcast. See you later. I think I might have to hit the button. I don't know if anybody else is. See you later.